Okay.
Hello?
Hi. We might be able to actually use cameras. It depends on how well the lowered FPS works.
You guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay,
I can
that's
hear
good.
you.
All
Okay.
right.
Um, yeah, actually, this is going pretty smoothly. I think we can use cameras. All right. So, now we start. I'm gonna go over the slides I have first, and then I'll move on to the panel questions. That's cool with y'all. So, the House, obviously very competitive. The lower chamber of the U.S. Congress, 435 seats. Not many of those are actually competitive, however. It's only a select few. And here we have the Democratic held seats, which we predict are going to be competitive at the moment, or some of them. So the seats that Republicans are favored in are basically the seats they have a 60% chance, between 60 and 80% chance of winning. Republicans are likely to win. That's a greater than 80% chance, so a greater than 4 and 5 chance the Republican candidate wins. The key seats for a majority are the ones where the Republican has between a 41 and 59% chance of
James,
winning.
is there any video showing up? Because it's just a black screen on the thing for me.
Oh, I did not enable the capture, did I? I did not. Okay, there we go. Can you see it now?
I'll tell you in a minute.
Yeah, it's working. It's working.
Okay, cool. So, uh, quick thing, the colors, the lighter blue ones are Democratic seats that were won by President Trump, back in 2020, but were either won by Democrats in 2020 or held by Democrats now after they were redistricted into a Trump-dominated seat. So right now we have a grand total of, I believe, 8 seats where Republicans are at a 80% chance or more to flip. Most of these seats, as you can see, are open. The Democratic incumbent opted either not to run for re-election because it would be too difficult, or they opted to instead run in a different district. However, we do have two trying to hold on. Tom O'Halloran, that's Arizona in the northeast corner of the state, and Florida second, which is Al Lawson, which is around the Jacksonville area. He formerly had a VRA district, which was, I believe, 48% African American, got drawn out of that into a much redder district, and now is facing a very, very difficult reelection. The seats where Republicans are favored, um, as you see, a couple Trump seats that have no incumbent, so should be easy flips for Republicans. We have a few others, though, that are a bit more notable. I think a good example of that is Nevada's third, which is held by Democrat Susie Lee. For those of us who were following the 2018 elections, you'd remember she won back in 2018, winning the seat of Democrat Jackie Rosen, who was running to flip a Nevada Senate seat. Lee was underperforming Biden in 2020. Her district, I don't even know if it got bluer with redistricting. It might have gotten redder. Um, Overall, she's just not in a good position
Lee's
to win.
Lee's
It
got
got
bluer.
it definitely did get bluer.
By
Uh,
how many points?
so I think that Biden won about 46% of the vote there in her old district, and he's at about 53% in the new district.
Okay, still fairly close district. She's a underperformer. We have her in the Republican favored category, especially with the national environment, which has dramatically shifted towards the Republican Party in recent days. Another notable one, I'd say, is New Jersey's seventh. Brian, I'd imagine you know quite a bit about this. Tom Malinowski, never been a particularly strong incumbent. He underperformed Biden by like, I want to say 10 points, but I don't know if that number's
It
accurate or
was
not.
it was around it was around 10. Biden won. It's a very suburban district. Biden won it by, I want to say, 11 points around there, and he won by less than 2 points, maybe even less than 1 point. And he's facing the same incumbent, or excuse me, the same opponent he had in 2020, Tom Kean Jr. And so he's in a tough spot because his district got significantly redder in redistricting to shore up Mikey Sherrill in the 11th and Josh Gottheimer in the 5th. So
Right.
he's in a tough race.
And I'd say probably that was a smart move on the New Jersey Democrats' part, because now they have two incumbents who otherwise would have been in very perilous re-elections, who are probably going to be fine, and Malinowski might have lost anyway, honestly, in this type of environment. He obviously didn't
would've.
have a lock on a heavily Democratic seat, so it would have been a waste of time to try and shore him up or even really save him at all.
Yeah.
The key seats for the majority, a lot of these seats have always been competitive. Some of them not so much though. I'm trying to think of it. Oh, Texas is 28. That is a seat in the Rio Grande Valley held by Democrat Henry Cuellar, who is probably one of the most, if not the most, conservative Democrats in the House at the moment. Very heavily Hispanic. The new district voted for Biden by, I want to say, 7 points. That might not be in a completely accurate figure, but mid to high single digits. However, Cuellar has had a major scandal in which he was implicated in being a foreign agent of Azerbaijan. His house was raided by the FBI a couple months ago. He is, however, undoubtedly a strong incumbent. He did win his primary, which was very hotly contested, so we still have to keep an eye on that one. Another interesting race, I'd say, would be Oregon's 5th, where Kurt Schrader got primaried, and now the person who beat him in the primary, the Democrat, is struggling to win this fairly swingy district. Another spot to watch is Ohio's 9th, Marcy Kaptur. This is a Trump won district. Trump won it by 2 points. The same thing in Cartwright's district. I believe Trump won that one by 5 points. But in both districts, it's a strong incumbent who has roots to the district. Cartwright has always run in Trump seats. Let's be clear about that. Kaptur, that's not the case. She had a solidly Biden district, but she's an outperformer. Cartwright has won, I think, at least 3 times in a district that was won by the Republican presidential candidate. So will he hold on? I don't know. It remains to be seen. I'd say if the trend overall we've been seeing, I know we shouldn't extrapolate early voting data. And I'm going to go to the panel about this, about whether you think Matt Cartwright has a chance here. But is it realistic to think that Matt Cartwright has a shot in this type of national environment?
Absolutely. I think that Matt Cartwright is one of the few races that I'm watching heavily tonight, because if Cartwright loses, then there is no hope in God's name that Democrats can win the House. And there's very little hope that Democrats can win the House to begin with. However, if Cartwright wins, then I'd say the chances of Democrats winning the House go from about 10% to somewhere in the range of 25 to 30%. And this is mainly because Cartwright is a very strong incumbent. And him winning in a seat that is overwhelmingly pro-Trump would be a good sign for Democrats in similar seats across the country that are looking to overperform. I'd say that this would mainly bode well for Marcy Kaptur, but it would also bode well extremely for Representative Loria and Representative Slotkin. So if Slotkin can win, this would be extremely good news. It also would bode well for Dan Kildee in Michigan, because if Cartwright wins, then Kildee wins, and Republicans, if they want to get more than 230 seats, will need to win Kildee's seat in Flint in Upper Michigan. So I think that Cartwright is a good bellwether to watch on at least whether the Republican majority will be large or small. Because I think it's pretty set in stone at this point that the Republicans will win the House. However, by how much is the question, and if Cartwright can hold on, then it looks like that amount will be quite small.
Right. Brian, I believe you had something also.
So I agree with Ian on the point that Cartwright's race is very important to see how big the majority is for the Republicans. I think it's possible that he hangs on, but I feel like if he does hang on, especially if he has it relatively in the bag, which by what I mean by that is he wins by 2-3-ish points, then I think Democrats do have a shot at keeping the House. I don't think he'll win personally. And so I don't think Democrats will keep the House, but I think that is a key race to watch on that part. I think another key race to watch early in the night is going to be Indiana's first congressional district. It is based out of Northwest Indiana, which is where Gary is, for example. It used to be a very Democratic district. Now it's somewhat competitive. It's a very working class
Wait,
district.
are you in the right?
And Republicans are doing well. It's a
The
toss-up
most
district
recent
there.
link I sent to mom.
And so I think that's an early race
I sent a second link because we just got the first
that
one.
we can
No.
see to see how the election's going to go. Overall, I think if Republicans win that district, which is, I think the poll closing for that district is 7 p.m. Eastern. It closes all the other Indiana districts close
Yeah.
at 6, but the first closes at 7 because they're in Central Time. I think if Republicans win that district, that's going to cause a lot of Ohio, like Marcy Kaptur, for example, that's going to cause her some trouble. Because again, Frank Mervan's district, Indiana's first, a very working class seat, and Democrats, it is competitive, but Democrats really shouldn't be losing it, especially when it's a district with Gary, Indiana in it. So
It also has a very strong incumbent. This is someone who outperformed the top of the ballot by a lot. And I get like his opponent wasn't great, but still, he had a like abnormally good performance as compared to what he should have done in that district. Especially considering he was not an incumbent. So if Democrats lose that one, I think you're right. I think we're seeing Kaptur's going to lose. The other district, I don't remember its number. It's the one that Tim Ryan would have been running in, probably, had he stayed in the House.
Are you talking about the first, which is the Cincinnati district? That one's competitive, but I'm pretty sure Tim Ryan got redistricted into a
No, I'm saying like I think he would have carpetbagged in that scenario because otherwise he would have had to face
the 13th.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, Akron. Yeah, Akron's in there. Yeah.
That is gone.
Yeah.
If Democrats lose the first district of Indiana, which is a
That's
D+8 seat, that they are screwed there because I think Biden won it by like 2 points, not by a lot.
It was Biden +3. I
Yeah.
read about it this morning.
Yeah. Amelia Sykes, Democrats seem to think, they seem to be saying, she's a good candidate. But it's not one of those things where you hear from like both sides of the aisle that she's a good candidate. And I feel like that's how you can really tell whether an individual is running a strong campaign. Because if both parties can agree that they're doing well at that moment, like Tim Ryan, I think is a good example of that, where it's sort of universally agreed that he's a strong candidate, that he's doing what he needs to do, even if he's not going to win, right? And Amelia Sykes doesn't have that. Matt Cartwright, I'd say, does get that. Jared Golden in Maine second. He's a huge outperformer. He gets that sort of recognition. And I think those are the only types of Democrats in more swingy districts that are going to hang on. I think if what the early voting data has been telling us turns out to be true, Republicans might very well sweep the toss-up category. And that could see a huge gain, like maybe even close to what we got in 2018, where Democrats picked up like 40 seats. Okay. We're going to move on from there very quickly to the expanding the map category. So expanding the map, these seats, Republicans have a roughly 40% chance of winning these. Some notable ones, I'd say Maryland 6 is a good one to talk about. David Trone, he's not running in a especially swingy district. It's Biden +10. So Democrat, this is not a district. It's Western Maryland. Fairly gerrymandered, but not as much so as before. This is not a competitive district. Biden won it pretty handily. Even Clinton won it in 2016, despite the fact that she kind of universally failed across every demographic, everywhere in the country, with the exception of white suburban women. But Clinton did win this district. So Trone should not be having issues, but he's kind of a generic incumbent. And he was caught, I think, a little bit by surprise by the fact that he got drawn out of what used to be a safe district. Another good one to talk about is New York's 18th, where we have Pat Ryan. If you follow elections closely, you'd remember he won a special election just a few months ago for that seat. Most pundits thought that Pat Ryan was not going to win that seat. I did not think Pat Ryan was going to win that seat. It was, I think, Biden +4. The national environment just wasn't that good. Every singular poll, including ones by Data for Progress, which is a Democratic pollster, had Pat Ryan losing. And he pulled off a massive upset. Right now, we have him as the favorite, but he's still in a close district. And I think it's worth noting, between that special election and now, the national environment has swung pretty noticeably to the Republican Party. The road bump the Democrats got around when Pat Ryan won is sort of fading out. And I think we're going to see the extent of how much it faded out tonight when we look at Pat Ryan's performance, his overperformance in the special election. He did better than Biden did, to what will likely be a underperformance in the general election. Another one that's worth mentioning is Connecticut's 5th, which is Hayes. That was a seat Democrats were worried about in 2018 at one point, because at the time it was only Clinton +2. They won it easily, but now in a redder environment, they're a bit more worried about it. The reach targets, most of these aren't especially interesting. It's just the case, like Bishop, Custer, it's just a strong incumbent. Greg Stanton, former mayor of Phoenix, he's going to be fine in his Phoenix-based district, most likely. But if we see a really big, like, red wave, I think we can start to see maybe even one or two of these seats start to flip. And I'll go to you guys on that if you have anything to add. Oh. Okay.
I'll just add that Stanton losing would be pretty surprising. But I would like to mention that his seat did get not significantly, but it did get more Republican leaning in redistricting, if I'm not mistaken. I could be confusing him.
Much more Republican leaning.
Yeah, no.
He had a safe district, and now it's pretty competitive.
Yeah. So if he loses, it's not the most surprising thing in the world, I would say, but it does bode well, or does bode poorly for Democrats.
Definitely. We're gonna move on to their Republicans don't have a lot of seats that they should be worried about losing, at least compared to the Democrats. As you can see, we were able to fit them on one slide, and they do not come close to taking up the space of the other two. But there are still a few. Same principle. If Democrats are favored, that means they have a 60% chance, or greater than 60% chance, but less than 80% chance of flipping the seat to the Democratic column. If it's likely, it's greater than 80. Less than 60 is the key seats for the majority. I'm going to be honest. I don't see a path for Democrats holding the House at this point. It's just the numbers don't add up. There was a point a couple months ago when it was sort of feasible. Now I don't see how it's possible. The seats where Democrats could gain, however, for example, New York's 22nd, John Katko. He hadn't faced a really, really tough election. I don't know about since I think he first won, which I believe was 2014. Even in 2014, he won in a blowout. But now that he's retiring, that's an open seat. So Republicans are on defense, especially since they didn't get their preferred candidate. They're running with Williams, who was not the candidate they were looking for, a lot more conservative, and probably just a worse fit for the district. However, it's not a good environment for the Democrats. If we were looking at a 2020 environment, they'd probably be flipping this seat, no problem. But we're not looking at a 2020 environment. The other two I want to mention are the 22nd, the 27th, and I guess a third, Texas's 34th district. The 22nd is a very Hispanic heavy district, I believe. But Valadao is a strong incumbent. He lost in 2018 very narrowly, won in 2020 very narrowly. He should, I'd say, of all these incumbents, he's probably the third most vulnerable. Because although he's a strong candidate with swing voters, we saw in the jungle primary, he has a very, very bad base problem. He had a Republican challenger who got a lot of the vote, almost kept him out, in fact, of the second round, because he voted for Trump's impeachment, and I feel like that could still be an issue for him potentially. The 27th, Mike Garcia, he might be in the Democrats are favored category, except his opponent is the person who ran against him the last two elections, Christy Smith. And both times she has managed to lose what is now, was then a Biden double-digit seat, I believe. Now it's something like Biden plus 13. So Democrats still have a very good chance of flipping this, but I think they did kind of fumble the ball a bit. North Carolina's 13th. I know I said I wouldn't mention it, but very briefly. Democrats have a strong candidate. Republicans, not so much. But I'd say this is sort of leaning more towards the Republicans are favored category. It's just barely a toss-up. Because in this environment, it's an even seat. Democrats aren't winning that many even seats, especially where they don't have an incumbent. And finally, Texas's 34th district, which is Flores. That was won in a special election that was, kind of given up on by Democrats. They didn't really try. They put no money in the race, and it wasn't that competitive as a result. She won by, I think, 6 points ultimately. But now, the old district she was in got significantly bluer, like double digits bluer. And she's facing Vicente Gonzalez, who carpetbagged from a neighboring district, which I think is now the 15th. He's not running a very good campaign. I'd say that's the reason why this isn't further along in the Democrats are likely to win category. Vicente Gonzalez has not run a good campaign at all. It was borderline xenophobic, which is, I'd say, questionable in a district that's right on the Mexican border. I'm not sure what strategy he was going for there. But I mean, it's too late now. We'll see how that plays out. Obviously, I'd say of these three, this is the least likely Democrats are to win, simply because John Gibbs in Michigan's third, the Republican candidate, he's facing a strong opponent. He's not a very good candidate, and he beat the Republican incumbent there in a primary. So it's just not a recipe for success. Illinois' 13th is an open district. The incumbent carpetbagged to a different district and then lost the primary. I'd say of those three, Democrats are most likely to get that one. Texas' 35th is like deep city Austin. So I think that kind of goes without saying why that is going to probably flip to the Democrats. And Brian, I believe you had something about the exit polls that CNN just released.
Yeah, so CNN just released their exit polls. Now, we should take these with, say, a grain of salt is an understatement, because these exit polls were only conducted on in-person voters, which, as we saw in 2020 and continued in 2022, are more Republican. But there was a question. This is nationwide. This isn't like state per state. Feelings about the way things are going in the United States. Only 5% of voters said they were enthusiastic about how things were going in the US. 20% said they were satisfied. 39% said that they were dissatisfied, and 34% said they were angry. President Biden, 45% said they approved of him. 54% said they disapproved of him. So not too bad. Then the question was your US House vote to either support Biden, oppose Biden, or Biden was not a factor? Only 18% said that they wanted to support Biden. 32% said it was to oppose Biden. 48% said Biden was not a factor.
That is
And
actually not as terrible as I'd expect. It would be a higher to oppose
yeah,
Biden number. That's
Yeah.
actually
No,
not bad.
this is very good for Democrats. Especially because, as you said, Brian, these election day votes tend to break heavily for the Republicans. If a low amount, around 32%, was to oppose Biden,
I wouldn't
that
say that's a
means-
low amount though.
that here's the thing, considering that Republicans in 2010 voted overwhelmingly to oppose Obama, I think this bodes very well for him, because the President Obama situation in 2010 was not too dissimilar from President Biden's. Only a vast majority of the Republican Party was going out there to vote solely because they were opposing him and his Obamacare programs, as well as many of the other progressive policy actions that he took during his first 2 years in office. And so the fact that rather than going to oppose Biden, they're going to just they're just going to vote for Republicans and oppose the Democrats, I think that bodes well for certain Democrats who have been able to not distance themselves from the president, but certain Democrats who are sort of independent. As I said, Matt Cartwright, he is extremely tied to his district, and if people aren't going there and influenced by Biden, if their vote isn't influenced by Biden, their vote's only influenced by the candidates, that really bodes well for a district. Like
Jared Golden too.
Yeah, Jared Golden especially, but
If this exit poll is correct, he is in a great spot.
Absolutely.
Because he has a huge crossover appeal, and I'd say Cartwright and Golden are both very similar and very different because they're opposite ends of the same spectrum. Cartwright votes with the Democratic Party line like 100% of the time, basically. Golden is the number one dissenter. But they both have a ridiculous crossover appeal that very few Democrats have been able to capture, especially because politics has just become all that more partisan.
And there was one last question that was asked, which was, what is the effect of President Biden's policies on the country? This is the CNN exit poll. 46% said it was hurting the country. 36% said it was helping the country, and 16% said it was not making a difference. And I also would like to mention one last thing, and that is that, and I forgot to mention this when I was talking about the fact that in-person votes are more Republican than Democratic. 2 years ago, they were overwhelmingly more Republican. I think they were 70-ish% Republican in a lot of states. This year, it's going to be much closer, just because 2 years ago.
Oh, definitely. I'd hope so. Otherwise, Democrats are going to get blown out.
Yeah. But because 2 years ago, a lot of Democrats, I think most Democrats voted mail-in or early because of COVID, while Republicans didn't really heed those warnings. And it's not happening anymore. So for the most part, it's not happening anymore. So Republicans, I'd say, are probably still dominating the in-person vote, but not by a lot.
Yeah. Really quickly, for everyone who's able to, we'll start with you, Brian. So I talked to you guys earlier about the key races. If you have one key race in the House, the governor's races, and the Senate races, what would it be and why? Starting with the House.
So I'll actually start with the Senate because I have to think about the House.
Okay.
The Senate, my race that I'm looking at, the closest is definitely Pennsylvania. It'll be, I think it'll be a close race. And I think it'll determine broadly if Republicans are going to do well or not. It's one of those races where I think both candidates, putting aside my personal opinions on them, both candidates are honestly pretty mediocre for.
I'd say mediocre is a
reasons.
kind way to put it.
Yeah.
Neither of them are particularly competent.
No. It's two races, despite putting, how I feel about them aside. It's one of those races where I think you can't really say that one candidate has that much of a leg up against the other. So I think if Republicans win it, especially if it's called early, because that's another thing. Pennsylvania, they can't count their mail-in ballots until all the election day votes are counted, which
Oh
means
yeah.
if if there's that many mail-in ballots that it's close, then like it was in 2020, we're not going to know the winner until a few days. But if we know the winner by tonight and it's Mehmet Oz, a Republican, that Republicans are going to have a pretty good night, I would say.
Yeah, definitely.
For governor, I guess the one I'm looking at is either Wisconsin or Arizona. Not particularly for any reason, just Wisconsin's one of those races where I think if Democrats win, they might not have such a bad night. And same thing with Arizona. If they win Arizona, because Katie Hobbs has had some, tough
Campaign
you know,
issues.
tough campaign issues. If they win Arizona, that means they won't have such a bad night.
Yeah.
For the House,
I'd say Arizona and Wisconsin, to very briefly interrupt you,
There's-
are in like different categories of Democrats are having a not so
Yes.
bad night. Wisconsin, I can see them winning Wisconsin and then still like losing a lot of other key races. If they're winning
Mhm.
Arizona, which is a race they have messed up in I think
Fumbled.
every way possible. They had a
Mhm.
on paper candidate who's amazing, and their Republican opponent on paper is terrible because I'm gonna let my partisanship get in here a bit. She's a bit deranged. And they have still managed to underperform Mark Kelly very noticeably in every poll. I haven't seen a poll with Katie Hobbs winning in like forever.
Mhm.
I'd say at 538, I actually looked today and I had to like scroll, I think, to find a poll where Katie Hobbs was leading, which especially in a country where polling like routinely overestimates Democrats, that's not a place you want to be in
No.
a key race, I feel like. Arizona's not that terrible for polling misses. I'd say Wisconsin's pretty bad. If they have a 2020-esque polling miss, then Tony Evers is going to lose by like 7 points.
Right.
Mind if I butt in on this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
I
Yeah,
didn't get.
so when it comes to Wisconsin, I think that's probably I was going to say, I agree with you, Brian. That's the most important gov race of the night because it's a bellwether mainly for Kansas and Oregon, which are the other two main races of the night. Because right now, I'd say Wisconsin is the one where the Democrats are least likely to win. So if they can pull that off, then that almost certainly quashes any Republican notions of making a major upset in Oregon or making a minor or just making like a predicted gain in Kansas. So that would help the Democrats, but I don't think anything's gonna give it to Katie Hobbs at this point. In regards of Senate races, I'm gonna have to say I agree with Brian as well. Pennsylvania is probably the most important Senate race of the night. My predictions are that Georgia's going to go to a runoff, Arizona's going to go to Kelly, and that Nevada's going to go to Laxalt. So in that case, tonight, the one race that we're going to have to look at is Pennsylvania. And in regards to House, I've spoken about Cartwright plenty of times tonight. That's my most important race of the night.
Real quick, when you say House, could you tell the viewers where that House district is? Because none of them know who these people are.
So this is Pennsylvania's 8th district. This is in the northeast of Pennsylvania. Scranton is Biden's hometown, and it is
Blue collar.
working class, blue collar, mainly white district. However, it has a sizable minority in towns like Scranton, which are a good base for Representative Cartwright. Now, I noticed that we have less than a minute left on this Zoom call. Lead you to it, James.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to for the viewers, your screen will go black in less than a minute because I'm disabling the video feed so I do not expose Ian's email to the entire world. So I will email you the link. I'll go through my Senate stuff and then I'll talk a bit more about what you've been discussing. So
Or you can just send it to the group chat and I can copy it, send it to myself.
the
So-
thing is that I can't. I have to email it to myself then. Oh, okay. So excuse the interruptions. We'll be back in like a second. I just need to share the link. Okay, and then I'm gonna. Okay. All right. We should be back. Just give the video feed a moment to return to us. I'm gonna talk about the Senate for a bit while we wait for the guest panel to return. So the Democrats have a very narrow majority in the Senate. In fact, it's tied, really. The tiebreaker, Kamala Harris, gives them the majority. And as you can see here, we have 4 toss-up seats. 3 of those 4 are held by Democrats. So already not a good starting point. Just give the video feed a moment. Okay, I just echoed a bit. Ian, could you tell everyone when they joined the Zoom to mute their mics so we don't get echo?
Will do.
Thank you. So Georgia, I'm gonna talk more about that in a
Gotta
second.
put it into the slideshow, by the way.
Hmm?
You gotta put things at the slideshow.
What do you mean?
It shows the whole thing right now. Click slides.
Oh,
Slideshow.
thank you. Yeah, I mean they're not seeing anything important right now. It's just the other. Yeah, but thank you. So Georgia, that's a big one because that's a state which, like 10 years ago, Democrats wouldn't even think seriously about winning in a presidential year. They were more competitive down the ballot because that was a time when you could still get away with winning in a red state. I forgot the guy's name, but they had a Democratic senator before, obviously Raphael Warnock, John Ossoff. They had a Democratic senator who won in the
pretty sure
lost in the early
Cleland.
2000s. Who?
I'm pretty sure it was Max Cleland or Cleland.
Yes, Cleland. That's his name. Max Cleland. And that was still when Democrats were not winning the state on a presidential level. They hadn't won it since I think Bill Clinton in '96, assuming he actually did win Georgia. I'm not just making that up. Which is not obviously a recipe for success, because Obama lost it the first time he ran. By I think a similar margin he lost by the second time. It was in the high single digits, I believe, both races. And then Clinton did a bit better, losing by 5 points. But Joe Biden was the one to actually flip it. And I think now is a test of how quickly that demographic realignment is going to change politics in the state of Georgia. Because if Raphael Warnock, he's running against Herschel Walker. For those who don't know, former, I think, college football player.
He's a former Georgia football player. I'm gonna have to interrupt real quick. First polls officially closed in the states of Kentucky and Indiana.
Okay, then we're gonna skip to that and then resume later.
Yep.
Thank you for the time update. Real quick, 66.7 turnout percent 2020. We're not gonna see that number again. We just need to see how far it falls because if turnout is atrocious, I have the feeling that Republicans are going to do better. They're just overall more motivated to vote. That's why I say that. That's the same case in 2018. If turnout was lower, I think Democrats would have won by more because they were super fired up, as you saw, with just how they performed. They picked up 40 seats in the House. Our 6 p.m. poll closings, these are, as Ian said, in the states of Kentucky and Indiana, 2 very solidly red states. There's a Senate race in Kentucky with incumbent Rand Paul running against Charles Booker, who tried to get the nomination in 2020 and lost. We're going to see how that shakes out, or you'll see how that shook out in just a moment, I suppose. And Indiana, Todd Young is running against a guy whose name I forgot. He's the mayor of somewhere in Indiana. He tried to run for House in 2020, and he lost. So our first call of the night, Indiana Senate. Todd Young has been reelected. He's the projected winner. No surprise here that we're getting a poll closing call from this one. The race was never really expected to be competitive, if I'm going to be honest. Even if it was a very good Democratic year, I don't think they would have had a real shot of knocking off Todd Young, just because he's a pretty normal incumbent. He's not, as far as Republicans go, he's not more conservative than the median, I guess you could say. Ian, could you make sure everyone has the link to the Zoom?
Yes, I'll make sure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, but Todd Young is just kind of your average Republican. No scenario where he would have really lost, so this is not a surprise. Another call, Rand Paul. We can now project that he is the winner. Kentucky is a solidly Republican state, yet again. Rand Paul is a very controversial incumbent. He's actually a bit of an underperformer. The last time he ran, he was against Lexington Mayor Jim Gray, and he underperformed Trump by a pretty noticeable margin, I believe. I don't know exactly how much. Even despite that, he still won by double digits. His opponent, Charles Booker, not nearly as strong. He might have done okay in fundraising. I think that's about it. And Rand Paul being the incumbent, there's no real risk of him losing. Never was to begin with. Okay. So now that we're done with that, you see Republicans have now won 2 Senate seats that were up. They still have a lot to go. Really quickly, we're going to look at what states are next in the poll closing list. So these are going to be some big ones. This is when stuff is going to get interesting, because those 2 calls were kind of what everybody expected, more or less. At least if you follow elections in at all nonpartisan matter.
I mean, next up, we're going to be getting Virginia, Florida, and Georgia.
Yes.
So,
and
those are the biggest
South
states.
Carolina, which is, not going to be competitive, but I think that's going to be an interesting testament to candidate quality, because Henry McMaster is a god-awful candidate, as in he's very, actually, I don't know if I'd call him god-awful. He's not a very good candidate in the way that he's very polarizing. He didn't win by that much the last time he ran for governor. Kind of actually just matched expectations. But he's perceived as very extreme on abortion, which might have really damaged him a couple months ago, might have even dragged Cunningham to Joe Cunningham, who's the Democrat in the race, to a single-digit loss, maybe 6 points. Now I have the feeling that's going to be more between 12 and 16 points, if not more. Ian, you can say if you disagree with that, but I really don't see.
No, I agree with that. My prediction
Cunningham.
exactly is Cunningham loses by 13 or 14.
Okay, yeah. It's just not a recipe for success. Florida, that used to be the swing state. And then 2020 happened. I remember Ian had a excellent, crystal ball-esque prediction.
Mind if I talk about this one?
Yeah, go right ahead.
So during 2020, about 18 minutes into the stream, we were about at this point in the stream, and we were talking about Florida. And I said, I don't think it's going to be the elderly vote in Florida or suburban women turning out in large numbers for Biden that's really going to flip it. I think it's going to be Hispanic voters in Miami-Dade. And you can go to 1849 on the 2020 stream, listen to it. But my prediction was that Miami-Dade Hispanics would shift drastically to the right due to their distaste for President Biden, and not President Biden, for the Democratic Party, and for what they perceived as a left-wing agenda. Now, this turned out to be extremely accurate. However, the only thing I missed was the margin. I predicted that it was going to be about a 6-point shift to the right, overall 12 in margin. It would knock 12 off the margin of Miami-Dade. I was wrong about that. The margin was far greater. The shift in the margin was somewhere around 30, I think, 30 points, which was much more than I expected.
It was ridiculous. It was
Yeah,
monumental.
it was monumental. But what it proved it proved me right. Despite me getting the margin wrong, I was proved completely right.
True.
And that was due to my experience of calling phones for Biden. I called to Florida quite a lot, and I got a bunch of conservative Hispanic voters that from Miami-Dade who were dissatisfied with the Democratic Party agenda. Now, I have been doing the exact same this time around. I've been making phone calls, trying to get people out to vote. And over the course of my phone calls, I did a lot of phone calls to Virginia this time around. And in Virginia, what I'd like to say is that things are not looking good for Elaine Luria. Things are not looking good.
Yeah, this. That's
This.
a early flip, potentially, depending on how fast
100%.
Virginia counts its votes. If we see Elaine Luria lose, which we probably will, that is the first sign that Republicans are going to pick up the House.
Yeah. And so things are not looking good for her tonight. And from my phone calls, what I think is the most important thing is that young people are not getting out to vote in Virginia this year. I've been taught it was mainly an effort to try and get young people out to vote. And many of them were away at college. Many of them weren't sending in mail-in ballots, and many of them just didn't care. And the few that did care, they were Democrats for the most part. However, there were a few Republicans, and the Republicans I spoke to cared a lot more than the Democrats.
Yeah.
So I think the problem is that young people, young Democrats this year do not care as much, especially your average suburban young Democrat. They don't really care about 2022. And if Democrats want to win, they have to mobilize young voters. This
Right.
year, that will not be happening in the suburbs. It will be happening in the cities. Democrats have put a hell of an effort into places like Philadelphia to try and get young voters out. And I think that young voters in the cities are going to be turning out. Problems are in the rest of the country, it's not happening. So I see a
No.
major problem for the Democrats and for representatives like Representative Luria, Representative Slotkin, who also represents another relatively suburban seat. And
That's
could even
when you say that's Detroit suburbs plus
I'd say
other areas.
I would say that's not Detroit suburbs. I just say it's Lansing, and Lansing's a very similar demographic to Detroit suburbs.
Yeah, I mean, it's Lansing and the surrounding areas, right? Because
So,
it doesn't
Lansing,
just include
surrounding areas.
Lansing.
And the surrounding areas are heavily red.
Blood red, yeah.
They're not as blood red as places like the southern tier of New
Oh,
York
God.
or the Midwest, but they are blood red. So
Even the Midwest is like the Midwestern rurals pale in comparison to what you see in the South, where it's like there's a candidate where Biden got, a county where Biden got like 90% of the vote next to a county, like right next to a county where Trump got 90% of the vote. It's so
absurd.
ridiculous how polarized the South is. And I mean, obviously it's because of race, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely. But I think the problems is that Democrats are not getting the turnout that they need amongst the voting demographics that they need to get that turnout in. And so I think we'll see as this goes on throughout the night. My Hispanic crystal ball prediction from Miami, if that proved to be right, then I think that these will prove to be right as well.
Right.
And the Democrats aren't necessarily in for a disaster in the House. I don't think we can predict whether or not it'll be a disaster yet, but they are at the point where they are probably going to lose it. I give them a 10% chance of holding on. I don't really see that much of a path to victory, but I can't call it yet. So
Okay. Brian, do you have anything to add?
So I agree with relatively most of the things that Ian said. I would also like to add that I would
we have
also like
Caleb.
to add, yeah, and Caleb will talk more about Virginia, so I don't want to go into that. I do think Luria, if Luria loses, I think Republicans win the House. Then I think if Spanberger loses in the
Do
seventh,
quickly add again where these districts are. Luria's Virginia Beach.
Luria's is Virginia Beach, and then Spanberger's is the DC suburbs, not the immediate DC suburbs, but it reaches
Nova, basically.
Nova, but it reaches down to central Virginia. I think if Spanberger loses, that's Virginia 7th, that Republicans are going to do quite well in the House, which is like at least 20 seats.
Definitely.
Not 20, but at least 15-ish. But
I'd say if Spanberger loses, they're looking at more than 20 because she's at least she's not an underperformer, which is unique of a lot of Democrats in these suburban districts. Most of them underperform Biden by at least a point. She basically matched him in 2020.
I think the issue with her is, though, her district is not at all similar to what it was before redistricting. That's not a concern. Like that, her district did get significantly bluer, which is a good point. But I think I don't think we can really compare how she did in 2020 versus how she's going to do now, because her district is I think she like represents like what 10% of her district before,
like 15.
That wasn't due to gerrymandering or anything. I'm not accusing the commission, the Supreme Court of Virginia of that, but that's what happened. But I would like to touch on something before I pass it over, which is,
go ahead.
Before a few minutes ago when you were on me, you asked me about what House races.
Oh, right, yeah. Go ahead.
So I have a few. My first one, this one's early in the night. Indiana's first. I mentioned it. Very working class. Democrats, if the working class was still voting for them in droves.
Big minority population too.
Big, well, not big as in terms of like it's not close to being a VRA seat, but they have a big minority. For example, it has Gary, Indiana, has East Chicago, Indiana, Munster, Indiana. But those cities are like Gary, Indiana, I think is the third most African American city in the United States of America. So it's a very black city, produces a lot of Democratic votes, and it keeps, and Frank Mervan should not really be in trouble, honestly.
and yet he might be.
And yet he might be. His opponent, because he ran in he did overperform in 2020, but he did run against a perennial candidate. And so I think if again, that's going to be a race to watch early on. And I think there's a lot of races I'm watching, but I think other races I'm watching, this one's across the country. This one's in Nevada. I'm watching the 3 congressional races that are held by Democrats in Nevada.
That's
so after redistricting, because before redistricting, Democrats had one solid seat. It was like a D+22 seat that was just based in Las Vegas, City Paradise, all that. And it was a safe seat. Titus held that seat. And then they had 2 other districts. They had one district that touched into Las Vegas, North Las Vegas. It's the 4th district, and then stretched all the way up to almost Reno. And it just had a lot of nothing. And it was a very competitive district. It seems majority rural, but it's not. Most of its population was like North Las Vegas and all that. Then the 3rd district, which is the suburban and rural areas below Las Vegas, and it had Henderson in the district, which actually was good for Susie Lee because she actually did well in Henderson, which was the reason she won in 2020.
Right.
Now all 3 districts are competitive. Democrats unpack Las Vegas to basically gerrymander. The 4th district, which used to be R+1, is about D+5 now. The 1st district, which used to be a D+22, 25 around there, is now D+4. And the 3rd, which is Susie Lee's district, you mentioned this before, how she's in trouble. That is a D+2 now, and it used to be R+5. Susie Lee, I think, is in the most trouble out of Titus and Horsford. However, I think her district did get bluer, but I think she's in a lot of trouble because She underperformed Biden in Las Vegas because there was still a tiny part of her district that was in Vegas before redistricting. Now more of her district is in Vegas. She overperformed Biden in Henderson. She lost Henderson, the city of Henderson, and she underperformed Biden in Vegas. Now she has more in Vegas. I think she's going to lose. I
Yeah.
think though, if Titus loses or if Horsford loses, Republicans will have a very, very good night because Horsford, he has a lot of scandals, and
Oh,
yet
yes.
it does not seem to touch him. He's had so many scandals over the last 4 years.
Didn't he
And
cheat on
it-
his wife?
He
That's
cheated on his
one of
wife for
them.
like 15 years with like some staffer. Then he cheated on her again after the first allegation was revealed. Like he has so many scandals, and like it just doesn't seem to touch him. He it doesn't affect him at all. Titus, she's never really run in a competitive district.
That's
Um,
not true.
well, okay. After
She has lost
she-
in a competitive district.
she used to be in a competitive district, but I'm saying she has not run in a competitive district since being in the first, which
Yeah,
is since
that's true.
2012. That's what I meant. And so, but she has proved throughout this campaign that she is a strong campaigner,
Mhm.
and she's a strong incumbent. So she is in a competitive seat, but I think again, it's a race. These three races I'm looking at because I think if Susie Lee wins or if Susie Lee loses, that's like okay, that's expected in my
Yeah,
opinion.
that's
Um,
if Susie Lee wins, then Republicans should be horrified about their prospects of a red wave.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think if Titus loses or if Horsford loses, that's gonna be I think that's gonna be an issue for Democrats.
And to add something to what you said about Titus really quickly, obviously she's a strong campaigner, but to a certain degree, I think that's negated by the fact that her campaign did have a slow start. I don't think she was expecting to be done dirty by the legislature.
No,
and
she wasn't.
She really was.
She said as much. The legislator, according to now, this is more redistricting than like elections, but the apparently the legislator had told her they were going to go for a map where she kept her seat, and then they showed, I think they said Susie Lee, and then they thought because Horsford is kind of strong despite all his scandals, they were just going to leave him alone.
Which
but
is
then
odd
they didn't do that.
strategy. That's an odd strategy by itself because you could have drawn a line to Reno and helped Horsford.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Which they just didn't
Yeah.
do for whatever reason. I
think-
don't know what the
think
strategy
even-
was there, honestly.
I think they didn't do that because I think they were concerned with courts because
Oh, yeah.
as much as this is a gerrymander, I think the current map honestly is one of those maps where it's like it can be perceived as a fair map because it's debatable to say because in the previous map Henderson was with the suburban part of Vegas, like down south. It's
Yeah.
debatable to say how much they had in common. It's one of those maps where it's like you can justify it being fair, but I think if you connected, North Las Vegas to like Reno, it's like I think that probably gets struck
And
down.
when you have a single precinct line stretching across the
Yeah.
state border, you
would
begin to
probably
ask
get
some
struck
questions
I've done this
about
before.
who this map is really trying to advantage.
Yeah,
I must admit I have done that before on multiple occasions trying to create the perfect one. And I got to a
Nothing
point
beats
where
the Colorado map.
True. My Colorado map. I remember we made one back in 2020. Every single seat was blue.
And
And
this
then
was
we-
with 2016 data, by the way.
Yeah. And I've also made one recently with 2020 data where all 8 seats were blue. And not just all 8 seats were blue, all 8 seats were like Biden plus 5 or more. And but yeah, when it comes to redistricting though, we have to admit Republicans won. While Nevada was a minor victory for Democrats, where they're hoping to get their major victories in places like New York, where they're hoping to get maps struck down in places like Ohio and Texas and Florida, they all failed. And the only major Democratic gerrymander that's really held up is Illinois. And so,
definitely.
yeah. And so Democrats they didn't get walloped like we all thought they would in redistricting. However, they did lose the whole process. So it's gotten to a point where basically the map shakes up to what it was before. the map shakes up to a slight Republican advantage in the House, same as it was beforehand, and Democrats must overperform in order to beat that advantage.
Right.
And so Republicans, they don't necessarily have to do an amazing job in order to win the House, but the Democrats have to do an above average job in order to win the House. And I think
Yeah.
that is the major difference this year that Democrats were hoping to remove. And they got very close. They got very close. If Ohio had been struck down and replaced with a fair map, if Florida never got passed,
Ooh,
and if
Florida.
New York hadn't gotten struck down, then the whole story we'd be talking about right now would be flipped on its head.
Right.
Democrats would have a 50-50 of winning the House this year. That would automatically have granted about 6 Democratic seats in Ohio compared to the 2 they're guaranteed to win right now. It would have granted automatically about 13 seats in Florida compared to the 8 they're going to win right now. And it would have given 22 practically guaranteed seats to the Democrats in New York.
Yeah.
So that is a 13, 14, or 15 seat difference than what we're seeing right now. That just you immediately shift to the Democratic column.
Yeah.
So what I think the lesson for Democrats is don't get too ahead of yourself. Especially in states like New York, where the Supreme Court, which we all thought was going
That
to,
was bad. That was like the biggest blowing up in their face, I think, that was
absolutely. So I think the lesson for Democrats is A, don't get too ahead of yourself, and B, the courts aren't on your side in red states.
Oh,
So you gotta start putting more effort into winning local races in red states.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And something you made a very good point about Florida. Republicans need to pick up, I think it's still 6 seats to win the House. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. It's 6 seats. It's 2/3,
Okay.
so they got to get 219.
Look at that Republicans are likely to win column. There are 8 seats in there, and every singular one of those flips, with the exception of Texas's 15th, which probably would have gone anyway. And I guess Wisconsin's 3rd also. But 6, actually, no. So exactly 6 of those flips are in large part due to redistricting. Tom O'Halloran had a close district in Arizona's 2nd, but he picked up a lot of red territory. He lost he lost a lot of blue territory. And now he's really has no chance of winning. Al Lawson, that's an even better example, where he had a solidly blue district. And now he's going to lose by like 30 points. Florida's 7th, Florida's 14th. Stephanie Murphy and Charlie Crist. Charlie Crist, he's an interesting candidate because he's a bad candidate, but he's a good candidate in his district and nowhere else. He might have held on. He wouldn't have been favored, but it wouldn't have been like a guaranteed Republican flip if he were in a district he thought he could have won. He was drawn from a Biden district to a Trump +4 district. Stephanie Murphy also got drawn from a like Biden +12 or something district. Biden won her district by a lot, to a Trump district. And, when Georgia 6, same thing happened. It was a Biden double-digit district. They got moved to a very heavily Trump district, and the Democrats just had to give up on them. Because if you have an R+3 generic ballot, or an R+1 generic ballot, wherever you think it's going to be, as long as it's anywhere to the right of where it was in like 2018, you're not going to win a seat like that. That's just the hard truth of it. No matter how good your candidate is, you cannot win a seat like that. I'd say of those 8, the only one that has the tiniest shot is Tom O'Halloran. Even then, it's like, a Hail Mary. Something else about redistricting. Well, Ian, Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, yeah, you're absolutely right with a lot of these, like redistricting. It was very important for that reason. A lot of districts changed, so naturally, a lot of incumbents got cucked over. Al Lawson was a great example. Jim Cooper, another example. His district got sliced in 3. And I think it's also important to note that a lot of these districts where the incumbents carpetbagged or as in Abigail Spanberger's district, where her district is not at all, similar to what it was before.
Not
I think
remotely.
no, not remotely. We have to watch out, and we have to. I don't think it's good to compare how they did beforehand to how they'll do now, especially if the territory isn't at all similar. Um,
Yeah.
and I think another district that I think should be mentioned is Kansas's third, because that district got gerrymandered as
Yeah.
well.
For reference,
Um,
that's Kansas City and the
Kansas,
surrounding areas.
it was Kansas City and the surrounding areas. Now it's like Kansas, because I think Kansas City actually got drawn out. Now it's like
Really?
yes,
Oh,
most of Kansas
that
City
is
got yeah,
atrocious.
yeah.
Okay.
It's the suburbs which make up for it though, because the suburbs in
Johnson
Kansas
County. Yeah.
yeah, it's like almost as big as Kansas City itself. So it makes up for it. Kansas City, it's like the Kansas City suburbs and like a few red counties. Even with all those red counties they added, I think they added like 5 or something. It went from a D+4 to an R+3. So not that big of a like Sharice Davids is the Democrat there. She can still hang on.
Oh,
She's very
definitely.
she's
Did you
very
see
popular.
the New York Times poll?
Yeah, it was like plus what was it? +9, +8?
It was
Something like
plus 15 or 14.
Wow.
Yeah, I
I
know.
don't think
Like,
it'll
I
be
don't
that
take that
much,
at
but-
no, I don't take that at face value at all. But I think the lesson we can learn from that is that one, Sharice Davids is a strong candidate. I think we've always known that, right? She was a strong candidate in 2018. She destroyed the Republican incumbent in the old district she was running in, and she beat a very strong incumbent in 2020. She either matched or barely underperformed Biden, I believe.
Yeah. Her district, I think, is going to be very interesting to watch. If she'll probably win. I think. I think she'll win. But if
Yeah.
but it's a possibility. Like I don't think it's like out of the world. Nor do I think it's like even, it's not like she loses, it's gonna be it's wow. But like I think if she does lose, it's I think Republicans are going to do extremely well, and I think it's an indication that they'll do well in these suburban seats because it's an R+3 district. But if Republicans vote at the same rate the Democrats are voting, so that means if Republicans in these rural, to put it plainly, if Republicans in these rural areas are voting to the same level that Democrats in this in the suburbs are voting, then Sharice Davids will win. So it means that if she loses, then either Democrats, the turnout's very low, or Republicans are actually doing well in her suburban district, which could spell doom for other Democrats running.
Oh
in
yeah, I mean, if Sharice
suburban.
Davids loses, I mean, by the point that race would be called, it's already like you've lost a lot of incumbents. Probably, I almost said Jennifer Wexton. If you lost Jennifer Wexton, that's like terrible. But Elaine Luria, Abigail Spanberger, those two
I
Virginia
think
Democrats.
Lurie's gone.
Yeah, I mean, Luria's gone regardless.
Luria's gone.
Probably.
I wouldn't count her out. That's
I
all
wouldn't-
I will counter out. She's
I
gone.
also will count her out.
I don't see how she can win. Like and she's not. And I know you'll disagree with this, Kay, a little bit, and I'm happy you interjected. But she's not a very strong incumbent. She's popular in her district somewhat. There's a lot of defense contractors in her district, and she clearly votes that way. But she's not as strong as you need someone that can win that district to be, especially in this sort of election.
Can you imagine if Scott Taylor had run?
Yeah,
He
Oh,
must
yeah.
be mad that he didn't run a third time. He's got to
Yeah.
be angry. He would have won that
He's-
primary easily.
he would have won that primary easily and probably won the election.
Oh no, he would have.
Yeah, no, 100%.
This would be a lean R seat right now
Yeah.
if
But,
Scott Taylor were running.
If we're gonna go into Virginia, I don't think we should focus too closely on more speculation because there's already been quite a bit of speculation that we've seen. However, what I would like to go into is the fact that in Indiana, currently Todd Young is winning Allen County. That's with Fort Wayne. 20% of the vote is in. He's winning Allen County. That's
Oh, I
That-
should. Yeah,
That's
I'm gonna.
that's a testimonial to election day turnout.
Ian, are you able to screen share really quickly?
I will screen share. Yeah.
You don't have to do it now.
Oh
but-
no, it's disabled. It's disabled.
Oh,
but,
great. I will try and figure out how to enable it.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay, there we go.
So let's compare Indiana results 2020 to Biden. So Indiana presidential election results 2020.
And when we do the key races, Ian, could you screen share the county maps? Because my New York Times subscription, I think, expired 2 days ago,
Okay.
which is very unfortunate and terrible timing.
Actually, one thing I'd like to
But-
focus on is that in 2020, Trump won Allen County by 11 points. Currently, the race is tied in Allen County.
Do not overthink the early voting, Mr. Ian.
No, but my question is, does Indiana count early voting first?
I think the state was bluer when the votes were first counted. You could,
Yes.
if you really wanted to look, you could go back into the other stream because
I also-
we were talking about Indiana for like an hour straight because there was nothing
A
else
lot
going
of
on.
states, they don't have it in a specific order as well, by the way. So that means this election they could be doing it differently, or it could mean that they don't like discriminate which ballots they count. Like they'll
Right.
count them all at the same time.
That's how it should be done, honestly.
Yes, I
We'd have,
agree.
I think, a lot fewer conspiracy theories.
Yeah,
And generally just
yeah.
more like normal election results.
normal counting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you're within like 20% of the vote reported, you're always going to see, you shouldn't take anything too seriously until you break past maybe even like 30, 40, depending on the state, because you're going to see some kind of weird numbers when a county has 20% of its votes in, because that might just mean there's like 20 random precincts that are all like super blue in some deep red county that are reporting. And you can't be like, oh, that means this county's going to flip. The Democrats are going to win every Senate race in the country. That's just disingenuous analysis, really. So you have to consider what percentage of the vote is reporting. You also have to consider that those figures are not always necessarily accurate, because sometimes they don't like include certain portions of the mail-in, or they don't include the mail-in at all, and then sometimes they do. So you can't count on those measurements too much. One governor's race that I really want to look at, if we can go down here, Kansas. For those who follow U.S. politics, at least vaguely, or followed the 2020 election results, you'd remember that President Trump won Kansas by 15 points. And so you may be wondering, why is a Democrat, at least as far as I'm concerned, I'm sure Brian, Ian, Dan, or Caleb, one of you may disagree with me, but Laura Kelly, the Democrat, who is the current governor of Kansas, so Kansas has a Democratic governor right now, is favored to win re-election. And the explanation for that is, one, Kansas does a lot of ticket splitting, so they vote for Republicans in other offices, but they vote for Democrats in some offices as well. There's another case of this. The Attorney General race, I think it's the Attorney General race, Chris Kobach, who lost the 2018 governor's race to Laura Kelly. He's running. Polling has shown a close race. I'm kind of skeptical that that will actually happen. I feel like that's a race that might not actually be as close as it's being portrayed as. But, you know, that's just something interesting that Kansas does. And there's a Republican spoiler candidate who's running, I think, as an independent, to the right of the nominee, who I think is Derek Schmidt, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Regardless, the Republican candidate is being outflanked by an even further right independent candidate, who in turn is taking enough votes so that I think, honestly, Kelly's in an advantageous position. The two other races I want to explain, if I can find them, they might not even be listed here because they're both listed as safe. Okay, yeah, they're not. Maryland governor's race and Massachusetts governor's race. So those races, I'm going to tell you right now, they're going to be called pretty quickly after poll closing, despite the fact that they're held by Republicans. And here's why. Massachusetts is a better example of this, but also Maryland is the same case, where you had a very popular moderate Republican governor. Massachusetts, it was Charlie Baker. He got 60% of the vote. I think even maybe close to 70% of the vote the last time he ran for re-election in a blue wave year. he was ridiculously popular. I'm pretty sure he won every state in the county, or not, yeah, every county in the state of Massachusetts, which as a Republican is like unthinkable for I think anybody else. He was basically pressured by Trump and the state party, which is terrifyingly incompetent in I think every way imaginable. He was pressured to not run for re-election. He briefly considered going as an independent, decided against it. That race now is a safe Democratic pickup. Democrats have a strong candidate, Attorney General Maura Healey, and their Republican nominee, Geoff Diehl, is just like some state legislator who ran against Elizabeth Warren and lost by like 20 points. So there's no, and I will remind you, Elizabeth Warren is not she's not a strong performer. She underperforms pretty routinely. Just no path for Republicans there. In Maryland, you had Larry Hogan. He didn't necessarily win by Charlie Baker margins, but his second time running for re-election, he won by a lot. I think 12 points was the final margin against a admittedly not great Democratic candidate, but still, it's a Biden plus 30 state. If you are a Republican winning it by double digits, you got to be doing something right. Larry Hogan was term limited, so he retired. The Republican candidate, whose name has slipped my memory, is running against Wes Moore, who won the primary in a bit of an upset. Wes Moore is the Democrat. There's nothing to indicate that the Republican candidate in Maryland is going to be able to emulate that sort of success. Politicians like that only come along every so often and in very, very specific environments. We don't have the same ticket splitting that we used to see in elections. You're going to have a lot fewer races where one party wins one race by like 1 million points, and the other party wins a concurrent race by a lot. Did the Zoom meeting just end? Not. It just did. Okay. So again, screen's gonna go black for a very short period of time. And I am going to create a new Zoom meeting and then we'll resume. Okay. And by the way, we also have poll closings coming up, 7 o'clock. A couple key states, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina are the three I can remember off the top of my head. I am going to turn back now that I'm not doxing anybody. You should be able to see, if not now, then very shortly. I'm going to go and make sure the camera's actually working. Okay, it is. Perfect. So, Democrats are not doing so great in Florida right now. As we said earlier, we might be seeing, depending on how quickly the votes are counted, we might see a very early call in the governor's race with Ron DeSantis against Charlie Crist. And then we also might see an early call in the Senate race, Marco Rubio versus Val Demings. Democrats have thrown a lot of money at these races, but the polling and there's a lot of polling for these races. It's not just a couple. We've been consistently getting a big amount of polls. And it's showing that Democrats might even lose these races by double digits, which a decade ago would have been unthinkable. In 2014, Democrats in Florida, this was, again, a terrible environment for Democrats. Republicans won the generic ballot by God knows how much, by a lot. And Democrats were still competitive in Florida. The same thing happened in 2010, which was the previous midterm before that, which was really terrible for Democrats as well. Democrats still ran competitive races in these statewide Florida elections, but they're just not able to do that anymore. Marco Rubio, that makes sense. He was a strong candidate. He won against a strong candidate in 2016, Patrick Murphy, a former congressman who had a very moderate record and very moderate reputation. But DeSantis is a very polarizing figure. Like, he's popular, but I feel like if Florida were in the place that it were 10 years ago, he would not be up by 10 points. That's just my personal opinion on the matter.
When it comes to Florida, I think it's important to monitor these races, especially for turnout. But I believe that since the results of the Florida governor and senator races are all but assured at this point, I don't believe that looking at it too heavily will help. I think that states where it's far more useful to look at the actual results are states like Kansas that you were bringing up earlier, because those are true bellwethers for Democratic energy and enthusiasm to vote for candidate quality. However, if Democrats are able to keep Florida's governor race in particular to a smaller margin for DeSantis, if they're able to keep him within 7 or 8 points, that will bode well for them in other parts of the country this evening. Because if Republicans win Miami-Dade, then it will be a 6-7 point win for DeSantis regardless. So depending on how low they can keep him, that will show turnout in other parts of the country that aren't as stuck in a microcosm as Miami-Dade is, because Miami-Dade is such a weird political microcosm for American politics. It's very unique, place that's really only similar to the Rio Grande Valley at this point. And I think we might start to see maybe Clark County down the line as well form.
Don't get started about Clark County. I'm already coping. You can't hit me with these long-term Nevada trends. It's too much.
Yeah, no. I believe that right now Miami-Dade, though, this year at least, it's really a complete political microcosm. And in the future, it will matter in places like Clark County, Maricopa County, and the Rio Grande Valley. However, I think right now the trends that we're seeing in Miami-Dade are kind of isolated to just there and Texas and the south of Texas. So looking at Florida isn't entirely useful. It's looking at the specific margins in the suburbs in Florida, looking at Pinellas County, looking at Jacksonville, looking at Orlando and Gainesville, looking at where Democrats can keep their margins up. If there's high turnout in Gainesville especially, that will bode well for Democrats in Georgia. If there's high turnout in Orlando, that will bode well for Democrats in the Sun Belt. So I think it, like in Arizona. So I think it really depends. But looking at Florida's results and saying, DeSantis wins, it's done, that's not a helpful way to look at it this evening.
Yeah, I'd say that's a fair assessment. Brian, if you have something to say, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add on to the points Ian was making, which I think are correct. Florida is one of those states where usually, like every election, it's one of those states where you look at, right? It has a lot of competitive races, not only statewide races, but usually congressional races. Now with the new map, again, we had a lot of Democratic seats just been, gerrymandered. We had a lot of competitive seats gerrymandered. We had a lot of competitive seats that used to be competitive and then with the trends became non-competitive. Florida right now, there's no competitive House seats. There's no competitive, honestly, there's no competitive statewide elections, to be quite honest. I think the Florida gubernatorial race, DeSantis is going to win. Same thing with the Senate race, Rubio is going to win. So it's one of those. It's very strange because we're not going to be looking at it very closely. But I think the one thing to look at, as Ian said, in Florida, is how DeSantis does. How close does Chris get to closing the gap with DeSantis? And also the Hispanic the Hispanic vote and how they vote and how they turn out. And from what we've been seeing today from the numbers in Miami-Dade, if the numbers are any indication from the early vote and from today, they're continuing to shift Republican.
Right. Again, what you said about the congressional map, I think is also very true. Where Democrats in a normal environment under the old map would have had a good shot at least 2, maybe 3 Republican-held seats. Now it's just like they can try with Maria Salazar, but it's kind of a waste of their time, honestly. That race is not. They have a strong candidate. Maybe if it were a better year, it would be competitive, but it's now. I think Biden barely won the district. Or I don't even know if Biden won the district. It might be a Trump won district now. The other district that was competitive, that was Miami and Monroe County, which is like Key West, all of that. That's not even on the board anymore. And that was literally a likely Democratic or lean Democratic seat, literally 1 cycle ago.
It was safe by some people were saying it was safe.
Well, some people were not really thinking with their heads when they said that was safe. That was a questionable call.
It's questionable, but it's one of those races no one really saw coming. Well, most people didn't see coming, and now it's like off the board, as you said. Like no one's expecting Representative Jimenez to lose, and it's
nobody's serious.
No.
I'm looking at the Associated Press on my phone right now. Democrats are leading in a random house race in Indiana. I think the 9th right now.
That's Hollingsworth's, right? Yeah.
They're also leading in the 2nd. So.
Brian, your mic just got very fuzzy.
Really? Hello?
Oh yeah, no, it's like you sound robotic.
I'll leave.
Okay. Just try and reconnect your AirPods.
Or Brian.
Oh no, it's just the Zoom meeting. Wait, it might be an issue with my mic actually. That's actually. Oh, okay. I'll tell him to come back. It was 100% an issue with my headset. Yeah. Okay. So, Georgia, I think, is probably the most important of these upcoming poll closings. They have a key Senate race, and we're not going to get results from that tonight. I'm fairly confident it's going to go to a runoff because there's a libertarian again, and I feel like Warnock getting greater than 50% of the vote.
It's the same libertarian too.
Is it Shane Hazel again?
It's Shane Hazel again.
Okay, I need to.
I thought Shane Hazel was running for governor.
He's running for governor.
No, he is
running for governor.
He is running for governor. There is a libertarian. Shane Hazel's running for governor. That's my bad. And the governor race doesn't really matter because Kemp's gonna murder Abrams.
Could one of you go on, put in earphones, go onto the stream, and then see if all the audio sounds weird or if it's just me? Because I think it's just me. Because no one said anything about it in the live chat.
I'll do it right now.
Okay, because in that case, if that is what's true, I'm just going to unplug my headset and hope it doesn't mess anything up. We're 10 minutes to a poll closing. A couple key races there. The big one, I think we can all agree, 8 o'clock. So many states close their polls at 8 o'clock. We have 2 almost immediate flips for the Democrats, most likely. The Maryland's governor's race, Massachusetts governor's race. And we also have a lot of much closer races. I think Michigan closes at 8. Not 100% sure, but I'm reasonably sure Michigan closes at 8. Yeah, Pennsylvania closes at 8. So that's a big one as well. And I'm just very curious to see how that shakes out.
Does anybody know when Illinois closes? I actually have.
Illinois closes at 8 also.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just had
Dan,
no
does the
idea.
audio sound weird in the stream, or is it just my mic?
Let me check real quick.
Bruh,
Start talking or something. I don't know.
I am speaking. I am
And
saying
Obama.
words. Dan Obama.
It sounds fine to me.
Okay, so it is just my mic. Awesome. That's a little bit annoying, but I'm not gonna unplug it. I don't want to mess up the stream. Dan, you are the resident Illinois expert.
I am the resident Illinois expert.
What are you thinking? Because we have some key races. We have, I think, technically 4 key races in Illinois.
There are. I think I'm gonna talk about my district first because I want to.
The
The 17th, I think, is a.
which is Rock Island on the Iowa.
It is.
border.
It is okay. So it was originally Rock Island, a bit of Rockford, and a bit of, I believe, Peoria, but then it got gerrymandered as it does, and they cut out like the most. It's like basically a lot of very northwestern Illinois was cut, and then they stretched it out to Bloomington in the east and Macomb in the west. So it's a lot easier of a Democratic win now. It voted for Trump both times, but Sherry Bustos still won. I don't want to say comfortably, but she won like she didn't have too big of a challenge either
She
time.
had a fairly close race in 2020.
King was a good candidate in 2020. I think it was like 4% that time.
Yeah.
This time it's Sorensen versus King. I honestly think Sorensen's a better candidate than Bustos.
Really.
He's established in the area, at least in the Quad City area. He's established. He's known by a lot of people. He's the weather. He's a weatherman, and we know how that goes.
Oh yes, Mark
plus-
Ronchetti.
Yeah. Plus his campaign has actually, in my opinion, been a fairly good campaign.
Yeah, I'd say
And
that's a very accurate
Yeah,
assessment.
he's been, and King's campaign has been a lot more vague and just attacking, Joe Biden and the radical left than actually focusing on the issues.
Right.
So I personally, I can't vote, but I urged all of everyone that I could urge to vote for Sorensen, because I think he's just a better candidate. And also Esther Joy King, she's not exactly a carpetbagger, but she's not a resident. She's not been like as a resident as long as Sorensen, and definitely is nowhere near as established in, at least around where I am,
Right.
as Sorensen is. So I see that race. Here's the thing: if King wins, that's a big win in my opinion for Republicans, because I think this is a seat that really we should win. We have Democrats should win as a strong Democratic candidate.
D plus 9 too.
Gerrymandered it to high.
That should not be a
heck.
seat that flipped. But
It
at the
should
same time,
not be a seat that flips.
It is
If they
a-
win this, if they win Illinois 17, we will see like 2018 level, like bigger than 2018 level win for the Republicans if somehow I have a new Republican representative.
I do disagree with that assessment, because the thing about Illinois 17th, you're right, it is the Democrat is a strong candidate, the Republican not really, and it is a blue district. But the thing is that the demographics of it, the only demographic that I feel like Democrats are not going to be in some stage of a free fall tonight is going to be college educated voters. And that district is not like super college
But
educated. It's a lot of white people without a college.
But they gerrymandered it into Macomb, which is literally a college town. So I think that will help them
Yeah, well,
out
that's
a
that's
lot.
college students, and that's young people.
That's a good
which is
point. That's a
another
good point.
big problem for Democrats, as Ian said not long
Yeah.
ago. They have a turnout problem with young people. Yeah.
Yeah. I can see where you're coming from. I don't see this being I just don't see this being a race that can be won without a huge red wave. That's just my take as the
I will
resident Illinois
disagree with you on that, but we'll see who's right.
Mhm.
tomorrow morning. Actually, we might not.
Probably
Illinois counts their
sooner.
votes.
I don't think this is gonna be that long. I don't think
Illinois
it's gonna
takes
take that long.
forever to count their
Yeah,
votes.
we do take forever. I will admit.
No, specifically Chicago does. I think Rock Island was like fine.
Rock Island does a wonderful job. Don't you dare
Okay.
talk about the beautiful
Yeah.
city of Rock Island, Illinois.
Just out of curiosity, what was the margin in Rock Island? I want to know.
I don't know. I know it's gone Democrat every year since like the 80s. At least in presidential elections. Let me find out real quick because I probably
And that's
should
going to
know
lead
that.
us into our next poll closings. So this is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So
What the hell happening back there? All right,
Oh,
sorry.
hello, Ian.
yes, I'd like to bring up some important information that we've just learned. Allegheny County will release all 155,000 mail-in ballots that it has received so far shortly after the poll closings.
Oh my god.
Wonderful.
That's
I'm gonna have a heart
wonderful.
attack.
Yeah. However, Philadelphia won't release them. It will take a few days to report them.
Oh
they're-
no.
yeah,
That's
they are. Yeah, they're
no.
yeah. So they're
We're
processing.
not getting a Pennsylvania call. Oh,
We're
well.
not. We're not.
Maybe for
Here's the
governor.
thing,
Maybe for
there are
governor. Let's
guaranteed
see how bad
30,000 votes that
Mastriano
haven't been
does.
Oh my
processed yet. So I've been through this. There's 15 to 30,000 votes that need to be checked again before they can be processed. This was because of a Republican lawsuit over the summer. So at least 30,000 Philadelphia votes will not be reported tonight. That number is likely a lot higher. So I'd say we're probably going to be getting maybe a third of the mail-ins from Philadelphia reported by the end of the night. Probably a third to half reported by like midnight. So this, however, this Allegheny result, we're gonna need to look at it because it will really matter for Fetterman. Because
Oh, definitely.
definitely. He
Pittsburgh
needs
is
to
a huge
outperform
base of
Biden.
Democratic support.
He needs to outperform Biden. This is his base of support. And if he is underperforming Biden, he's screwed.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean,
Yeah.
Pennsylvania was a very marginal state, so he needs to be like matching Biden, especially since I remember when he was leading by like a lot over Oz before the stroke and everything. That's because he was doing better than he should have in rurals, and that's kind of like that effect is kind of gone at this point. And he's gonna probably do worse than Biden, like significantly, at least in the more college-educated Pennsylvania suburbs. So he needs to outperform Pittsburgh, for example, has a lot of blue-collar suburbs. He needs to outperform there. He also needs to outperform, I think, in the northeast of Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Luzerne County, for example. I think that's a good one. Northampton, where I think oh my God, what's her name? I completely forgot. Pennsylvania 7th. The Democratic incumbent there, Susan Wild, that's her name. Susan Wild represents that. She's like in very deep trouble. She's probably a clear favorite to lose at this point. Fetterman needs to not only outperform Biden there, most likely, he probably needs to outperform the congressional Democrat that has represented that area for the past 4 years now. So I'm gonna be interested to see how that shakes out.
Just for reference, Rock Island County, which I would say add like 5% to the Democratic total. I think Rock Island went about 60% to about 40-ish%. The actual county went 54-42 in 2020.
Okay.
It has a weird voting history. It flipped to Mondale.
Oh,
Mondale actually gained 12% from Carter.
this is in an election where the nationwide
And
ballot total shifted like 10 points right.
Yeah, and we shifted 10 points left, and we haven't gone Republican since 1980.
That is not surprising. I feel like Rock Island County in like 20 years could be competitive.
Maybe. I mean, it's a shrink.
I don't know much about it. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you.
Oh,
Other
it's
than
7:00. Polls have closed.
yes,
It-
polls have closed.
Yeah,
Okay, I just want to point out one thing before we check this.
Yes.
Clark County mail-ins. So far there have been, as of 3:40 p.m. Nevada time. This is about 20 minutes ago our time. There were about 94,000 in-person votes cast in Clark County. That is abysmally low turnout and horrible.
Well, Harry Reid's ghost is obviously conjuring the snowstorm to dampen
Yes.
turnout.
Obvious.
That is shocking
However,
news. CNN just predicted Tim Scott won. Wow.
No, really. And
Really?
wow.
What a crazy win.
guess who else just projected Tim Scott won? No way. No way. I am dumbstruck. So Tim Scott, thing about Tim Scott, he's in a very red state, but he's also a very strong incumbent. So there's that.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry, I'm just
So
sending a
he's-
note
yeah,
to the
he-
chat.
He's
Um,
winning. Huge.
Oops. We have another call, the first for Democrats of the night. The Vermont Senate race has been won by Peter Welch. We have a nice, slightly grainy image of him for you there. No surprise.
W.
Have they really already called that?
We called it.
Oh. Yeah, we
CNN
did.
New York
has it.
Times.
Yeah.
New York Times
I
has
don't know.
called both Vermont and South Carolina.
Okay. Yeah, there you are. I'm assuming they haven't called the governor's race, right?
No, they have not called the governor's race.
Okay. Our next call, another one in Vermont. Governor Phil Scott, we can now project. I'll explain why Vermont has a Republican governor in about a second.
He's also a hugely popular moderate
Mind if I
Republican.
take this Vermont one real quick?
Yes, go right ahead. Just real quick, he is the projected winner. There was no doubt about this outcome. Ian, you may explain why.
So basically, Vermont is a ancestrally Republican state in the same way that Alabama is an ancestrally Democratic state, and that Vermont did not have a Democratic senator until 1974 in its history. In its history, it's only had one Democratic senator, now two, with Peter Welch. But its only Democratic senator in its history was Patrick Leahy, until Peter Welch won exactly 2 minutes ago, which is odd because you think Bernie Sanders is a Democrat, but he's actually an independent. Jim Jeffords, their last Republican senator, switched parties in 2001, but he won by an exorbitant margin in the year 2000. And that's because Vermont has been historically represented by liberal Republicans. Phil Scott continues this trend and continued this tradition. Now, he first won in a year where you wouldn't expect a Republican to do well in Vermont. That was 2016. But he destroyed David Zuckerman, the Democratic nominee.
Oh, I remember that. That was wow.
Destroyed him because Zuckerman, the lieutenant governor at the time, was in favor of a Vermont socialized healthcare program. And now that program went terribly for the state. It was projected to send the deficit soaring and fiscally ruin the state of Vermont. And so Democratic voters across the state, moderates across the state, and liberals decided to vote for the socially liberal and economically conservative / more responsible Phil Scott. And he's won by Assad margins ever since. That's the best way I can describe it.
He has. He also endorsed Biden. A fun little factoid about Phil Scott. He openly admitted to vote for Biden.
Yeah. He's the only Republican governor to endorse President Biden, which is fun to talk about. But he is the definition of a Republican in name only. He is hardly.
Yes.
He would be a Democrat in any other state, practically outside of New England, but he is the Republican governor, and that is. That comes with its own caveats. It makes the Wikipedia map look very interesting. However, what it also does is it means that he has led the state extremely responsibly and with insane cross-partisan appeal. There's no other person in the country besides maybe Charlie Baker with that same level of across the aisle appeal than Phil Scott. And so when coming into tonight in a red wave year, the fact that he was going to win was never really a fact at all. It was just known. He will win until he is not nominated anymore. He will win until he doesn't.
Yeah, he's going to win until he dies in office.
No, he will still win after he dies.
Yeah. No, he will win.
He'll do what they did in Missouri that one time when they voted for the dead guy. That will happen to Phil
for
Scott.
the dead guy.
Yes, he will win if he dies. Like if he dies in 2 minutes, he will have already won. Like Phil Scott will win until he stops running. The Republicans don't nominate him anymore, which would be stupid, but there's a growing.
He could run as whatever party if he lost the nomination, he could probably run as a write-in candidate and still get 50% of the vote.
He could run as any candidate.
Yeah, no, he would literally pull him. He'd probably get more of the vote though. He's just so ridiculously popular because he's basically a Democrat. You know, he's
Mhm.
not really a Republican. He just gets Republican votes
He's a
because of the party
Vermont
label.
Democrat, or a Vermont Republican. I mean,
Yeah. All right. So we do have our key race alerts. We're gonna go through those now. Florida, talked about that before. Too early to call for now. We think Marco Rubio is the clear favorite. Same thing, the governor's race. Ron DeSantis. This is an important one, not because it's going to be close. It was very close last time, as you can see. But Andrew Gillum kind of flew off the radar. He got in trouble for something.
yeah, he got in trouble for like fucking I don't even know, like abusing his wife or something. I don't know.
He is gay.
Right.
Oh well, his husband. I don't know. He got in trouble for something.
Yeah.
Weird. Like something really stupid too.
Yeah. And Charlie Crist, as I said, good candidate in Pinellas County and nowhere else. He's not gonna he's not gonna do very well, I suspect. You never know. It's too early to call for now. This is the big one. Georgia Senate race. Raphael Warnock, he won a special election back in 2021, I think it was technically. After the whatever happened in the jungle primary there, I'm still not sure I entirely understand that, against incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler, who was appointed by Governor Brian Kemp after the resignation of Senator Johnny Isakson. All three of those names, the last three names are Republicans. Now he is facing Herschel Walker. I think this is the ultimate test of polarization, like racial polarization in southern states. Because if Warnock wins, it's going to be because he does very well with black voters. And if Herschel Walker wins, it's because he motivates the white people in Georgia to turn out. And the thing about Herschel Walker, he is easily the worst candidate being run by Senate Republicans, other than maybe that guy in Vermont who has like been disavowed by a significant portion of the state party. Herschel Walker's just generally a bad candidate. There's very serious allegations that he paid for abortions as a pro-life Republican. That is not a good look. And yet it hasn't really moved the needle that much, or at least not in an effect that's been permanent. It's still a very close race. And so I'm interested to see how this turns out. I suspect it's going to go to a runoff, which means we won't know who won it for a little while. For now, it's too close to call. Georgia governor's race. This was a big one in 2018. Yes, thank you, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
I need to check the stream quality really quickly because someone sent me a text about that. But yeah, that was a huge thing in 2018. And now Stacey Abrams, she's running again, same opponent. The thing is that Brian Kemp, he's not moderate at all, like remotely. He's a very partisan Republican, but a certain group of white college-educated Georgia voters perceive him as moderate because he didn't want Trump to quite literally steal the election in Georgia. And because of that, he's become a lot more popular. Although, I mean, he was never really unpopular to begin with. Stacey Abrams has not run a very good campaign either. And so we think Brian Kemp is the clear favorite here. Still too early to call from now. South Carolina, we spoke about this a bit before. Joe Cunningham, the Democrat, is a former congressman from South Carolina's 1st District, which is basically just straddling the Atlantic coast. Henry McMaster, the current governor, polarizing figure. You can see he won by 8 points, which is not a lot, but also not really that close. That was also a D+9 environment. It's too early to call for now. I suspect this is going to be our first key race call. Because simply, I mean, it depends on how quickly South Carolina counts their votes. But if they do it at all quickly, Henry McMaster is probably going to be called the winner sometime before 8 o'clock. Again, this is assuming they don't just count like all the mail-ins first and then the other votes trickle in. Because if that's the case, we actually might see Joe Cunningham leading. Not a lot of Republicans vote by mail ever. Maybe It's not going to be as disproportionate as it was in 2020 because more Democrats are voting in person. Like I voted in person, but still. We're going to take a quick look before we return to the panel about the next poll closings. So Ohio and North Carolina are the two big ones. West Virginia, I don't think there's the House races, but those are all safe Republican. North Carolina, I'm going to start with there. North Carolina is a state with a sort of continuous Republican tilt. The Republicans never win it overwhelmingly, at least not like recently. I don't think they have in any significant office. But they tend to get like 1 to 5 point margins typically in most federal races, whether it's presidential, Senate, governor, state races. Democrats can win usually by the same margins, like 1 to 3 points. Roy Cooper won by a bit more because he was very popular.
So some quick updates on some House races real quick.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Marcus Flowers is winning with 56% of the vote right now.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You know
Yeah,
why?
he's gonna
Because
win.
there's a sliver of urban Atlanta in that district,
But
which
here's
is
the
like
thing.
60% black.
Here's the thing. That's not the part that's reported so far.
No,
No.
no way. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, by the way, in
Yeah,
North
so
Georgia.
this is all mail-in votes, by the way.
Oh, that-
Yeah, this is all mail-in votes. However, I want to focus on some other districts real quick. Currently, Georgia's 12th district, the incumbent Rick Allen, the Democrat Liz Johnson has 67% of the vote, which is a very high amount. Right now, Sanford Bishop is actually losing. This is only
Oh, that is terrible.
hang on, that's only with 500 votes counted. Let's
Okay. Yeah.
but this I'd like to go onto the map real quick of the votes that have been counted.
Ian,
So
can you
far,
screen share?
37%. Yes, I will screen share.
Thank you.
It's disabled right now. So
Oh,
far,
wait, I'm gonna turn it back on right now.
56% of Fulton County has been counted.
Georgia?
Yep.
Wow, Georgia always counts pretty fast, but that is like crazy.
And right now, Warnock's at 71% of the vote.
Okay, yeah, if you have mostly Fulton reporting, that's gonna
But-
make sense.
I want to get into something that's a little more pressing. Augusta, Richmond County. Currently, he's winning with 75% of the vote, which is big considering he only won it with 69% of the vote in 2020 in the runoff. So
Oh.
that is some actual important stuff that I want to look at. I want to see how small that Richmond County margin gets over the night. If he can replicate it, his 2020 performance, he will win.
By the way, DeSantis is up 8 in Miami-Dade with 66% reporting.
Yeesh.
Holy crap.
Just thought I'd share. He
I
might
am-
be winning the county.
I need to check Florida real quick. Rubio's winning.
Oh yeah, Abrams right now, by the way, Stacey Abrams is underperforming Biden. That's the Georgia governor's race, but Raphael Warnock looks to be in a very good spot.
I
because
mean,
he's over.
That's what I was kind of predicting would happen.
I don't think anyone's really surprised about
Yeah.
Georgia Gov.
I mean,
No,
Stacey Abrams is an awful candidate. She was fine in 2018, but she
was great in 2018. She's terrible now.
Speaking of terrible candidates, can I talk about the Illinois Senate race for a minute?
You
Can I
may.
please? I really want to.
Yes.
Kathy Salvi is such a terrible candidate, and I know this because I have not seen a single ad, a single yard sign,
That might just be because she's broke.
anything from Kathy Salvi. It's crazy. If she cracks 30% of the vote, okay, that's a bit extreme. But I don't see this race being like, we had a Democratic senator in like 2012. A Republican senator in like 2012, and I thought Salvi would try and like paint that. I thought they would like try and base their campaign off of whatever his name was back then. But like they literally have done nothing. Like I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I mean, also, Illinois Republicans in general have not done
Dude,
a very good
yeah,
job
Darren-
of doing
Darren-
anything
remember-
this year
You know
statewide.
what Darren Bailey said after the Highland Park shooting?
Oh
He
God.
said so Darren Bailey's running for governor. He said after the Highland Park shooting, which killed like 7 people and injured another 20, it was an awful event. He said, "Let's move on,"
Of course he
which
did.
is just a terrible thing to say.
Yeah. I wonder who's gonna win that race. I
I-
feel like JP Pritzker like might be at a
Dude,
bit of an advantage.
If Illinois Republicans could, I'm gonna kill my cats. If they could like
Oh,
nominate somebody like Scott or Baker, just like a liberal Republican, like Bruce Rauner, dude, we would be like another like
Even Bruce Rauner lost by like a lot.
yeah, but I mean he won his first time around. So I mean like here's the thing. JV Pritzker is not well liked in the state. He's just speaking from my experiences, he is not like a terribly popular governor. He's JB Pritzker. Like that's all I can say. He's JB.
He's the
Alright,
man, the myth, the legend,
Like,
JP
he's worth, like,
Pritzker.
$10 billion, which is always a great thing to have. Always are great candidates and governors and leaders, I should say. I don't like him. If I was given the option, I would have voted for Bruce Rauner if I could have over JB Pritzker because he's just not. But like then they nominate Darren Bailey, who's just like such a like arguably far right Trump Republican, who is
And that's
just,
not the pathway to victory in a
it's
state that
such a
Biden
bad-
won
yeah
by double
in
digits.
a state that hasn't gone Republican since like I don't know. Did Bush win it?
No, Bush didn't win it.
HW women.
I think Reagan might have been the last.
I think Reagan.
Republican to
I
win
think
Illinois.
won it. I think
Reagan
was
in
the-
84.
84. Yeah, well, of course he won in 84. Reagan won everything in 84.
He did not win Minnesota.
Minnesota and DC
Yeah. No Republican has won DC ever.
in the history of ever.
Okay. Caleb, we're gonna go to you because I believe you had something about Florida and then Virginia.
yeah. So I'm looking at the 13th district of Florida, which is entirely in Pinellas County. And with 66 of the vote reporting, Eric Lynn, the Democratic candidate, or the Democratic nominee in this district, has 50.3% of the vote to Anna Paulina Luna's 47.9. And of course, Florida counts really fast. So of course, this race is going to go back and forth. But for a district that was pretty much gerrymandered to be, I mean, it was gerrymandered, let's be
Oh,
honest.
it was a huge gerrymander. It swung
Yeah.
like 6 points to the right.
Yeah, but in a district that was, I mean, this was Charlie Crist's district, and a district this Republican with 66% of the vote in, for a Democrat to have a majority, especially in Florida, that's really good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're seeing horrible turnout, horrible votes with Hispanics, but I think Democrats might have a chance at winning the 13th district.
Yeah, well,
Um,
Pinellas was never necessarily a bad spot for Florida Democrats. It just
No.
wasn't like a good spot either.
Well, part of it's Clearwater was drawn into what I believe is the 14th district, which is Kathy Castor's district. So, okay, we actually just got an update. 49.8% for Eric Lynn. He's up by 1.4 with 68. I think this is going to be a Luna victory, but not as far apart as people predicted.
Yeah,
So,
I think likely Republican might have been the
Martin-
good call here.
Margins. Also, we got less than a minute left on this, but as we said earlier, it's
Oh
the-
yeah, I'll create
So,
the new
yeah.
one now.
I'm gonna go grab dinner real quick. I will be back before the 8 p.m.
Okay. Caleb, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make the new meeting and then I'm gonna send it over to you for Virginia because obviously that's a very important one.
Okay.
Okay, great. Okay. Again, you'll get some darkness very briefly while I end the Zoom meeting, and then when I make a new one, once I make a new one and everybody has joined, I do have to figure out who I'm gonna email it to. So it will take a little bit longer, but I will try and talk in the meantime so something's happening. So basically, if you haven't been watching already, what is going on? Florida's a bit of a rough spot statewide for Democrats. Not that we didn't expect that necessarily, but right now Ron DeSantis is winning Miami-Dade County, which Hillary Clinton won by 30 points. Biden won by 8. Last I checked, he was up 8% with 66% of the vote reporting. That is very, very terrible for Charlie Crist. We actually might have a call at some point in the near future, if I'm going to be 100% honest, because that with those margins, you can't win in Florida. It's just not feasible. We also are 9 minutes away from the next set of poll closings at 7:30. That's 3 states: West Virginia, Ohio, and North Carolina. I'm going to send this, and hopefully we'll have our panel back in a few minutes. I need to send this. Okay, yeah, we'll have our panel back in a few minutes. I am also going to run really quickly. I will be back very, very shortly. So just hold on for a second, and we'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, and we have our panel back in a moment. So I'm gonna share the Zoom meeting. I'm gonna turn off the display so we don't dox Caleb. then we will resume very shortly. Again, if we have any new people who were not watching previously, Raphael Warnock is outperforming right now. That's the Democrat from Georgia. That is a key Senate race. Very, very important. If Democrats want to hold the Senate, they must win the Georgia Senate race. Stacey Abrams, the governor candidate in Georgia, she is outperforming against Brian Kemp. Sorry, she's underperforming against Brian Kemp. Just not doing well at all. We also, Florida, things are not going well for Democrats. That was kind of what we expected, though. No real surprise there. I'm gonna be honest with you all. I'm a little bit surprised that DeSantis, at least the last time I checked, was up 8 in Miami-Dade, because that used to be the base of support for Florida Democrats. Not really anymore. But it still, they should not be losing Miami-Dade by a ridiculous margin, like they are right now. I'm interested to see also what Caleb mentioned about Florida's 13th. That is the district that Charlie Crist, the Democratic candidate for governor, vacated to run for governor. It's Pinellas County, which is the west side of Florida. I think sort of close-ish to Sarasota, but not really. And that race is, or at least was the last time. I haven't checked recently because my New York Times subscription is gone. I can look on the Associated Press. But that race is surprisingly close. I don't think the Democrats are going to win it this year, but there's a chance that it's more interesting than we thought in the next election cycle, 2024. I'm going to disable the waiting room. And we are back. Just in time for our 7:30 poll closings, which are in 2 minutes. Again, North Carolina, West Virginia, and Ohio. I'm going to talk briefly about the Ohio races. Because, there's not much to talk about with the governor's race. Mike DeWine, the Republican, very popular. He's the clear favorite. If it were a more competitive state, I'd be worried speaking from the perspective of a Republican, because I personally do not support Mike DeWine. But as a Republican strategist, I would be worried about base problems if you weren't so, one, ridiculously popular, and two, in a state that voted for Trump by 8 points just 2 years ago. Who do we have? Oops. Okay. Caleb, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, Brian. We're going to go to Caleb. Actually, we're going to do the 7:30 poll closings. And then, Caleb, I believe you wanted to speak about Virginia.
Mhm.
Brian, I think you have something about New Jersey. Specifically the House races there. Dan, if you have anything to add, you're more than welcome to.
For what are we talking about? Sorry.
If you have anything to add, you can do that after Brian and Caleb once we do the 7:30 poll closings.
Cool.
So we have less than a minute until polls close in all of these states. The Ohio Senate race has been surprisingly competitive. I will say J.D. Vance, the Republican, who's running against Tim Ryan, a congressman from the generally Cincinnati area-ish, but really more Mahoning County, Trumbull County, those blue-collar Northeast Ohio counties. He has been a consistent outperformer. He was a very strong candidate on paper. He's run a very good campaign. The issue is Ohio is a very red state, and it's a very red environment. I do not see him as the favorite at this point. I mean, I don't think he ever was, but there was a point when he was leading in a lot of polls. J.D. Vance has surged. He is a not great candidate also. He's shifted from never Trump Republican to like right-wing
Always
populist.
Trump Republican.
Yeah, I mean that's actually the best way to put it, I think, Dan.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people I think don't see him as genuine, but at the same time, Ohio's such a red state that it really doesn't matter. Another state where candidate quality I think is only going to matter so much because a lot of the viewers are from here, New York. Kathy Hochul, Lee Zeldin honestly isn't like that great of a candidate anyway, but Kathy Hochul is a much worse candidate who has run a terrible, terrible campaign. She's really fumbled on a lot of issues like crime, which I mean, I voted for her, but it's made her more vulnerable than she should be. And I think Democrats have to admit that she's not run a strong campaign if they want to avoid a repeat of the potentially close race we could see tonight. But still, New York is such a blue state. It voted for Biden by like 23 points or something like that. Very, very big margin. He got more than 60% of the vote there. Hillary Clinton won New York in a blowout. Okay, that is how blue New York is. Kathy Hochul is not a good candidate, but she's not so bad of a candidate that Democrats need to be like freaking out right now. I'd say like Roy Moore in the 2017 Alabama special election, he was a pedophile. Like there's no going around. He was just a pedophile. He was the type of candidate that would be problematic to the degree to flip a state like New York if he were the Democratic nominee. And even in Alabama, which is a state that's similarly partisan, I'd say to Alabama, it's except for obviously different parties. Alabama's a very red state. New York's a very blue state. Roy Moore, being a pedophile, only lost by like 2 points against a guy who made a career of fighting the Ku Klux Klan. That is the degree of partisanship we are seeing in elections in this country. Anyway, polls have closed. Our first call, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine, he is the projected winner. No surprise here. DeWine has been the favorite for quite some time. This race was close in 2018.
I was gonna say, I think I literally said that DeWine is going to murder this election earlier.
Yeah, you did. You said he was going to win by a solid margins, I believe, and he probably will. He did have a strong candidate, but she hasn't run a great, like a strong paper candidate who has not run a great campaign. In fairness, I don't know how she could run a great campaign when you're facing a popular incumbent in a fairly red state. You know, I feel like that's a lot of a lift. Tim Ryan has the advantage of a not great opponent. Nan Whaley, the mayor of somewhere, one of either Cincinnati, Cleveland, or Columbus, I think, does not have that advantage. Mike DeWine's a very popular candidate. He was pretty normal on COVID, which I think had a lot of left-leaning independents and more moderate Democrats gravitate towards him. And I don't think he's lost that appeal. And also, Ohio just has a trend with relatively, emphasis on relatively. Mike DeWine is a partisan Republican, no doubt, but relatively moderate Republicans winning by blowout margins. You saw in 2016. We're going to get to the Ohio Senate race slide. You're going to see Rob Portman won by a ridiculous margin because he had that reputation as a establishment Republican. Our first key race alert in this poll closing time, J.D. Vance. His picture makes him look a little bit possessed, like he doesn't have eyes, but that's okay. Versus Tim Ryan. J.D. Vance is an author, major conservative figure, big Trump guy. Tim Ryan, Democratic congressman. He's running a more moderate campaign than I think he would have otherwise. Like if he were running for re-election in his old seat, because he is a party line Democrat. But he does have moderate vibes, which I think is really what matters to a lot of voters. It's not so much your actual policy positions. It's like the general vibe you give off. That race, by the way, too early to call. North Carolina, too early to call as well. Ted Budd, kind of just a generic Republican congressman against Cheri Beasley, the Democratic State Supreme Court Justice, who lost by a very, very slim margin back in 2020. And this was with Roy Cooper, the Democratic governor, carrying the top of the ballot. He won fairly easy by North Carolina standards, at least. I think like somewhere between 6 and 8 points. This race has been off the radar for a lot of people, myself included. I don't think Ted Budd is going to have a real substantial issue here. Don't get me wrong, it's not going to be a double-digit blowout, but it's not going to be necessarily a very close race either. Cheri Beasley's a good candidate, so there's that. but it's just not the year to flip North Carolina when you have a pretty normal Republican running, especially since North Carolina tends to be a Republican tilting state. Okay, that is it for our 7:30 p.m. poll closings, which means Caleb, Brian, Dan, whichever one of you wants to go first. Brian, I guess you.
I mean, if Caleb wants to go first, because
I
he's
think
here.
Caleb is AFK. I might be wrong. Oh, never mind.
No.
Okay, Caleb, you go first.
Okay. So we are getting results out of Virginia, and quite frankly, it's not going too well for Democrats. In the first district, we have 64 precincts reporting. Rob Whitman, a very big overperformer, 66% of the vote. I rated this a safe Republican, so I didn't think Herb Jones had a chance. He might break 42, but in all honesty, I doubt it.
That's a pretty low bar, I'd say.
Yeah. The second district, Jen Kagans is at 58% of the vote, 26 precincts reporting. They're only out of Virginia Beach. So I think they're Republican precincts. So this isn't bad. But actually, I have to be right back.
Okay. We'll go to you then, Brian.
So sorry, I was just looking. NBC's talking about Ohio. So the state I live in, of course, New Jersey. The polls there close in New Jersey at 8 p.m. I want to say, yeah. So the only competitive race we have really, congressionally, is the 7th district, which is Tom Malinowski's district. That district, it's very suburban. It was a Romney, Clinton, barely Biden district. The old district voted for Biden by like 11 points, but Tom Malinowski only won by like 1 point. Now the district, they went from being like D plus like 2 to being like R plus 3. Still voted for President Biden, but it's a very competitive district now. And in the redistricting commission, Democrats who proposed the map kind of threw him under the bus by doing that. And they shored up Mikey Sherrill in the 11th, making her district the D plus 10, I think. And the 5th, Josh Gottheimer, making his like a D plus 7, I think.
Yeah.
So Gottheimer, I don't think he might have lost. But he's probably not going to lose now. Or I don't think he is actually, not probably. Cheryl, same thing. I don't think she's going to lose. Malinowski, again, they threw him under the bus, and he's probably going to lose. I think we'll have the results tonight. I think we'll have the results
In
tonight.
2020, it took like 5 days to call that house race.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, but I think we'll have it by tonight. And I think Malinowski will lose.
I think
But-
you were right. I mean, we had him
Yeah.
in the lean loss category, almost borderline likely. I don't
Almost
think anyone
borderline likely.
really thought he was going to win in the
No.
first place, to be 100% real with you.
No. The only reason why like we're even talking about him possibly winning is because it's a very suburban district. This is a district where like abortion, it's a very pro-choice district, I would say. The district where the Dobbs decision, could have swung things a few percentage points, but I don't think it's going to help him. I mean, he's so scandal ridden. He underperformed President Biden by quite a bit. By almost I think it was by 10 points. And I would also like to mention, this isn't about New Jersey, but we're getting results out of Florida. And Florida, they're very quick with counting their ballots, which I appreciate. If it wasn't clear that Democrats are going to completely like be destroyed in Florida, Orange County, which is where Orlando is,
Right.
Charlie Crist is leading with 92% of the votes, 53 to 46. This is a county, for reference, that Andrew Gillum in his race against Ron DeSantis won 62 to 36.
Yeah.
So that's
speaking
not
of
good at
Florida,
all.
could you all check the group chat because I sent something relevant there. Not to interrupt you.
And also Miami-Dade, this is only 70% of the votes counted. And I would like to mention at the outset, Florida counts their mail-ins, or excuse me, their early votes first. So the fact that with 70% of the vote in, DeSantis is leading. He's leading 54 to 46 in Miami-Dade, huge Hispanic population. That is insane for Democrats.
Yeah.
Not good.
Yeah, just please respond to the thing about Florida, because that may advance us. If we have to move a slide around, by the way, would you be willing to do it? Because my phone is just not letting me download the slides app.
Me?
Yeah, just go into. You have edit permissions, right?
I don't think you've even sent me.
There's no way.
Yes,
Oh my god. Oh.
there is way.
Oh god, that sucks. I don't know if Caleb's here or not, but I know Caleb is in this slide. Oh, Dan, you're in the slide.
Yes, but it'll take me a minute to get it up. So
Okay, that's fine. We're not in a huge rush. So move the projection slide to the very top of the slideshow. Just drag it all
Okay.
the way up, and then the two projections I was talking about, move those slides also right underneath the projection slide.
which
Check the group chat and
okay,
don't say it
yeah,
aloud.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Unless, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Also, I took a
Mm.
peek at the house races. I'll talk about that now. I will say Politico's house map is kind of funny looking, but it works. And it works on my phone, which is pretty awesome. So the key ones we're looking at, North Carolina's first. That is, would you say that's Sandhills?
Yeah,
Oh.
sort of.
Yeah, sort of the Sandhills region of North Carolina. So like northeastern North Carolina.
Northeastern, yeah. I think that's the best way to describe it.
Yeah. Don Davis, the Democrat, is up 60 to 40 with 30% in. Yeah. So he's in a good spot there. Elaine Luria is down to Kiggins right now. Only 16% reporting, so that's worth noting. But Luria is down 13 currently. I don't have a precinct map, so I can't see where these votes are coming from, and Politico doesn't do by county either. I'm assuming she's not down 13 in Virginia Beach.
I can, when you're done with this, I can go more into like precincts and stuff.
Sure. One more map. Anna Paulina Luna took the lead again. She is up by about 6 points. If it will let me, I might not be allowed to scroll to the Florida's 27th.
Do you want me?
district.
You want me to move them all the way up?
Yeah, like at the top.
Okay.
And then Brian, if you could. Oh wait, no, you don't have permissions. Caleb, if you could make sure it looks like right, that would be awesome. This on the slide presentation for projections.
Oh, right.
Just make sure it doesn't look goofy. Thank you.
Goofy.
Okay, so Maria Salazar is up by 13. That's not. And the other guy, I forgot his name.
Okay.
Carlos G. Oh, hello, Ian. Perfect timing. Well, I'm trying to tell Dan how to work the slides. So, house races. Luria's down with 16% in. Davis is up with 40% in, as in Don Davis, North Carolina's first.
Yep.
No results from Indiana's first yet, I don't believe, which is surprising.
I just want to
Anna-
make a quick
Anna
thing.
Paulina Luna is leading by 7, which is closer than it should be, if I'm going to be real with
Can I
you.
bring up some quick things real quick?
Yeah, go
Florida?
ahead.
Marco Rubio has won Hillsborough. 87% of the vote is in. He has a 5-point lead over Val Demings. I just want to focus on Hillsborough County real quick as a it could be telling for the suburbs later on. I don't know how much Biden won Hillsborough by, but it was.
I want to say 8 points, but I feel like that's like misinformation and not true.
Yeah. So
It was somewhere in like the 8 to 12 range.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say.
this is bad if Democrats are doing this poorly in
That is an
suburbs.
understatement.
Yeah.
I also just noticed. I hold on. Let me. I'm trying to pull up the 2018 result. 'cause
Ian, could you have this slideshow open?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
Just check if Dan did everything correctly,
also-
because we do have a projection coming up.
There
also-
are like 0 things being put in.
Oh,
Mark.
it's one I already made.
For which state?
Well, I'll
Look in the look in the
DM
group
you.
chat.
Yeah, look in the group chat.
Oh.
What we should have is the projection slide at the top, and then the 2 other slides right underneath that.
I would also like to mention Osceola County, which is Kissimmee. It's like right below what's it, Orange County, which is where Orlando is. This is in Florida. Osceola County, DeSantis is leading 52-47, 85%. This is a heavy Hispanic, heavy Puerto Rican county that voted 59-38 for Gillum in 2018. And I also like to mention DeSantis because he's up. What is it like 13
right
points?
now.
13. He's up
13.
13, 65% counted. I'd also like to mention the Panhandle. There's
Oh.
not been a single vote counted in the
Oh yeah,
Panhandle.
DeSantis is probably up by 10 right
There's-
now, right?
He's up by 13, but
Oh,
And the
Jesus.
panhandle
don't
not being
thi-
counted.
This is even worse than I expected, which is like,
I don't
wow.
see it. I don't see how this lead's gonna decrease very much.
No,
just
no.
because
Brian, trust the plan. Rebecca Jones is going to flip the entire Panhandle blue, and Ron DeSantis will
Yeah.
lose by a bajillion points. Also, Ian,
It's-
are the slides done?
The projection slides are
They are.
done for yeah, so all the projected winner slides appear to be done.
Okay,
Like-
we will have to make more, and by we I mean you, because you know what you're doing, assuming you're
Crap.
able and willing. Because I just didn't have time to make all of them. So
Yeah.
we have our first. We have another call actually that I want to make, but I'm going to send that to make sure everyone's cool with it, and we'll do that before or during 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Can I also point out earlier? I just wanted to mention this. Tim Scott's race got called while the votes were being counted. He was down by like 10%. And
Yeah,
it
that
was still, It
happens.
was still called.
That
I
happens.
just love how they do that.
Rhode
It's like
Island did that
nothing.
because they counted
Yeah,
all the
Rhode
votes
Island did
really
that.
quickly, and Trump was still leading when it was called for Biden. He was
Yeah,
up like
I remember
52-48. Okay, anyway, our first 2 projections. First of all, Florida Senate race, Marco Rubio has held his seat. I was not expecting to call it this early. I'm going to be real with y'all. I mean, also, Florida just counted faster than I thought they would. We also have Ron DeSantis. That is a typo. That should say governor, not governor. But Ron DeSantis, we can now project that he has been re-elected as governor of Florida. So, I mean, we're not going to spend too much time on that. That was kind of the expected outcome, I feel like.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm looking really stupid right now.
Oh, yeah, right. You had Chris winning. That's
I did
very
have Chris
funny.
win just as one of my goofy.
You are insane, Dan.
Although I
you
think
were-
no, I think I changed. I think I did another one. I don't even know if I put it in the group chat, but I did.
You
change
put
it up.
you put it as tilt red. I know. I saw your update.
Yeah.
That's still insane. That's still
Well,
insane.
I am a bit insane. All right, Brian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is kind of I know I
did it in
touched on
house
this.
races
Just,
real quick.
just one thing. I know I touched on this just now, but like this is insane. He's leading by 14 points, and there's still not a single vote counted from the Panhandle, which is where most of
Those
no,
are like
most-
high population Republican counties.
not only are they high population, it's like where all the remaining votes are. There's no there's the Highlands, there's Lee County, like like most votes are yeah.
Tim
I'm actually
Ryan went up early.
I'm actually
I get into
surprised the
some
next
house races and like speaking on the Florida stuff real quick. This bodes very badly for Democrats across the nation. However, Florida is weird. We all know it is. And in 2020, the fact that Florida shifted to the right did not impact the remaining results. So I just like to point that stuff out real quick. However, getting to some house races, Elaine Loria is losing by 16 points right now. Now, we could assume this is because mail-ins have not been counted yet. That's probably accurate. It's probably why Jennifer Wexton is also losing by a similar margin right now. Representative and Abigail Spanberger is also losing by more than Loria is. However, that's still bad news for across the board. So I think that if the election day votes in Representative Wexton's district are breaking 57% for the Republicans, Democrats are going to need a massive mail-in operation across the country in order to counteract.
They need the mules. We need to
mule.
stuff the ballot
Get the
boxes.
mules.
The mules. Now,
Let's
let me
get
get
to the
into the
election
mules
right
in
around.
Nevada real quick. So now I like to bring up Nevada for a reason. It's probably the only state where we have reliably large and accurate numbers on the mail-ins that are being submitted like on an individual level. It appears that there are far more mail-ins than there are in-person ballots in Nevada. Which
That is very good for Democrats,
Yeah.
to
It's
state the obvious.
very good
yeah,
for me. too.
I think the number is 150K mail-ins in Clark County compared to 94,000
Yeah.
in-person votes so far.
That sounds
Wait.
about what I heard.
That's abysmal for Republicans. So if Democrats are able to replicate the Harry Reid machine in other parts of the country, then I could see many I could definitely see Florida just being a fluke. We all know Florida. We all know it's weird. We all know DeSantis is oddly popular right now. And we also know that Val Demings is a horrible candidate.
No,
I
this isn't.
I do
no,
not agree with
no,
that
no,
assessment. Charlie
This-
Crist is a terrible candidate. Val Demings is a
Val Demings
pretty
is
decent
not.
candidate.
Val
Yeah, she's
Demings
very
is a
solid.
good candidate. And
if
I
she
would
were
say,
running
and I will
literally
say-
anywhere else, she might be winning.
I will
I
say
wouldn't
two
say
things.
that,
Val Demings is a good candidate. Charlie Crist, you guys might disagree, is not a good candidate, but he's a decent candidate.
I
He's
He's not
Yeah.
terrible.
he's like one of the best that they could have brought up.
he's
like-
I think he's the best that they
Okay,
were-
but the Florida
they could've
Democrats
done.
don't have a bench really. It's
No,
That's the
no,
real
but
problem.
still, they're the best they could have brought
Nikki
up. And
Fried
I also
was
will
their
say,
alternative, which is
Thi-
like
this-
yeah.
no.
I don't think this is clearly. I don't think this is a fluke at all. I mean, you can look at Virginia. You can look at. I don't think this is a fluke at all. I mean, this is on par with what was expected. Well, I mean, in Florida, I think it's worse for Democrats, but
Yeah, just a little bit.
just a little bit. But generally,
Yeah,
I think this is
just a
on par.
smidge.
I mean,
Something important, really quickly. The abortion referendum is failing in Kentucky, or it was when I last checked.
And what is okay? Well,
And
I
then
was about to ask
Ken-
what kind, but then I realized it's Kentucky. So
Oh no, it's
feel like I
the
can take a
the
guess.
don't ban abortion is winning,
Oh,
or it was
okay.
winning when I
Well,
last checked. By a
that
lot.
also makes sense to be honest.
Can we get
a
into
little
Ohio
bit.
real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
With about 6% of the vote in, Tim Ryan is 63% of the vote.
Yeah, I was gonna mention.
we should not make anything of that. They count mail in early first. They did that
Yeah,
in
this is
2020.
true. The exact same thing happened in 2020. I remember we had this exact conversation, Ian,
Yeah,
about
we
how
did.
Biden had a huge lead, like a seemingly very dominant lead in Ohio. And
Mm-hmm.
we were like, oh, he might win Ohio now. And then he just didn't. Like, we
Yeah.
basically got the Trump 2016 experience, except with slightly bluer suburbs and slightly redder, like, blue-collar areas.
Yeah. So I wanted to point that out real quick because it is more than what Biden was leading by. And also, Franklin County has reported, but Cuyahoga hasn't. Hamilton County hasn't. Lucas County hasn't. Mahoning nor Trumbull have reported. And Portage County, a rural county in the vicinity of Trumbull, Mahoning, and Summit County,
is a lovely
is
place. by the way.
breaking for Tim Ryan right now. So I just
Uh,
want to get into
Sorry,
the fact
continue.
that he seems to be running up the numbers in the places that he needs to run up numbers in order to make it close.
Some interesting data points really quickly. I don't know who I'm interrupting right now. I'm sorry. Virginia's second. R plus 15 currently, or what I'm looking at says R plus 15. That's Elaine Luria, Virginia Beach. Virginia 7th, that's the Northern Virginia district, sort of DC suburbs, but not really. R plus 20, 87% of the vote is election day. Virginia 10th, which I think is Wexton, but I don't actually know. It's C plus
Yeah,
5 right now.
that's Wexton.
51% is early.
So can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so while we're on the topic of Virginia, so more votes are. Can y'all still hear me?
Yes. You're good.
Okay. So more votes are coming in the second district, and yeah, Lurie's down by 15. But right now we have Isle of Wight, county. There's about 5,000 votes left. Kagan's is at 65, and if I remember correctly, let's see, in 2021, Governor Youngkin won this county by a lot. He got 64.3% of the vote. So Kagan's is kind of outperforming in this seat, in this county, which is not a good thing for Luria at all. And Trump only got 58%. So this is bad for Luria. In all honesty, I think Isle of Wight County is going to be why she loses, because the way the old second district was set up, it was Virginia Beach, Northampton County, Accomack County, I believe it was a little bit of Chesapeake, Norfolk, and it went up into Hampton. So she got all this new territory in Southampton County, Franklin City, Isle of Wight County, and Suffolk City. So this is really going to screw her in the end. But we have Accomack County, 77% of the vote for Kiggins, 4 out of 16 precincts reporting, so not bad. She's definitely still going to win it. Suffolk City, 4 precincts reporting out of 30. Luria is at 65%, and in 2021, Suffolk City was only McAuliffe plus 5, less than plus 5. It was 4.
Although I did exactly my predicted margin anyone by 2. That's like low-key impressive.
So for Virginia Beach, 56 precincts reporting. Larry only has 42% of the vote here, and this is not good at all because Youngkin only won it by 8, and Lurie is losing by 15. So she really needs to cut up her margins in Virginia Beach, because otherwise she's really going to do bad. And I'm looking at the precinct map. If you want to let me screen share, I can.
Yes. Also, we need to take it easy.
Yeah. Here, can you make it so I can share?
Oh, yeah. That's ready. You're good.
Okay, let's see. Here we go. Oh, I don't understand why Mac does this. But while I get it set up, so in the second district, it's not even really the Republican precincts that are reporting right now. It's Luria is doing absolutely horrible outside of the Norfolk suburbs. So if it'll let me screen share, I don't know why it's doing this, but in all honesty, we'll have to go back to this. But
okay. If you think Mac is frustrated, try running Windows OS on Mac.
But here's the thing. 56 out of 108 precincts are reporting in Virginia Beach, and that's only 51.9, and they're not putting early votes, and there's 54,000 early votes. So if early votes come in heavily for Luria, there's still a chance she can win. I doubt she will, but if she can make it within 4, that's going to be really good for her. But seeing as it's almost 8 o'clock, we should.
Oh yes. One last question for you, Caleb, as the resident Virginia expert.
Of course.
If Luria wins, if she loses, does she run again in 24, like a Scott Taylor scenario?
In all honesty, yes, because she is Virginia
I would
Democrats.
too if I were her.
She's the best chance of us to flip this district back, because it's going to be a more favorable year for us in Virginia. And Virginia Beach is so weird because it shifts blue one election, then it shifts red. So this should be our year. So she could definitely flip it back, because I really don't see anyone else who could flip the district.
Okay. Thank you. Poll closing. Is it 8 o'clock yet, or is it 7:59?
Yes, it is officially 8 o'clock.
Thank you, Ian. Lots of states here. The important ones is Maine. New Hampshire already has results technically, because towns like to just announce them all when everyone has voted. New Hampshire's a lot of very small towns. Rhode Island, there's a single key race there that should not be close, but is. New Jersey, a lot of key races there. Connecticut has a key House race. Delaware, nothing interesting. Pennsylvania, that is huge. Key governor's race, key House race. I think key governor's race, key Senate race, and I think 3 key House races. Pennsylvania's 17th, which is the Pittsburgh suburbs. Pennsylvania's 7th, I think, which is Susan Wild's district, which is like the middle of the the middle of the eastern portion of Pennsylvania, like Northampton County, all that. And I want to say the 8th, but I don't know if that's the correct number either. Matt Cartwright's district, basically, the Northeast Pennsylvania. The latter two are very blue collar. I think the 17th also, to an extent, is also quite blue collar. Maryland, as we mentioned, a key race for the Democrats there, the governor's race. If they don't pick up the governor's race, I think that would be like a red tsunami. Michigan, key governor's race there. I think 3, maybe 4 key House races. 4 key House races. Michigan's 10th, which is Detroit area. Alyssa Slotkin's district, which is Lansing, as Ian said before. There's another district, which is the Flint area. Dan Kilby's the incumbent there. That's another interesting one, which I'm sure we'll talk about more later. And also, Michigan's 7th, I want to say, which is John Gibbs, primaried Peter Meyer, the Republican, after he voted to impeach Trump. Now, Democrats are favored to flip that district. Tennessee, there's a Republican House flip coming up there, most likely. Illinois, lots of important races. I think 4 key House races. Governor's races and Senate races not as interesting. Missouri gets a bit of a break this time. There aren't really any close races in Missouri this time of year. Last time we had the first, which is Ann Wagner. She barely won in 2018. I think she barely won in 2018. But she had a fairly close election in 2020. Her district was very close on the presidential level. Trump won it by a few hundred points. She got a gerrymandered map, which gave her a nice new district. And so she's set. North Dakota, South Dakota, never competitive, really. South Dakota was in 2018 for the governor's race, but we don't think that's going to happen again. Kansas has a key House race. Sharice Davids running for re-election in the sort of Kansas City-ish area. Oklahoma, we have a governor's race there. I'm sure Dan will want to talk about. And Texas.
Oh, and before we go any further, I want to bring up some breaking news from Pennsylvania.
Go ahead.
Allegheny County dropped 150,000 mail-in votes. They broke 84% for John Fetterman, 15% for Mehmet Oz.
Wow.
What are our thoughts on that?
That's a good question.
Wow.
I don't know.
About
I know if that were Philadelphia, I would have been concerned, but I don't know how the mail-ins broke in 2020. So I don't know if I'm allowed to comment on that, really.
I remember Allegheny was pretty. I think it was around like 85-80. So I think that's about.
Oh wow.
As
Okay, so
on
we're
par
set.
as
We're set for a
expected.
close race here.
Well, that's obviously.
Yeah, that's
Hey, here's the
reinforming.
thing, though. This is only
reinforcing the
27%.
question.
According to the thing, it says it's about 27% of the votes from Allegheny County.
Yeah, if Fetterman wins, I think that means I lose $5 or $20.
You
I think
lose 10 to me.
Okay, right. But I'd prefer to lose $10 than to have us not gain the Senate seat.
Oh,
So-
and one quick thing. The needle is on the Democrat side for the Senate.
Oh,
New York
that's
Times-
actually not that surprising because that vote drop was good news, and Raphael Warnock is outperforming Stacey Abrams, I think, by 8 points. Last I checked, that's probably a completely different.
It's still pretty similar to that.
Okay.
I'd also just like to mention really quickly that apparently the Republicans have made their first gain of the night. Florida's 13th district, which is which is it's just Charlie Crist's old district.
Oh,
It
yeah.
just flipped. That was expected.
That was expected. What's the margin right now? Last I checked, it was R plus 7.
53-45.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of like, that's a bit closer than I expected, but that's kind of like, not really that shocking.
Not gonna lie, that's about 1 point more than I thought it was gonna be R plus 7. It's R plus 8.
I thought it was gonna be R plus 10. So I mean,
Oh, okay. So I want to go through some other races real quick. Marcy Captor with 3% of the vote in has 69% of the vote.
yeah, that's kind of expected.
Clinton,
Democrats lead.
You
early
want to
in
know the real
Ohio.
shocker?
What?
Greg Landsman with 35% of the vote in has 61%.
I am not surprised. I said that this was a potential flip.
It's not going to
Alright.
flip. It's not gonna flip.
We'll
Also,
see.
Amelia
We'll see.
Sykes is currently at 58%.
That's actually it's early. It's a lot of early votes, so that's not surprising.
It
I
is a
think
lot
I
of
think
early
she's gonna
votes.
lose.
In Ohio, they count early votes
Yes.
first. I
Mhm.
don't think we can't take anything out of it. I will mention Ohio's first district, which is Cincinnati and Warren County. Landsman is pretty strong. I don't think he's going to flip it though.
We'll see. We shall see. I'd say actually, this is you might think I'm crazy for this, Brian, but of all the like toss-up races, obviously I'm not talking about Texas with Flores or
Yeah.
Michigan with Gibbs and I forgot the Democrat's name.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Of those races, I'd say it's that and then Garcia's seat as like the two that I think
I think
are.
it's Garcia's then Shabbat. I mean, I think Shabbat's luck is the fact that Warren County is so red because like
Yeah.
this time
he'd be
they
screwed
couldn't.
otherwise.
Yeah, this time because the rules because they passed an anti-gerrymandering referendum in 2018 and the rules were that you couldn't split like major cities.
Right.
So Cincinnati had to be in one whole district.
Well, you
they
can't
just
split major
barely-
cities unless you have like a district that's
Yes,
Yeah.
like that's bigger. Yeah.
more on the
Oh,
same
and
page.
we want some more. Do we want some more stuff out of North Carolina House?
Let Brian finish and then yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just say that yeah, they like barely just put the city of Cincinnati in his district and put Warren County, but Warren County is like blood red. It's like so it saves him.
Yeah.
Steve +3 though.
Okay. Ian,
right.
go, and then I have to get through all these projection slides.
So, some news out of North Carolina. The 14th district, which we expect it to probably be like D plus 10, over half the vote is in, and it's currently D plus 24. So that
Is
that's
who's the Democrat running there? Is it
Jeff
Jeff?
Jackson.
Okay, it is Jeff
Yep.
Jackson. Okay, I was just
Yeah.
making sure. That's
So
a
this vote is
Charlottesville area district, correct? Oh no, that's unfortunate. Okay, well, I'm going to send this the Zoom link. Where's OBS? Okay, I'm just gonna talk. You know what? I'm just gonna make a Google Meet because this is frustrating. I'm gonna hope it's not gonna lag out. Because I adjusted the frame per second rate, and I have confidence in my computer. Not really, but that's all right. So I'm gonna tell you right now, there's gonna be a lot of calls coming up. Because we are we're 10 minutes past the 8 p.m. poll closings. Just making sure the display captures off. It is. A lot of these are not going to be surprises to even people who don't really follow politics, you know. For example, like Alabama, I think you can guess how that one's going to go. But there's a lot of interesting races that come up at 8 o'clock. And those are the ones we're going to be really watching because a lot of these are seats that are going to determine whether Democrats have any chance. Honestly, at this point, I'd say they've probably lost the House. Luria's not doing well enough. That was our like important seat that we marked earlier. Some House Democrats are doing well. But generally speaking, they are not. And it's a lot. It's just gonna see how big of a Republican gain this is gonna be. Okay, and I've decided, in fact, that I am going to do a Zoom meeting because Google Meets gave us issues earlier. But continuing what I was saying, Michigan, they have, again, 4 key House races, 3 of which I think are going to be really important. The 10th is almost certainly, with this kind of environment, John James is winning. The Republican, John James is winning, no doubt in my mind at this point. But there are other races that I think are going to see. For example, Dan Kilde's district, which is based around Flint, Michigan. If he loses, that is the sign of a very big Republican wave. Because he's a strong incumbent. He's won districts that have not been won by the Democratic presidential candidate by that much, specifically in 2020. I think Biden only won his district by 2. So there's that, which is pretty relevant, I think. Anyway, now that the Zoom link should have been sent, we are going to move on to our projections. So, welcome back. Our first projection, Katie Britt. No surprise here. She has won the Alabama Senate race. She's a Republican, obviously. Another call, incumbent Governor Kay Ivey has been reelected. No surprise here. She won handily in 2018. Alabama's a solidly red state. Connecticut, Democrats' second Senate call of the night, I believe, for us. Connecticut Senate race, Richard Blumenthal. We can project he's been reelected. This is a relatively important one. Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont, we can project he has been reelected as well. He had a pretty close race in 2018. Ned Lamont won by, I want to say 2 points. It was somewhere between like 1 and 3 points. And the fact that he's winning now, I think, speaks volumes to his popularity. And the fact that the Connecticut Democratic Party, obviously they've had a rough time since 2020 because every state party has, except Alaska's, I guess. But the Connecticut State Party since 2014, which is when Dan Malloy barely won, they had huge defeats in the legislature. They have recovered very greatly, and I think they're going to probably hold majorities in the legislature for some time to come, unless Ned Lamont makes himself as unpopular as Malloy, who, for reference, was the second most unpopular governor in the country, only less unpopular than Chris Christie, the governor of New Jersey. And he had like a 19% approval at one point. Illinois, the man, the myth, the legend, J.B. Pritzker. He has been reelected, we can project. We also have another call out of Illinois. Senator Tammy Duckworth, the Democrat, has been reelected as well. Kansas Senate race, Jerry Moran. He is the projected winner in the Kansas Senate race. No surprise here. He's reelected to another 6-year term. Maryland, the Senate race, Chris Van Hollen. Again, no surprise. Another 6-year term for him. Solidly blue state, Biden plus 30, I believe. Next, Missouri. Attorney General, I want to say Attorney General. I'm like 90% sure he's Attorney General. Eric Schmidt. We can project that he has won the Missouri Senate race against Trudy Bush Valentine. No surprise here again. Bush Valentine was not able to really mount the campaign she would have needed to win. And even if she did, Missouri is a very red state nowadays. Used to be a bellwether, not anymore. Eric Schmidt, the projected winner. New Hampshire, this is a very swingy state. However, it's been trending blue, not so much so that Republicans can't win. Chris Sununu has won election after election after election. Big victories, again and again and again. Maybe not in 2016 and 2018, but in 2020, he won in a blowout. I suspect he's going to win in a blowout again. As you can see, we just called his race at poll closing. North Dakota, John Hoeven, he's the projected winner. Again, no surprise here. North Dakota is a very red state. John Thune has been reelected to another 6-year term. South Dakota is A little bit less red than North Dakota, but not really. They have mostly the same partisanship. This was a race that was close in 2018. The governor's race, Kristi Noem beat Billy Sutton, the Democratic minority leader, I want to say for the House, by a pretty close margin. She has not had those difficulties this year. It is not the right environment for her to be taken down. She's also just not unpopular enough. She was a very vulnerable candidate in 2018, but she's governor now. She's the incumbency advantage, and as you can see, it benefited her. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, we can also project, has been re-elected. That's, again, not a surprise. Tennessee's a solidly Republican state. Bill Lee doesn't have any serious problems that should mess up his chances. Key race alert. Another call for the Republicans in the key race category. This one is not a surprise at all. Even less of a surprise in Florida, I'd say. South Carolina, Governor Henry McMaster is the projected winner. He will be reelected for another 4 years, defeating Democrat Joe Cunningham. Maryland governor's race. This is a big projection for Democrats, though not a surprising one. Wes Moore, he will flip this governorship from the Republicans to the Democratic Party. Again, not really a surprise, though. Massachusetts, the Democrats' second gubernatorial flip of the night. I suspect the second of their 2 gubernatorial flips of the night. I don't see them picking up any other ones. Massachusetts, Maura Healey, the Attorney General, has beat Geoff Diehl, the state senator. She will be elected for a 4-year term, replacing Republican Governor Charlie Baker. Kansas, this is a big one. Derek Schmidt versus Laura Kelly, the incumbent Democrat. Too early to call. This will probably get moved to too close to call, but right now we're leaving it at too early, so we don't know what the margin is going to look like yet. Laura Kelly did outperform the polls a little bit in 2018, so we have to see how that shakes out. Maine governor, also too early to call. This one, I think the way the night is going will probably also be moved to too close to call. Maine is a pretty blue state. Biden won it by 10. Clinton only won it by 2, but she kind of flopped in the Northeast, so I'd say that's a bit of an outlier.
So
Paul,
can I bring up some stuff on Kansas real quick?
oh yeah, go ahead.
So I just want to go into ticket splitting in Kansas. Right now, Jerry Moran, the Senate race, is about 64% of the vote compared to Mark Collins' 34%, while Derek Schmidt in the governor's race has about 51% of the vote compared to Laura Kelly's 47% of the vote. So this is coming from Butler County, which is a rural county to the east of, it's like a suburban rural mixed county to the east of Wichita. So this should be, if Derek Schmidt wants to win, he needs to win places like Butler County by a lot, and he's not doing that currently. We haven't gotten any results from Winnebago County, Johnson County, Shawnee, or Sedgwick yet. So this obviously doesn't bode well for Derek Schmidt if these are the numbers he's pulling right now, and this is the ticket splitting that's on the ballot.
Yeah. There was something else I wanted to note. Oh, some guy, I think he works for Sabados Crystal Ball, which is, for those who don't know, a very well-known, well-respected election forecaster, called the Virginia House race for Jennifer Wexton. Caleb, you might know the number. I don't. So that's if Republicans had unseated Wexton, they would be looking at like a gain of like 40 seats. Let's be clear. That's a Biden plus 18 seat. They should not be close to winning that. Going back to Maine, former Governor Paul LePage, who was not especially popular when he left office, is running against current Governor Janet Mills. Kind of just your generic Democrat, really. Michigan governor, this is a big one. Tudor Dixon has had a rough campaign, and Gretchen Whitmer is a very good candidate. However, the environment is very bad for Democrats. Michigan is a swing state, which means this race is going to be competitive. I can see this being moved to too close to call as well. Our next key race, the New Hampshire Senate race. These results are probably not up to date because this is when there were 6 votes counted. But however, when there were 6 votes counted, Maggie Hassan had all 6 of them. And which obviously translates to a 100% lead. Baldock has surged in recent days, weeks, I guess. This race was close previously, but we're leaving it too early to call for now because Bolduc has struggled up until recently to kind of build that momentum. Oklahoma governor. This is another interesting one. Kevin
Can I
Stitt.
talk on this one?
You can. Please don't
Thank
say
you.
that Joy Hoffmeister's going to win.
Okay, so basically, Joy Hoffmeister is gonna win. I'm kidding. So originally, there was a point in this election where Kevin Stitt was being, he apparently, it came out like he had some corruption charges and stuff
They
like
also
that
have
against
school
him.
4 days a week in Oklahoma. I think that's worth mentioning because they can't pay the teachers.
Yes, so there's a lot of problems in Oklahoma. So of course, Kevin Stitt wasn't looking too good, and there was a point where Joy Hoffmeister was winning in a couple of polls. But it really has not, she hasn't really been able to capitalize on it. And right now, most polls I'm reading have it as Stitt winning by anywhere from 2 points to 7 points. So it will be closer. It will almost certainly be closer than it was the last time around, and it will be a fairly good showing for Democrats in Oklahoma. But I do not see Joy Hoffmeister winning, bar a big, I don't know, a big upset.
Here's the
Not a
thing.
big upset, but
Yeah.
probably an upset.
I disagree with that margin assessment. I think it's going to be probably around where it was last time, and here's why. Drew Edmondson was a very good candidate. Joy Hoffmeister is a better candidate. Drew Edmondson was a great candidate. Make no mistake about that. He's a former statewide elected official. And this was after whoever the previous Oklahoma governor was. I don't recall her name. She was very unpopular. Stitt is also pretty unpopular, but she was like terrifyingly unpopular. And this was in a D+9 year. We're looking at a Republican advantage generic ballot. So I think those two things are going to cancel each other out. Maybe Stitt wins by more than 2018. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't think we're seeing a significant improvement by Hoffmeister. Ian, if you have anything to say about that, go ahead.
So I have currently, when it comes to Joy Hoffmeister, I think that the fact that Democrats are even focusing on this race is fucking absurd. That's the best way to put
Language.
it. Like, is absolutely absurd. We're not on CNN, but that's the best way I can say that Oklahoma's never flipping in our lifetime. The last time Oklahoma was remotely something that Democrats should have invested in was when we had Representative Braun getting the Assad margins in Oklahoma, 2nd district in
Right.
Eastern Oklahoma, in ancestral Democrat district. That was the last time it was worth investing in. And that was because we had a guy whose family had been running that seat for generations who was getting Assad margins repeatedly.
Right.
This is not worth focusing on tonight. If, quite frankly, Kevin Stitt will win, probably by around 12. But it's the same way that Republicans have been focusing on the New York governor's race and thinking, oh, well, Lee Zeldin can flip it. He can't.
Don't get me started on the New York governor's race. I have had so many frustrating conversations about that. I can't
not
count
winning
them.
New York, the same way Kevin Stitt is not winning Oklahoma. So this is going to be a fun one to watch as Democrats melt down throughout the night as they see that Hoffmeister loses by 12, which
Yeah.
is exactly what everyone expected.
So regarding Oklahoma, I'm gonna slightly disagree with you. We're at 16. I do think Stitt's gonna win, but I don't think it's gonna be by 12, 15%. 16% of the vote and Hoffmeister's at 53%. She's winning in Tulsa, which keep in mind, Drew Edmondson didn't win Tulsa County
He
when
didn't?
he ran in 2018. He did not win it.
I thought he won
lost
it by like 3 votes.
He lost it
No,
by
he
3%.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I'll just say this. In 2018, in the Oklahoma governor's race, Stitt won by 12, and Edmondson only won Oklahoma City. I don't know if it's a county.
Oklahoma City, Oklahoma County,
Okay,
are
Oklahoma
kind of
County,
synonymous.
Cleveland County, Muskogee County, and Cherokee County. As
Right.
of right now, in Oklahoma, Joy Hoffmeister, she's winning in Comanche County.
Oh,
She's winning in Oklahoma County. She's winning in Cleveland County. She's winning in Payne County by
wow.
a good margin. She has 63% of the vote there. 63% in Tulsa County. She's winning Muskogee County, and she's winning Cherokee County. And I mean, yeah, let's be honest. Kevin Stitt's going to win because it's Oklahoma. Oh, my bad. She's also winning Pontotoc County with 55% of the vote there.
And let's be clear, most of these counties are like in the middle of nowhere, correct?
No, these are pretty populous counties.
Okay.
Um,
Are they around Oklahoma City / Tulsa?
Really, no.
Really?
Um,
Where in Oklahoma is really populous? Other than
so I mean, they're not super populous, but they're like in the middle of nowhere, but they have people.
okay.
Oklahoma's weird like that. But to see, I think part of the reason why, you know, like let's be honest, Sid's gonna do horrible in these native parts because the tribes hate him. I mean, right now, Okmulgee County, he's only winning by less than 4% there.
We have some
Although-
updated results, by the way. I plugged it into the slideshow just to show everyone. Hoffmeister's at 48.6, Stitz at 49.4. I just mixed that up.
Thank
but,
you, Ian.
Is it just
It's
me
under
or
1%.
is Caleb's mic tweaking?
It's
No, it's not.
oh,
Okay.
Caleb actually sounds fine to me.
Right.
Okay, so it is just me. Okay.
It could be.
Oh,
because
and
I have COVID,
Hoffmeister's in
but-
the lead now.
Oh
Hoffmeister-
no,
Oh yeah.
I can see what you mean. I think it's just because he has COVID.
Yeah,
Yeah,
um,
that's definitely it.
but
I'll be
I
right
think a
back.
county we really need to look at in Oklahoma is Canadian County. So
That's
in
that's real.
2018, Kevin Stitt got 59% of the vote in Canadian County, and of course it's only 20% reporting. But in Canadian County, he's only up by 2%, and that's not good for him. Same in Potawatomi County, he's only up by 3. In Osage County, he's only up by 4. So I think this is going to be a bad night for Kevin Stitt. He's obviously going to win, but I think Joy Hoffmeister can make it within 10. And I think another race that we need to look at when we get results in, I think we actually might have results.
Oh, the
in-
superintendent's race?
yeah,
Yeah.
the state superintendent's race. 1% in, Jenna Nelson's at 49%. That's okay. Obviously not as good as what Hoffmeister's doing.
Yeah, I
But
remember I said something about how I thought even if Hoffmeister makes it competitive, the superintendent race might not be still.
I disagree with you. I think if Democrats are going to win a state office in Oklahoma, it's going to be the superintendent of public instruction, because it's like some of the biggest rural, like not even, I guess, organizations have come out against Walters because he's like heavily unqualified. And Jenna Nelson just looks like she has some momentum. She's probably going to lose because, like I said, it's Oklahoma.
Right.
But
Trump plus 30.
yeah, but I mean, it's going to be close because Oklahoma's weird like that. When it comes to their state elections, it's super competitive because ancestral Democrats, Oklahoma is very ancestrally Democrat. And I think that's something that people don't really talk about. But when it comes to federal elections, you can always count on Oklahoma going red.
ABC
But-
just called Todd Young as the winner, just so you all know. That's the state of the mainstream news.
Yeah. Oh, and some
That's
quick thing.
pathetic. Jesus.
Hoffmeister is at 60% of the vote.
I'm
Oh.
gonna keep the slides moving along real quick. We'll return to Oklahoma in a second. Texas governor, too early to call. Beto O'Rourke he's a weird kind of candidate where he energizes the base, but is kind of like repellent to the other base. So the two kind of cancel each other out, I think. I don't think he has any real appeal to independents at this point either. He ran a very good Senate race back in 2018. I will credit him for that against Ted Cruz. I think he's going to way underperform that margin in the race for Texas governor. Next, Pennsylvania. That's obviously a big one. John Fetterman probably has a lead right now. I don't think this graphic is necessarily accurate because of that drop from Pittsburgh, which is a center of Democratic power in the state, that in Philadelphia. This race is too close to call to start. We know this one's going to be close. We've known this one is going to be close. John Fetterman's campaign kind of blew up a little bit in the last week, dare I say. But Oz is also, like, his approvals are very poor. So Fetterman definitely still has a good chance. Governor, this is too early to call. Tom Wolf, very popular incumbent, as you can see from the D+17 atop there. He was term limited, so he's retiring. Now is Josh Shapiro Secretary of State, or is he Attorney General? I think he's
He's
Secretary of
Attorney
State.
General.
He's
Oh.
in general.
Oh, okay. Never mind. So he is Attorney General. Attorney General Josh Shapiro is facing Doug Mastriano. Mastriano has not run a very good campaign. He's alienated a lot of Pennsylvania voters, including some Republicans, actually. Shapiro has endorsement. I mean, Biden also got the Charlie Dent endorsement, and he didn't win the state by as much as I think Shapiro's going to. Charlie Dent, for reference, former Republican congressman, very moderate, retired in 2018 because he got drawn out by the fair Pennsylvania map. So that race is too early to call for now. That might be the first projection I mean, Sununu we already had, so I guess it would be the second projection in a like actual swing state, because I don't think Florida can really be counted anymore. Rhode Island governor. If this race flips, I mean, Dan McKee had a very bad primary. He got like 40% of the vote, which is not what you're aiming for as an incumbent. But it's still Rhode Island. It's a very blue state. Gina Raimondo, who had very serious popularity problems, beat a strong Republican candidate, Alan Fung, who's running for House right now. Honestly, we can discuss that. I think he's going to flip that district. That's another thing entirely. Dan McKee is the favorite. Still too early to call. He might have some base problems. I don't know how he's going to do with independents in the state, although, again, I don't really know if that matters or not. Okay, that is the end of our 8 o'clock poll closings. I believe someone was saying something about Oklahoma.
Yes, so I'm going to go back to Oklahoma real quick.
When you're done with that,
Roy
ask them on the way
Hoffmeister
updates.
is outperforming Kendra Horn and Madison Horn by about 5 and 10% respectively. So that bodes well for her. However, I don't think it bodes well enough, because if she has any hope of winning, she needs to be outperforming Kendra Horn by 15-20%, which isn't happening right now. However, the results coming out of Oklahoma are showing that she is outperforming her in Oklahoma City by about 10%. That is good news for her. Let's also take a look at some of the Native American counties. Comanche, as we said, Cherokee, Muskogee. Those are all going for Hoffmeister, while those are not going for Kendra Horn. Now, Mark Wayne Mullen and James Langford have already been called the winners in the Senate elections and in Oklahoma. So this was entirely expected. However, I think the real thing is looking how well does Hoffmeister do, and if she does well, that really determines the candidate quality argument. And
I agree.
It could bode well for people like Hillary Schulten. Could bode well for people like Laura Kelly, for possibly even Tony Evers.
On the topic of candidate quality, really quick, with 70% reporting, Alan Fung in Rhode Island's 2nd district. This is a Biden plus 12 district. Alan Fung is up by 2 points.
It's actually 13% reporting right now.
What I'm looking at is from somewhere else entirely.
Oh, well, I got 13% in, and he's up by 18.
Yeah. According to what I'm looking at, he's up 2, and Cranston is outstanding. And Providence is 75% in.
Oh, so that bodes well for Magaziner.
Yeah. I'd say it's. I don't know about that.
I'm not the expert on Rhode Island politics, but I'm just gonna say don't count Fung out.
Yeah, I agree. I have him winning in my house prediction.
If 75% of the vote is in, and Cranston, which is currently breaking for McKee, 51-47 right now.
The thing is that Fung is going
Cranston.
Isn't he mayor of Cranston?
Gonna win. Fung was mayor of. He's not going to lose Cranston. Fung is going to win Cranston.
You are right.
The question is by how much? Because if McKee is barely winning it, then Fung is going to win it probably pretty handily, I'd imagine, right?
Yeah, no. That
if the vote is still outstanding in Providence, that's breaking 80% for the Democrats.
I will say we don't know what type of vote that is. We don't know what type of vote that is. We have to be very careful with those types of assessments when they're counting votes.
So in 2020, they did in person first. I don't know if that's what they're doing now, but
if that is true, then Fung might lose. But again, there's no consistency to these things, really.
I'd also like to add, there's no I don't know if Rhode Island's one of these states that's like it has it set in stone. I'd also like to mention. Wait, how do you have like the city by city pulled up right now, Jim?
Yes.
I do. Ian does. I don't.
Oh, yeah. How is Providence breaking right now?
So right now Providence is breaking there hasn't been a single vote counted for Alan Fung in Providence so far, or Seth Magaziner. But in the governor's race, it's breaking 80 to 20.
So I'm gonna guess that they're counting. I'm gonna guess that they're counting early first, because Fung is not Fung. Providence is a Democratic city, but it's not that Democratic. That McKee would be breaking 80%. And also, if McKee's breaking 80, Fung's gonna do better than like a Republican would normally do in Providence. So I don't think we can say anything about this race so far.
Yeah.
I think it's quite early.
2 notes. Cameron County, which is what's her face, Flores. That's her district against Vicente
Flores.
Gonzalez. Vicente Gonzalez is winning Cameron County by only 3 points right now, which is
Rip.
abysmal. That's really bad for him.
Holy fuck.
He needs to be winning it by like 10 right now, if not more.
That's bad.
Yeah.
That's bad.
I feel like he might that might be the upset we see. That might be it's not really the Oklahoma 05, because some people saw it coming. I'd say that's like a race where I'm not shocked that he's losing. I think I said earlier that if one of those lean races was
It's
going
not
to flip.
shocking, but it's like he should not be losing that.
No,
Like,
it's Biden plus 16, and you're an
Not only
incumbent
that, it's-
with
it's a
tons
li-
of money.
it's a-
Come on,
it's-
man.
It's a gerrymander district, it's like a pack. It's a pack for the Democrats.
It
like-
is. Oh my god.
It's literally a pack. They made it so that Gonzalez would move from the 15th to the 34th, so that way they could pick up the 15th easier. They didn't think that they were going to pick up both the 15th and the 34th.
Yeah, I miss Philemon Vela right now. He would be winning.
Poor homie.
Because Vicente Gonzalez, I think something people kind of like to ignore is that he actually did not do that well in 2020. Like, Cuellar way outperformed, Vela way outperformed. Gonzalez didn't. He won by like 3 points.
Gonzalez was always a weekend. Gonzalez always had his issues. Like, I remember this. I mean, this isn't a big scandal or anything, but like Gonzalez always been like this type of person. Like, I remember in I want to say it was 2020 or 21. Like someone, I think it was like, it might have been like Salazar, like the congresswoman from Florida's 27. It was one of like these Hispanic Republicans that were elected in 2020. In 21, like one of them called for like trashing the House like mask guidelines. I
Oh,
remember
God.
like he was caught on a hot mic. Well, it wasn't a hot mic actually. I think he was like talking to a colleague like with reporters nearby, and this wasn't like a major scandal or anything. But like he's done this as well in the campaign. He like called them like he like it was either like a wetback or something. It was like he called them like it might have been Maria Salazar. Like he said something like racist.
Well, it's weird
xenophobic.
because he ran a extremely xenophobic campaign in a district that has a lot of immigrants,
Yes.
which is like,
Yeah.
what are you trying to do
the
there?
He's the son of immigrants. I don't get it. Like, I don't know what he's trying to do. Like, I don't know. I don't know what he's
I
doing.
have some Illinois updates if anybody would like.
Ah.
We have Caleb first. Caleb asked me to speak like 3 minutes ago.
Caleb, yeah, Caleb.
Oh.
go.
Oh wait,
Thank
actually,
you.
wait, Caleb, before you do, we have to do our poll closings. Arkansas, Sarah B. Huckabee Sanders, she wins the governor's race, no surprise, the Republican. John Boozman, however you say the last name, he also wins the Senate race. Continue, Caleb.
Oh, only in Arkansas. Okay. So if y'all disagree with me, just let me know. I'm gonna go on a whim, say, Scott. Okay, Scott has won re-election in the 3rd district of Virginia, which he's not doing as well as I thought he would, but nonetheless, I mean, how much worse could you get? So Bobby Scott wins. Donald McEachin, he wins re-election in the 4th district, but I kind of want to go look at what's happening there because I want to specifically talk about Brunswick County, Greensville County, and Surrey County. So I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
'cause I should have-
While Caleb is speaking, could everyone please check the group chat because we have another pending call.
Can you make it so I can share?
Oh, yeah, sorry. All right, it's on now.
Okay. Can y'all see?
I can. Yes, thank you, Caleb.
I as well can.
So Surrey
You need to
County.
close some tabs, low key.
Yeah, I have a bunch of stuff from like VBAC, but Surrey County. Donald McEachin won this county by 3 votes. This is an ancestrally Democratic county. I mean, let's see, 2020, Biden got 53% of the vote here. But in 2021, why is it doing this? Oh, here we go. In 2021, Glenn Youngkin actually flipped this county. He got 50% of the vote here. So it's not too big of a surprise, but that's not very good for McEachin. Brunswick County, so there's no votes left here. He got 53% of the vote. So that's not horrible because let's see. He outperformed McAuliffe, but Biden got 57% of the vote here. And keep in mind, this is a rural Black county. So
Yeah.
while when you think of Virginia, you think of rural counties, you say, oh, they're safe Republican. This is one of those exceptions because it's a Black county, but it's always voted Democrat. Dinwiddie County, 61% of the vote for McEachin. Oh my gosh. That's good, actually. But Greensville County has flipped. So he's in the lead here. And that's a good thing. Chesterfield County, he's winning. This is a suburban county. I personally don't like the way they draw the 4th district because it goes from like these rural counties all the way up to like Richmond and Henrico. But overall, it's been pretty good for him tonight. And then let's see. Brunberg, he's not doing as hot as I would like him to. He's winning Albemarle County, lost Amelia, lost Amherst, lost Appomattox, lost Bedford. This is not good. 18% of the vote in Bedford County is horrible. 35% of the vote in Buckingham County, that's horrible. 18 in Campbell County, that's horrible. And I can't really say it enough. That is horrible. Danville City, 18 precincts reporting, which I mean, in all honesty, that if you factor in early votes, only 44 have been counted, but he's losing Prince Edward County right now.
Yeah.
By like 17 points.
Ooh.
And keep in mind, Youngkin flipped it, but this is where
that is really bad.
This is where Farmville is. This is where like a big component of Brown versus Board of Education. So that is like very, very bad. But the 10th district, I'm just going to talk about this, and then the 7th. This is going to be a lot closer than I thought. Wexton's at 51.25 right now. She has done horrible in Rappahannock County, horrible in Fauquier County, horrible in Prince William County, but there's a lot of early votes remaining. Horrible Manassas, like 56, that's not very well. Fairfax County, it's all early votes. But Loudoun County, she's winning by like 11-ish% here. So honestly, she could do worse than Loudoun County.
Yeah.
But-
I saw someone just say on the topic of Virginia that Spanberger's favored, and I'm wondering if you agree with that assessment.
Can I go into this real quick because I'm looking at the same as well, and
Go ahead, Ian, and then we'll switch back to Caleb.
So a majority of the votes remaining are in Prince William County. Spanberger's likely going to net around 10,000 votes in Prince William County, about 3,000 votes in Spotsylvania County, 1,000 votes in Fredericksburg, and a couple hundred votes in Caroline County. So that's around 15,000 net votes for Spanberger left to come in. Meanwhile, Vega has about, I'd say, 1,000 net votes left to come in from the counties where she's doing well. At this point, Spanberger is behind by 10,000. If she has 15,000 net, she'll win.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
she'll win by about 5,000, which is less than she wants to win by. But
I don't think anyone wants to win by 5,000 votes.
Yeah, no. But I want to look at this and I want to compare this to other races in California.
Really quickly, Ian, small note before I forget. Cuellar's at 75% in Webb.
Cuellar's at 75%?
In Webb County. That's the only one reporting.
Oh, okay.
Which is
Well,
very good for him.
That is very good for him.
because that's Laredo, which is like a good
Yeah.
portion of the seat population.
Spanberger needs to win by quite a bit in order to bode well for other Democrats across the region. However, I'd like to focus this on Rhode Island second because it's arguably similar because Vega isn't as good of a candidate as Fung is, and this isn't as close of it, and this is much closer of a seat. However, it's a pretty similar situation to what Magaziner's in right now. He's behind by about 1,000 votes, 1,100 to be exact, and the votes that he has net left would, by my calculations, put him ahead by about 300 at the end of the night. So
Wait, where are you looking at? Where are you looking at these town by town results?
New York Times estimated votes remaining.
Where?
Go to the New York Times state.
I'm on New
results.
York Times.
New York Times state results. Click on
Oh, I
the second
see.
one. Yep.
By the way,
Thank
Cranston, it's McKee +8 right now, Fung +8. Just thought I'd add that little.
Yeah.
Yeah,
However,
that
the
makes sense.
votes in Cranston are expected to go about 52% for Magaziner, 48% for Fung.
Ian, could you check the slide and tell me if the projection is set up yet?
Projection for which one?
It's I said in the most recent one I said in the group chat.
Got it.
Okay,
Second.
so going back to the 7th district, this little sliver of Albemarle County, Spanberger should have won this. So the fact that she lost it, I mean, there's like 110 people there, but still not a good sign. Greene County, she lost it by about 22%, and that's like good, very good compared to 2021. She outperformed McAuliffe by like 6 points. And this is the weird thing about Abigail Spanberger. She's struggling in like Stafford County, Spotsylvania County,
That's so bizarre.
Caroline County, King George County, but she's outperforming in these rural areas. And keep in mind, her old district had Orange County and Culpeper. Everything else in this district used to be either in the 7th or the 1st. So the fact that she's outperforming Youngkin or outperforming McAuliffe in Greene County, in Madison County, let's see. McAuliffe got 29% of the vote in Madison. She's getting 35. So once again, another 6-point outperformance. McAuliffe got 33% in Culpeper. She's getting 39, 6-point outperformance. So
Did she
she's
even
like-
outperform in the rurals in her old seat, or is this just like some new thing?
I honestly don't know. But again, Orange County, 6 points. So she's outperforming McAuliffe 6 points in the rural areas. And I don't look at Culpeper specifically because in 2020, Trump only won Culpeper County by 19.9%. So like 20%. And Spanberger lost it by about 20%. So she's like running on par with Biden. And this is the Biden district. I think he won it by 5. So all the
I
odds
want to say
in-
7, but it might be 5.
it's something like that.
Yeah.
But if all the odds are in her favor, it's going to be a good night. And let's look at Spotsylvania County because something just happened. Vega just had 60% of the vote here, and now she's dropped down to 53. So a big part of the problem is, let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how Zoom works. Oh, this is cool.
Hoffmeister is still up, by the way. Just thought I'd share.
W. So right here in Spotsylvania County, specifically like right here, this is not good for Spanberger, but we still have a lot of votes remaining. So I think that if Spanberger can really pick up the margins out here, because yeah, oh, so they dropped all their early votes. So there's one precinct left. So she's going to lose Spotsylvania County by about 7%. And keep in mind, Youngkin won this by 20 points. So she's outperforming Terry McAuliffe by about 13%, 7%. So she's running on par with Joe Biden and outperforming Terry McAuliffe heavily in the 7th district. And this is ultimately going to go very good because now she's made it within 4 points. So
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with how many early votes are remaining and the way Prince William County is looking, because they still have 18 precincts to report and 26,000 votes. I think she's going to win.
Okay. Can I get some quick things from North Carolina real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And once you're done with those quick things from North Carolina, could you do the projection slide because we've
Yeah,
fallen
I did.
behind ABC
I did.
for a certain New England state?
Yeah, I know. I did that. I got the slide up.
Oh,
North Carolina-
where is it?
It's below. It's below the second one in the 9 p.m.s.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. So we'll just I'm gonna say now we've called like 20 minutes ago. Rhode Island governor race for Dan McKee. That's a key race, a Democratic hold. Continuing.
All right. So currently, North Carolina's 13th is looking good for Democrats because Willie Nickel is up by 18,000 votes.
Where is
and
North Carolina's 13th?
That is
This is Bo Hines' seat.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
So this
So,
is
suburbs.
looking good. So he is up by about 18,000 votes. Here are the estimated votes remaining. The estimated votes remaining from Johnston County break about 17,000 for Hines. The estimated vote from Wake County break about 3,000 for Nichols. So that's 14,000. The estimated votes from Barnett County, that's 2,000 for Hines. That's 16,000. The estimated votes for Wayne County, 1,000 for Hines, 17. He's up by 18,000. The estimated votes are breaking 17,000. That could be a very narrow 1,000 vote win for Willie Nickel if this is correct.
Let's hope.
If that ends up happening, a race which almost everyone thought was going to go to the Republicans by 2 to 5 points will go to the Democrats.
That would be so atrocious for the Republican chance of a red wave that I cannot put it into words how bad that would be.
Bo Hines is like
Bo Hines is like a terrible candidate, but still.
I know.
he's like Hawthorne 2.0.
Yeah.
literally.
He's Cawthorn, but like a little bit more normal. Like a little bit less
He's like the
unhinged.
straighter version of it.
He's,
Okay,
like
let me-
if, he's like if Madison Hawthorne could walk.
Mind if I can continue? So I want to point out this bodes terribly for Steve Shabbat. It bodes terribly for David Valadeo, Ken Calvert,
Mike Garcia. Yeah.
Yeah, Mike Garcia. Plenty of those Republicans in suburban seats who were expecting them cruising to victory tonight. This bodes very badly for them.
Yeah.
Now, if this ends up happening, and this is a big if, and this is just based off like the New York Times predictions, it would be big. However, New York Times isn't always right. So there is some there's some, I want you to take this information with a spoonful of salt real quick, a sprinkle
Sure.
of salt, or an ocean of salt, really.
Okay. We'll go with an ocean of salt to be
An ocean of
cautious.
salt, yeah. Just take it with the salt water of the ocean and boil that shit down. But
Language.
yes, I know. However, it does look extremely good for Nickel at this point to make it a lot closer than he expected or to possibly win. Now, going into some other important House races, let's take a look at some of the House races from Pennsylvania. Susan Wild right now with 10% of the vote in is up by about 40 points. That's big. It means the mail-ins are breaking extremely well for her, especially in Northampton County. And that's what she needs if she wants to eke out a victory tonight. I still don't think she will, but it's possible.
Are we talking about Luria or Spanberger?
Wild.
Oh, okay. Wow, I was completely lost there. Yeah, I don't think Susan Wild's going to win either, to be completely honest with you. Even if we do see a miracle and Bo Hines goes down, I think Wild is uniquely... Bo Hines is in a district where I could see the Democrats outperforming expectations in because it's very college educated.
Yeah.
Oh,
So we do
yeah.
Yeah, when we get onto another stream, I have a lot of Illinois election updates.
Oh, please
so
do share, Dan.
I will share. And yeah, it's pretty low reporting, but by the time we're back, it should be a little bit more. So
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
So-
gonna make it the new Zoom meet very quickly, and then I'm gonna
Alrighty.
email it to Ian.
All right, we'll do.
Cool. Okay, so now that the link has been sent, we'll have our guest panel back briefly. They're going to talk about some of the key races in Illinois, as well as some others. I guess I'll just talk now because in their absence and everything. We are looking at some good news for Democrats in some places, and then in Florida, some not so good news, obviously. We did have a early call, I believe before 8 o'clock, or close to 8 o'clock, for both Marco Rubio and Ron DeSantis. And looks like both of those Democratic candidates are headed for mid double digits wins, somewhere in the teens, which is obviously not a place where you want to be if you're trying to get resources from the National Party and rebuild after 2020. We have more key races coming up with our 9 p.m. poll closings, which are in just 4 minutes. And so that's going to be big. I'm actually going to go over those right now. So
yeah, mind if I can
yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Ian.
So the 9 p.m. poll closings, the most important ones that we're going to be looking at are Arizona, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Those are probably the most important ones from this time frame. Now, Minnesota is probably the least important of them. I think we mainly have to look at how large of a victory Tim Walz does get, because I do think he will win. If he wins by a lot, it bodes well for Tony Evers. If he wins by very little, Tim Michels will probably win. Going on to Wisconsin, as I just mentioned, Tony Evers. This is going to be a slow grind. We'll probably figure out sometime tomorrow morning who the winner is, because Wisconsin doesn't count.
I agree with that assessment.
I also agree.
It doesn't count extremely quickly, but it does count better than the other swing states. So,
or than New York, where they find ballots they lost 3 weeks after the election.
Yeah, I know. New York is awful, but we will know tonight that Kathy Hochul's winning.
I agree with that statement, for the record.
Yeah. Kathy Hochul will probably win. It's not going to be a poll closing call. However, the other major race, the Senate race, probably will be a poll closing call. You want to know why? Because I voted for Chuck Schumer and I did not vote for Kathy Hochul.
Oh, I voted for every Democrat except Jamal Bowman.
For some reason, when you said Chuck Schumer, my mind immediately went to Chuck Grassley, and I was like,
yes.
did you vote for Chuck Grassley?
Yeah, no, that would be odd.
I
But
would
yeah,
have written
Grassley's
someone
an
in,
active
but the
patriot.
race looked like it might be actually like kind of competitive, and I really don't want Lee Zeldin as my governor personally. So
I'm going to be honest with you. There's going to be a supermajority in the state Senate anyway, almost certainly.
I don't know. If Hochul does badly enough, she might drag legislature Democrats down with her.
That
Okay,
is
fair.
New York Democrats had a very rough cycle in
Yeah.
2021. I think we're forgetting about that.
Stewart Cousins, though, will still get to her stuff crossed.
Oh, there will still be Democratic majorities. Zeldin's not going to be able to
majority.
mess anything up. He'll just impede progress on like
But there will
climate
be
stuff.
veto-proof
I do
majorities.
have Illinois races.
Okay, yeah. What time is it first? So if it's 9, I'm
It is
gonna
8:58.
Okay.
In
go ahead, Dan.
Illinois, I'm gonna have to blast it on my charger. But so for the U.S. Senate, unsurprisingly, this race was called at 3%. It just got
For us,
up on
it was
the
called at
screen.
0%.
Yeah. Duckworth is up huge, unsurprisingly. She's up 23 points. She's at 61%.
Right.
Kathy Salvi is at 38%, which is a little bit more than I thought. But I mean, unsurprisingly, this race is a huge win. A bit surprising me is that Kathy Salvi is actually overperforming Darren Bailey right now. Darren Bailey's at 37, while Pritzker
That
is
is not surprising me.
well, it surprises me just because I mean Bailey actually like campaigned. Pritzker's at 60.
I think
and
his
I will
campaigning
also-
like decreased his vote share though.
I
Honestly,
do also want to mention that is actually you also probably could be right. Scott Schluter, the Libertarian candidate, is at 3%. So a little shout out to him. He's doing pretty well. The U.S. House District 17 is not. It's at 0% reporting. There's only 1,000 votes in right now, but of those 1,000 votes, 667 about 1,000. 667 are to Esther Joy King, and 419 are to Eric Sorensen. So
who are the
But-
Republican and Democrat respectively for our viewers.
yes. Esther is the Republican and who actually ran a very good campaign in 2020, and Sorensen is the Democrat who I believe will win.
And I believe
so
will not.
You don't think Sorensen's gonna win?
Well, actually, honestly, with the if we have a repeat of what's happening with like everywhere but Florida, I guess maybe he will. I don't know. We'll
like
see.
Eric, like in your are you okay? But you like we're talking about my district right now. You think that you think that Esther Joy King is gonna win? You think the Republican is gonna win?
I'm less convinced now, but I still say like if you had to ask me,
I think you're wrong.
I
personally.
wouldn't be surprised if I was wrong, honestly, at this point. Like
I stand by that. I really don't think that that seat is gonna flip. It could happen, but I really don't think it's going to.
yeah, at the rate we're
Uh,
going, I think Sorensen might be fine because he's a good candidate in a
I'm
district that's
I'm
pretty
almost
blue.
sure.
Oh,
I'm
and
almost
some
sure
other
he'll be one.
things. Walker just took the lead in Georgia.
Rip.
Tough.
There, I just want to say
I
about
just have one more
Georgia.
race.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
It's just the Workers' Rights Amendment is also at 1% reporting, but right now it's overwhelmingly 79% yes, 21% no. That probably will slim a little bit, but I do expect that to overwhelmingly pass.
But before we go to our 9 o'clock, after we do our 9 o'clock, can we please talk about what's happening in Kansas? Because there's 27% of the vote in. and
Yeah,
Kelly's
let's
at
do
60.
9 o'clock now and then jump to Caleb because Kansas is a big one.
Could I
Oh, yeah.
talk about Georgia
Brian.
first? I,
Yeah, go really quick.
just saying that Georgia, Fulton is still 59% reporting, and DeKalb has only reported 6%. Half of Atlanta's in DeKalb, so like that's a very blue county. Now,
yeah.
To be fair though, there's also quite a bit of rural Georgia standing, so like it's going to be a close race, but it's gonna narrow.
And
No
very
matter who's
briefly,
in the lead.
I agree. First of all, very briefly, I remember I said there was going to be a runoff earlier. Brian, correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not looking at the results right now. Last I checked, the Republican, the Libertarian, who's the usual vote splitter, was not doing very well. So I think whoever wins,
Last time I checked, he was at about 1.5%.
so whoever wins might very well win outright and avoid a runoff.
in the Georgia Senate, this is probably due to Republicans not liking a guy who paid for like 4 abortions, but in the Senate he's at like 1.7 the Libertarian, but in the governor's race he's like he's barely cracking 0.5%. So that's like a big.
I did read Hazel was doing awful.
Yeah, Hazel's actually like a candidate that's probably not. I don't want to say stronger because Libertarian candidates are not strong at all. But
Gary Johnson was a strong Libertarian candidate.
but Hazel has definitely been the candidate that people expected to do better because he did quite well well enough to like give Democrats control of the Senate in 2020 by splitting the vote. So like it's actually quite funny because like he's only at 0.6 and like he's being outperformed by this random guy who's running for Senate by like 1.1%. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
NBC just called Rhode Island for McKee, by the way.
Oh, yeah, that took them forever. Anyway, New York, our first call of the night. That's not true. Our first call of the 9 o'clock poll closings tonight is the New York Senate race. We can now project Chuck Schumer has been reelected. Chuck Schumer, funny thing about him that I think a lot of people don't really know is that he's actually usually like a huge outperformer. He won a lot of deep red counties when he last ran for re-election in 2016. However, party leaders tend to see their popularity kind of drop off once they get into leadership. I don't think we're going to be seeing the same sort of margins he's been putting up, where he's getting like 75% of the vote. I'd say he's probably going to, he's definitely going to outperform Hochul. But
100%. He's outperforming Hochul by 3% in the city right now. And so that means, and there's a decent amount of ticket splitting on Long Island. However, a quick thing, Magaziner is ahead by 6,000 votes in Rhode Island second. I think Magaziner has this at this point.
Yeah. Okay. We'll discuss that more in an instant. Rhode Island governor, we already said Dan McKee. We called that like a while ago. Nebraska governor Jim Pillen, he is I think a state legislator. He has been elected state senator. Yeah.
Yeah, there is no state legislature in Nebraska.
Oh, that's right. They have a unicameral legislature. Okay.
Yep.
So
Only
state
state
legislator Jim Pillen, he has been elected governor of Nebraska. No surprise at all.
For
Louisiana.
reference, if you're referring to them, they're referred as senators, even though they're not,
Yeah,
senators.
isn't it in
They're
the
it's
assembly?
unicameral, but they're referred as people they're referred to as senators.
Ah, okay,
Gentlemen,
It's
I,
weird.
I have a question right now.
go ahead.
'Cause I'm looking at Georgia, and Walker's up 0.4% right now. Do we think that there's any chance at this point that it doesn't go to a runoff?
Yes, because it's whoever wins, because the
we-
third party
but
candidate
is
is
it-
doing so poorly that whoever wins
Do
is,
we think it's probable?
unless it's
Okay,
like within
are
a
you saying-
decimal
Are you
point,
saying governor or senate, Dan?
No, Senate.
Governor
Is it- do you
Governor
think
Kemp
it's-
is going to win
Oh.
outright, I think, at this
Just
point.
some more things. Georgia just updated. It's that Cobb just put 68% in.
Ooh.
Warnock is up by 5.
Yeah,
That is
yeah.
good for him, I'd say.
I'd also wait. Are we done with projections?
No, we're not. Let me
okay.
make it through
Yeah,
these
do
really
that.
quickly.
No one
Kansas
interrupt.
Senate. Kansas Senate. Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Do that and
Louisiana,
no one
John
interrupt.
Kennedy, the Republican, no surprise here, solidly red state. We can now project he's going to avoid a runoff. Wyoming, Governor Mark Gordon is reelected for another 4-year term. Wyoming is the most Republican state in the country. I feel really bad for you if you were surprised by this call. A very important one, Arizona. Governor Doug Ducey, he was very popular. He's not very popular anymore, but when he last ran for re-election, he was very popular. Sort of establishment Republican, very good fit for the state. He's retiring. Carrie Lake, who is a media personality,
Who
I think in the
actually worked
news.
in the Quad City, and where I lived for a while. She worked at WHBF in
Huh.
the same city as I live in.
Is going against Katie Hobbs, the Democratic Secretary of State. Katie Hobbs has fumbled the ball a bit. I think we can all agree on
A
that
bit.
a lot. She should be leading like comfortably if we're all going
She
to be
should
honest.
be
but
whooping.
Yet she is not. This race is too early to call. Might get moved to too close to call the way the night is going. This race is already too close to call. This is a very important Senate race. I cannot emphasize this enough. We had this actually just 2 years ago in the special election where Democratic Senator Mark Kelly flipped the seat. It was formerly McCain's seat, vacated and then filled by John Keel, who then resigned, and that was filled by Martha McSally, who had lost the other Senate race 2 years prior to Kyrsten Sinema. So she lost by about 2 points to Mark Kelly, which was a bit less than many people were expecting. I was expecting he'd win by like 6. So that's interesting. Blake Masters is it's kind of controversial about his candidate quality. I'd say he's not great, but he's not like terrible either
He's not
necessarily.
Carrie Lake bad, but he's not good.
Yeah, Mark Kelly is a strong candidate though. So we're gonna see how that shakes out.
He's an astronaut. I mean, what can you
Yeah,
say?
he's amazing. Speaking of bad candidates, Scott Jensen has not done great things for the Minnesota GOP. This race is too early to call. Tim Walz has always been pretty popular. I feel like this race could be called for Democrats earlier than a lot of other Midwest swing states. But, I mean, that remains to be seen, obviously. Too early to call for now. New Mexico. Michelle Grisham, she had a very troubling allegation about sexual harassment in the workplace with regards to one of her staffers. She is facing Weatherman Mark Ronchetti, who ran for Senate and got, I think, 4 points within winning against a very good Democratic candidate in 2020. I'm interested to see how this one shakes out. Too early to call for now. Maybe move to too close to call because Ronchetti's a good candidate and Grisham is not. New York. I've spoken about this already, but let me restate. I think Kathy Hochul is going to win this one. I don't think anyone serious can think that Lee Zeldin is the favorite, especially at this point. We're not seeing the signs of a huge red tsunami that would be the type of wave year that carries Lee Zeldin across the finish line. Too early to call for now. This will probably be projected before 10 o'clock. But, I mean, again, too early to call. We don't know. We'll see. Wisconsin. This is going to be a nail-biter. Tim Michels, the Republican candidate against incumbent Governor Tony Evers. If Democrats win the seat, they're going to be very happy. If Republicans win the seat, they're going to be very happy. It is a true swing state, Wisconsin. It was decided by, I think, less than 1% in 2020. Definitely less than 1% in 2016. It had a very close governor's race in 2018. which is when Tony Evers beat the infamous Scott Walker, who was Democrats tried many, many times to get him out of office. They succeeded in 2018. Now they have to see, can they hold this seat? Okay, that's it for 9 o'clock.
Could
So I think we had Brian next up. So we're going to
Yes,
start with
Brian.
you.
So I'd like to say a few things. First, this isn't really important because we've called this like a while ago. But in Florida, so DeSantis is leading by 19 points. We already called this. Palm Beach County flipped. This is like literally one of the. I think. It's
Oh
the
my
fifth-
God.
It's the 5th or 4th safest county for the Democrats in Florida, and somehow
Fucking flipped.
and
That's-
it flipped.
That's
Um,
atrocious.
So although Democrats seem to be doing pretty well, better than expect. Well, so far, in all across the country except Florida. In Florida, this is insane, dude.
In
Like
Florida, they're getting like
they
I
are
can't
going,
even
they are
say
going
that.
to lose Florida by 20 points.
Dude, remember when I
and-
had remember when I
That's
had
so
Chris's
pathetic.
winning? I feel like such an idiot right now.
It's all right, Dan. But anyway, but
It's okay, Dan.
I-
We all love you.
I love
yeah,
you
we all
too.
love it, Dan. But I will say, second thing I want to talk about, Rhode Island. This is a weird situation, actually. So apparently, I was right. They counted the mail-ins first,
Ooh, that is
but
very good for. Oh, sorry.
no, but this is good for Magaziner. Hold on. They counted the mail-ins first, and so they finished counting the mail-ins, I think. However, Magaziner's up by 4 points, and I think he's going to win because apparently they're counting in person now, and Fung is doing worse than expected in Providence, and he's doing worse than expected in his hometown of Cranston. Like he's only winning Cranston right now by 2 or 3 points.
Huh.
Yeah,
So
I'm
he's
gonna go, can I go into this real quick with
quickly. I still want to talk about something else.
yeah. So yeah, Magaziner's winning by 5. He's winning by 10,000 votes. 90% of the votes in. He's winning by 9 or 10,000 votes. Currently, the biggest thing that has to report still is Providence. There's still about another, I think, 4,000, like 3 or 4,000 votes coming out of Providence. They're breaking 75% for Magaziner.
Which is better than if this was mail-in ballots, this actually would be a little worse than expected. But this is in person, and this should not be breaking this heavily for Magaziner. So this is good for Magaziner. I think he's going to win.
I told you guys. I told you.
Yeah,
I don't.
I guess you're vindicated, but again, it's still too early to call. Or too
I
close,
guess you're
probably.
vindicated, but I would urge people not to be cocky on this on any.
I second that.
Yeah. I agree.
But also this isn't really like an election like update. Well, I guess it is, but we're probably not going to know the results from Nevada today, and the reason why is they didn't do well. They did do this in 2020, but they counted it like the day after. So Nevada was famously very lazy with how they counted their votes in 2020. They like do this where, so last election cycle in 2020, they literally counted all their mail-in ballots they received on election day, like the day after. And then they had like a work schedule of 8 hours, and they wouldn't work overtime. So then they just passed it off to another day. Now they did that. That's why it wasn't called.
That's like so ridiculous, but also I believe it instantly. Also, when you're done, Brian, I do have something, but continue.
All right. And that's why they like, well, people knew Biden was going to win the state like by the day after, but they only actually were able to project it like the Friday after, because of that. Apparently, I don't think we're going to know because the mail-in ballots that were received today, only the ones that were received today, but I assume there's quite a bit because this is like big news apparently. The mail-in ballots that they received today, like on election day, but they were mailed today and they've received them. It's not like they have them, like they don't have them, they have them. They won't count them until Thursday.
Yeah, I
Oh
just
my
saw this as
God.
well.
I don't know why.
Oh my
They're not
God.
counting it today. They're not counting it tomorrow. They're not counting it Wednesday. They're counting it Thursday. And then if they do if they do this stupid 8-hour rule where they refuse to let their poll workers work more than 8 hours, then we're not gonna. I don't think we're gonna have a result by like Friday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, this is.
Can
is
I
absurd.
quickly ask?
Wait.
I
Before
like
you
this.
before you do, Dan, I have a couple things. First of
I
all,
just want to know what we're talking about.
oh,
Nevada.
I'm also kind of lost because I was scrolling through social media
Nevada.
looking for
This
election
is
results.
Nevada.
I can't pronounce her first name correctly. Congresswoman Flores in Texas is 35th.
Mario
Okay, it is
or
that.
Myra.
Myra.
No,
Okay.
Myra.
It is
It's
Myra.
just Myra.
Myra Flores. She is not doing well in Hidalgo County. Vicente Gonzalez is doing very well. He's like at 60% in Hidalgo right now.
Okay.
So
I have a
maybe
weird
maybe we underestimated him. Like he obviously he has run a terrible campaign. I'm not going to dispute that, but he might not be in as bad of a spot as we initially thought.
I've been checking it as well. He's not in as bad of a spot at all.
That's still not good for him. He should be winning this by 10 points. or
No,
more.
he should be winning this by like 20 points. He is a long
This
time
is
incumbent in a area of the country that loves incumbents. He should
I
not
stopped
even
listening
be
to this
sweating.
stuff that we're talking
This should
about.
be like a safe pickup. There was another note that I wanted to give out. I just
I
forgot
would just
it.
like to say.
Oh,
I
Marcy Kaptor is outperforming. Sorry, Dan.
I have a
Continue.
yeah,
quick note.
I wanted to mention that as well.
So this is a weird projection made by my local news channel. In the Iowa governor race, with literally nothing in, Kim
That makes
Reynolds has
sense.
That
already
makes
been-
sense.
sense.
The Democrats
That
have
makes
not
sense.
seriously contested it.
They have not.
What? But you know why? Because the Libertarian has genuinely done a fantastic job. Like, like it's weird. I've never heard it. I hadn't heard of this guy, and then a week ago he was like everything I saw for a minute was just this Libertarian guy named Rick.
Okay, Caleb, I think you're going a little nuts right now. But okay, just quickly onto Landsman's district. He is obliterating Steve Chabot. It's not even close. He's up by 20 points right now, and he is destroying him in Hamilton County.
Guys, if I turn on my camera, do you think it's gonna lag out the stream?
No.
Yes. I don't know. I love you. Do it.
Okay, I think
Probably
I
not, dude.
am.
Y'all check the group chat and ask me if y'all agree with the prediction.
You guys get to see my goofy looking headset, which is massive, but it makes. Oh wow, the video's not even loading. I'm gonna turn that back off before. The
What
stream.
is that then? I can't. What
I don't
is
know.
this?
So it literally it popped up on the screen saying it was Lancaster County State Senate District 3. SD
it's just
90. Hold on, he has so Mr. SDGFSFD.
Dan. Can you screen share that? Is that possible?
No, I don't think I can. but-
No.
Maybe I can. No, I can. I think I can.
Okay, do it.
Okay, you gotta let me though. You gotta allow it.
Oh, also, call pending. Wait, what? No, never mind. Not pending call. Why would you do that, Fox News?
Can somebody allow me to screen share so?
Also,
I can just...
Beto's doing okay in the Rio Grande. He's at 70% in Zavala. He's doing well in Webb.
I want to quickly like end the parade on Ohio's first. So Warren County is not Warren County's 40% reporting. They're reporting the mail-ins first. Then they're reporting early votes. They're doing the same thing as 2020. So this margin's obviously going to narrow for Mr.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Chabot
She's still
and Mr.
outperforming. Wait, are you talking? Oh, you're talking about
Ohio.
I thought
Yeah,
you were talking
Ohio
about. Yeah, I'm sorry. I mixed up
James, can you let me
that
screen
district and
share?
the one with Majewski and Kaptor.
I still can't screen share.
Oh,
I can screen share it. but I
it's
just need-
enabled. It's enabled. I just did
Okay,
it.
cool. Okay.
Yeah,
Let me-
sorry. I think you're right about that, Brian. I think the really interesting race though is that Kaptor is, or at least was, outperforming Tim Ryan, like significant.
Mhm.
That is a flex. Okay,
Yes.
No,
That
he's
is
outperforming him
incredible.
by about like 8 points on average.
that
He's
is
at-
good. That is
Yeah.
That's
crazy
good. Yeah.
Okay.
If Tim Ryan is going to be like
So
remotely
let me
competitive
screen
in the
share
state,
this.
unless he's losing by like 10 points.
So I'm screen sharing it right now, right?
You are screen sharing the group chat currently.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm showing you this. This is exactly what I have. Mr. SDGFSFDF has 90%,
That's fair.
and
That's
and
fair.
and he has 81 million votes. And his opponent, Mr. FDFSDFSF, also has 90% of the vote with 81 million votes. So they are both at a combined 180% with a combined almost 160 million votes in the Lancaster County State Senate race. So it's a close one in that one, folks.
I
That's-
want to quickly just state something. This was a
Oh.
race that
Pending call. Please check the group chat.
okay. While that's happening, I do want to say, because Indiana's so you haven't sent anything, James. That's funny that you really I think that's early. I think it's early
too, but
I
he's
also think it's early.
he's
That's
way
early.
He's
I
way
enjoy
up.
it.
He's
I
way
enjoy
up.
the
That's all I'm
other
saying.
in that race.
Let's,
If I-
and-
if I-
let's wait for a little while longer.
If I
Okay.
if I can just say something, which I've now forgotten, but I'll look at my computer to remember. Yeah. We were looking at Indiana's first, and I was about to say, because there's only also, by the way.
Oh, I
they're
kind of
counting-
forgot about that seat. My bad.
They are literal snails, dude. It's 30%, 30% in. They've had their vote. So
Their polls
reference-
closed at like 6. Oh my
for
god.
reference, Florida closed at 7, and they have all their votes counted. Indiana closed at 6, and the only Indiana's first. Okay, so Lake County, which is Gary basically, and a few other, they closed at 7. They have 30% counted. So, I was looking on New York Times and on Secretary of State's website, and it was saying that most of the votes that were outstanding were from Gary. Now that's not the case, and they're not saying anything. They're just saying that most of the votes have come from Gary, from Lake County.
No,
So
it's at 37% from Lake County, and there's 3 from Porter, I think.
Where are you looking at this from?
New York Times.
Portage.
By the way, I suspect JD Vance is about to take the lead in Ohio because
I-
it's
I-
basically
No,
tied
you're
right now.
looking at votes reported. Yeah, that's votes reported.
Mhm.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. So I don't know what to make of this race. They kind of messed up. They said that most of the they said they had literally 20 minutes ago. I was looking at this 20 minutes ago, but since it was 20% in, I didn't think it was important. They said that 50% of Lake had reported, Lake County, which is Gary, and then they said that the rest was 0%. So I was like, oh, that's I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know.
I would just like to say really quickly, Sharice Davids in Kansas's whatever district, the one we were talking
Third.
about earlier, third, thank you. She is
Yeah.
way up right now with 50% reporting.
Mm.
Speaking.
There's a Democrat. I just want to point this out. There's a Democrat in Iowa running for state senate named Jed Ganser. And
Historic.
That is historic.
it's
Okay, can I just go
historic.
on a whim and endorse him right here?
I just want to say one thing real quick. So far, I haven't been wrong with a single house prediction. Let's hope that continues.
We talked about gloating.
You're not wrong
Talked
until
about
it's
gloating.
called, Ian.
Yes.
It looks
Okay.
like I'm gonna be wrong with a couple.
I didn't even make specific house predictions. I just said I think it's gonna.
Oh no, I'm actually only looking like I'm gonna. Actually, if Pennsylvania's 17th.
Oh, I need to check my district.
Wait, how is Susan Wild doing? Let's see. Okay, well it's
Well,
60%.
it's at
How-
62%.
I'll
No,
tell
it
you-
hasn't changed since last time. It hasn't changed since we last talked.
I'll tell
Don,
you how
I think Don
yeah.
Davis might get a call in his favor soon. He's up 9 with 75% in almost.
Isn't he
Okay,
a
we have
pro-life
actually-
Democrat too?
Oh,
I don't know if he's pro-life, but he's a very good fit for the district.
He
We
he
do-
was, then he
I-
changed his opinion.
Oh, okay. So it's like
I
most
have-
Democrats.
I
Also,
have a-
another flip for Sorry, I guess not another. I think this is technically their first house flip, but North Carolina's 14th. Jackson is called as the winner by
That's
the
a flip,
Politico.
technically.
So I
Yeah,
have,
that is
I have-
technically a
I have
flip.
some news, boys. I have some news from Illinois.
Hmm.
The U.S. House District 17 is at 8% now, and Sorensen is at 58% to King's 42. So
Wow.
it does seem like Sorensen is starting to, take a lead. It's definitely going to become a lot smaller than 16 points, but I think that it's a good start.
Yeah, you might be vindicated here, Dan. I hate to
and-
say it. Or I guess I love to say it because I want Sorensen to
You're
win.
you're a gay, all right? That's the problem here, James. I think you're wrong.
My prediction.
Let's see. Collective bargaining agreement also did
What's the
you
Kentucky
know,
abortion referendum doing?
it's at 63-37, so it'll probably stay around there, but I also again could be way off on that.
Yeah, so
From
the Kentucky,
Morgan
as-
McGarvey is now the new representative from the Kentucky's third, and he is now replacing outgoing Kentucky representative. Fuck, what's his name again?
Ian, stop cursing.
She.
This video
Who's
is going to
she?
get taken down because
What do you
we
mean
cannot
she?
contain your potty mouth.
Okay,
Transgender.
what's his name again? Representative third district of Kentucky,
Yarmouth.
retired Democrat.
It's a guy replacing him, just to be clear.
Yeah, Morgan McGarvey, but he is. I follow him on TikTok.
Oh,
he's
he's
and he liked my comment once.
he's pretty cool. I like him. Assuming we're talking about the same person.
Yeah, we are talking about the
Probably.
exact same person.
Mark,
So okay, so
Mm.
the Kentucky amendment number 2, the abortion one. So currently, Nova's leading by 1.6, 7,000 votes separating with 33% reporting. And I just want to talk about what's happening in the coal counties because Elliott County is like a big ancestral Democrat county that after like 2016 went heavily. What was it, 2012 maybe? Went heavily for the Republicans, and yet yes, only got 59% of the vote there. So it's just weird because you would think, you know, they would get 80, 60, 70, 80%, and it's heavily underperforming. Even in Floyd County, 57, Carter County, 57, Boyd County, 50.6. So I do think it's going to pass, rightfully so, because a lot of the rural counties, like Pike County, and just a lot of the counties aren't reporting, but so far it's been pretty competitive. But while I have the floor, because I'm probably not going to get to speak for another 3 years, Virginia 7. Actually, I'm just going to go on a whim. In my opinion, Jennifer Wexton has won the 10th district. Very, very close, a lot closer than I thought. Rob Whitman and Bob Bad have won re-election. But let's talk about the 7th district. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, can y'all see?
Yeah.
So the 7th district, and no, Brian, I'm not going to close my tabs. The 7th district, before it was like a lot better for Vega, but right now she's only at 50.68%, leading by 3,621 votes, with 2 precincts outstanding in Stafford County. Which, if we look at Stafford County, I think Abigail Spanberger will flip Stafford County because,
Really?
yes,
Wow, that's bold.
this precinct, Rocky Run, it's outside of Fredericksburg, and this is one of the Fredericksburg suburb Democratic precincts. I think that'll be enough to flip it. However, Stefaniga, I don't know what's happening there. But if we look at Stafford, I mean, she's doing really well. But that's besides why I'm getting off track. So there's 2 precincts outstanding in Stafford County. And if she's only losing it by 481 votes.
Oh yeah, that's
Probably,
fair.
she could probably make it up. But Prince William County, there's 4 precincts remaining, but none of the early votes have been counted. 26,000 votes that are estimated early. If none of them have been counted, they're probably going to go heavily in Spanberger's favor because there's what, Bel Air, Dale. Okay, so Dale City, that area, it's a pretty democratic area. You know, I literally live like up here, but it's a very democratic area. So I think this itself, just the in-person votes, are going to be enough to tip Spanberger over. Then of course we have to go to the early votes because let's see, there's what. Okay, so all the early votes remaining are out of Prince William County. So that's not very good for Yesley Vega. And Culpepper.
Caleb, just so you know, there's news on the Iowa Senate race if you'd like.
Oh, Iowa Senate. Let's go.
Is it-
It just started counting, so it's at 1%. But
Okay. I think Chuck will win. He has the Caleb endorsement, so
he's actually it's really dead heat right now. But
yeah, he'll win. But also, can I just give a quick shout out to a couple of my Facebook friends who have won their elections tonight in Virginia.
Go right ahead.
So just first off, congratulations to my good friend Monica Robinson for winning her election to the Harrisonburg City Council. Then another friend of mine, Christopher Jones, he's a black man, for winning his special election to the City Council. And then I want to talk about the school board race because nobody cares about this. But where I come from in Rockingham County, it's a very rural county, and we have a school board member named Matthew Cross who's kind of insane. He thinks anti-bullying measures are satanic. So he endorsed two candidates for school board, Obie Hill and Corinne Jackson. And at most, Corinne Jackson got 60% of the vote. There was 5 people running, 3 finishers, and all the 3 people who won, who did not like him, he did not like them. So just a big congratulations to Harrisonburg City for having some common sense.
you running for school board?
Yes, but I might have to drop out. But
No.
before I yield the floor, let's talk about Kansas because 36% of the votes reporting right now, according to CNN, because that's where I get my news. And Laura Kelly has 59% of the vote. Let's see, Johnson County 63%, 51% reporting. But if you look out here in the rural areas, like in all honesty, there is no reason for Laura Kelly to be winning like this county or that county. So if she's outperforming like this in the rural areas, it's a very good sign. In all honesty, at the beginning of the night, I thought she would lose, but it's very clear that's not going to happen. Then the Secretary of State race for Kansas, it looks like Democrats might, I did not mean to click that. Democrats might flip the seat. It's going to be close, but I think if Kelly can win by a good margin, she's going to pull both Repass and whoever's running for Attorney General over.
Oh, well, Chris Kobach, last I checked, was underperforming the Republican nominee for governor.
Yeah,
So
Chris
even if Kelly loses, we might still see the Democrats get the Attorney General seat.
Oh yeah, Chris Kobach's kind of insane. And if
Can I quickly speak on some stuff out of Wisconsin?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
So one thing right now is that we obviously are seeing Evers outperforming Mandela Barnes. Right now it's about margin. He's outperforming him by about 1.2% margin, 0.6% on aggregate. However, what I'd like to point out is Ozaukawuki County, or however you pronounce it, that's currently breaking for Evers. That's big. As we all know, the WOW counties are blood red Republican normally. We see this in Washington County with it about 75% Republican, but Wakazuki County is at about 52% for Evers right now. And it's at about, in the Senate race, it's breaking by a similar margin for Ron Johnson. Now, if we take a look at that, that's about 3% ticket splitting. If that holds up throughout the rest of the night, that means Mandela Barnes can't lose by more than 3% if Evers wants to win. So that's basically where,
going back to Virginia very quickly, and then I'll hand it off to whoever wants to speak. Oh my God, I forgot. Abigail Spanberger. I'm starting to see projections of her being the winner.
Yeah,
popping up.
Which is I don't blame them. But
yeah, I kind of saw that
Coming.
coming.
A minute and a half left in this meeting, so
yeah, I personally don't think she's. Oh, okay. Well, she just narrowed it down to 1.04%. So, I think she has it in the bag, but I'm not going to say what I think.
I want to mention, JB Pritzker is actually below. He's at 58 right now, which is a little bit lower than I anticipated for him. So
yeah, no.
In the
Oh yeah, NBC just called Virginia 7th
and
for Spanberger.
Yeah, no,
Correct.
there's 10,000 votes left in Prince William County. That's where all the votes
Yeah.
coming out are left, and their 10,000 net votes are all gonna break
Oh.
for Hamburger. That'll
We
put her
we
ahead.
have less than a minute, so after that we'll go back to Dan, and then
All right.
once the new Zoom is up, and we'll go back to Dan, and then I'll talk about Virginia a bit to explain to our viewers. Actually, I'll do that while I'm setting up the new Zoom meeting.
And then,
So
yeah, I'll talk after.
yeah, sounds good. Okay. So while you are staring at the darkness that is me having my camera input turned off, we could talk about Virginia 7th for a bit. So this is, as I mentioned a couple times earlier, a Northern Virginia swing district. The incumbent Abigail Spanberger carpetbagged a little bit to go and run there. This was a district that was Biden +7. So in a R+3 environment, which is where I kind of saw it being yesterday, I guess, that would mean a 7-point swing to the right, which would mean this district is like kind of indicative of how things are going to go, I guess. Her winning that is very good. It's a very big deal. Her method of how kind of confuses me because, like Caleb said, she's outperforming the rurals and she's underperforming in the actual suburban part of the district, which is Prince William County, which is a suburb of DC. And for those of us who followed the 2021 elections, you'll remember that Glenn Youngkin, the Republican governor of Virginia, outperformed pretty notably in counties like Prince William, Loudoun. I think he outperformed in Fairfax as well, most likely. So that's pretty important. We obviously still have a lot of races to go. This could be a Andy Barr scenario. In 2018, Andy Barr beat Amy McGrath in a very closely contested House race. A lot of Democrats panicked about that, and then they turned around to win 40 seats. So I don't want to extrapolate this too much. I think that's the biggest mistake we can make here, is to extrapolate this result way too much. But this is definitely good for Democrats. And it doesn't mean that we're going to be hit with some incredible red tsunami like we've never seen before. I'd say the most likely scenario at this point is Republicans take the House. It's obviously way too early to say definitively, but Democrats are looking better in the Senate than I would have expected. Okay, let's see if we can get the panel back now. In the meantime, we do have some poll closings coming up, so while we wait for everyone, we are going to take a look at those. So the 10 p.m. poll closings are the following states. Not that many, as you can see. We have Montana, Idaho, Utah, Nevada, so a lot of the Mountain Time states. Montana has an interesting House race, but it's probably not going to end up being that close. So we'll cover it if it actually does look like that.
So,
Utah.
I think it's pretty safe to call the state of Colorado at this point.
Yeah. Make sure everyone agrees in the
James?
chat. Yeah.
You there?
Can you hear me? Oh, I'm muted, aren't I? Sorry, Ian. Yes. Just send it to the group chat and make sure everyone agrees.
Yeah,
And
I
then-
already did. I think it's pretty safe to call the state of Colorado at this point. Joe O'Dea will unseat Michael Bennett. I'm just kidding. He won't.
Oh, I
He's
thought you were talking about Bennett, and that's like, I don't know what y'all think. Don't say it on the stream, but I'm leaning towards a Bennett call.
I'm leaning towards it as well. I really like Joe O'Dea. I think he's a great model for the Republican Party. We are mutuals on Twitter. He is my favorite mutual besides Santa Claus of Alaska.
Oh yeah, I love Santa Claus.
Yeah, no, I'm very proud though that I have a mutual with Joe O'Dea because he's the type of politician that I wish we had more of, and the fact that he follows me means that I like him even more. So he's legit though. He's a good guy. He said he'd vote for Biden over Trump in 2024, and he's how Republicans should win blue states.
And he is going to lose because
And he's
Trump
going to
trash
lose.
talked him.
Absolutely. He's
And
gonna-
Ian!
Again,
I would vote
Ian,
for
if
Joe.
this stream gets taken down, I will blame you and only you.
I would.
That is like the fifth F bomb you've dropped within the last 2 hours.
Okay. I'll talk about some Illinois elections. So number one, or some Iowa elections too. Number one, the legendary Jed Ganser. That race is still at 0, so I can't update you. I don't even know what race that is. I'm looking forward to Jed Ganser being elected official. Let's see. The Iowa Senate race, last I checked, it was I think about 15%, and it was. Let me check. I'll do the Illinois Senate race first. I mean, unsurprisingly, Duckworth is up 21%. The Libertarian candidate actually gained a little bit. So good for him. Pritzker is gaining on he's they're both at 36%. Pritzker attracted 1 million votes, so that's interesting. The House District 17 is narrowed a lot. It's down to about 300 votes out of about 36,000 at the moment. Each candidate has about. Sorensen is still up by about 300 votes at about 14% reporting. And the collective bargaining rights amendment is up. Yes, 64%. No, 36%. In Iowa, as I'm sure Mr. Caleb will be very disappointed to hear, Michael Franken is up 59-41 with 12% reporting. Let's see, and Christina Bohannon is currently actually winning against Marionette Miller Meeks by about 7,000 votes out of about 27,000 cast. But that's only at like 8%. Let's see. Iowa also had a constitutional amendment about the right to bear arms. It's currently actually at no. Kind of surprisingly to me, it's at no at about 11% reporting. By about 1,500 votes. That one will also probably pass, but it's narrow at the moment. And there was one more thing. Governor of Iowa. Reynolds is actually down right now by about 12%, but that race is still called for her. So I don't know. What's up there.
Brian, when you say what you say in the
That's it.
chat, you're talking about Senate, right? Or are you talking about
Oh,
governor?
yes.
Okay.
Well, governor too, actually.
Yeah, I don't know if we even.
We haven't mentioned governor, but governor too.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna skip governor. Senate.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
Senate.
Dan, can you move the Senate slide in question up to projection?
Yeah, it'll take me a minute, but I can.
Okay, that's cool.
Can I just say something super quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Kansas, out of the Secretary of State race, the incumbent Schwab has taken the lead with 50.5 to 47.2. However, Laura Kelly is still up by like 15 points right now. So
Should I move the governor slide too? Are we calling both?
Oh, is there a governor slide?
I don't know. I can check, but if there is,
I wasn't under the impression that there was.
okay. I don't think there is then.
Okay,
But
yeah,
I will
just
check. I will check.
thank you, Dan. I did want to talk really briefly on the Utah Senate race because I think that's unlike anything we're seeing elsewhere in the country.
Mike Lee.
Yes, and the reason why is because there is no Democrat. The Democratic Party at their convention voted to endorse independent candidate Evan McMullin, who, as some of us will remember,
Yeah, I forgot about that.
yeah, ran for president in
He
2016.
won 20%. He won like 21% of the vote.
Yeah,
I think,
he
in
beat Clinton in
Utah.
several counties. He won a couple
Mhm.
precincts in Bravo, and elsewhere in the state. Nevada, we talked about this way earlier, but for those of us who were not present, Nevada has 3 swing districts. At this rate, Dina Titus might be fine, actually. I still think Susie Lee's gonna lose. I feel like she's in a Elaine Luria type of position, where even if
Yeah.
Democrats do better than I expected, she's still probably gonna lose.
Titus-
Although it might be close,
Titus,
you know?
Yeah, I agree.
And
Titus
Horsford is
is
fine.
That man's like.
It's so
That's-
bizarre. He should be like losing right now. He has so many
he could shoot
scandals.
someone and still win.
he should be
like, he would
doing
win the
he
stand
vote
in the
of their
middle, put a
family.
He
bat
should
in
be
the middle,
doing-
and shoot someone, and
he should be doing the
still
worst out of all
win
of them,
because
and yet
voters.
he's doing the like his district. I mean, this doesn't mean much because it is the most. It's the bluest district, but his district technically it's the most polarized one because like he has Vegas, but then he has like all these red counties that are like 80% to like 20% Republican. And he has like all these issues. He had like 2 extramarital affairs, one after the other one was revealed, so that makes it even worse.
He's a
He has
patriot.
campaign finance issues. He almost got indicted. Like, yet, like this, he doesn't like. Just no one cares. It's like, oh yeah. it's
I think they're
crazy,
used
but
to it by now because he was their congressman before he lost to Crescent Hardy. So I feel like
He
they've just like
was.
accepted that he's like terrible.
Because one of the
Okay.
extramarital affairs was during his first term. Then he lost. Then he came back. Then his second one got revealed. He didn't lose. So I think they're just like, we'll take it.
I find
Oh.
it really funny that he beat Crescent Hardy by like 8 points in 2018. He should not have won
Yeah.
by that much.
It's
And
definitely
then, and Titus, I'd agree. Titus is in like, honestly, Titus. She's more. I don't think she's not really in a Spamberger situation. She's like in between. She's in between a Spamberger situation and a Wexton situation, just because she is a strong incumbent. I agree though that like Susie Lee's in like a Luria situation. Maybe a
Yeah,
little better.
she's
a little
in
better,
some
but
trouble. Luria, I think, is like kind of.
I think she has the best
Yeah.
GOP opponent out of all 3. Like
Okay.
It's
on top of-
64% in. She's down 11. You
Who?
know, Luria.
Oh, Luria. Oh, I thought you were talking about Susie. I was like,
Oh
Susie's
no,
like-
no, that would be. Oh god, that would be really
Yeah.
bad. Also, for what it's worth, it's only 30% in, but Malinowski's up 63 to 37.
also
I-
third thing for
Oh,
what
okay. So sorry. But Stafford County is going to go to Yesley Vega by 80.85%. So that's
Wow,
still more competitive than I
that's
thought.
closer than 2020, which means Wexton's well positioned.
Actually, no.
Oh, really?
In 2020, I'm pretty sure Joe Biden won the county.
Really?
Yeah, he did win the county.
Oh, damn. Okay,
So is it okay if I mention something on Alyssa Slotkin real quick?
go ahead.
So Alyssa Slotkin is obviously one of the races that's pretty close. Currently,
Oh.
she's by 13,000 votes. Now, estimates of the votes remaining, she's likely going to pick up about 33,000 in Ingham County, lose 10,000 in Livingston, 5,000 in Shasawee, which basically puts her ahead if she gains 1,000 in Eaton. That puts Alyssa Slotkin ahead, 37,000. Then she loses 10. She loses 13, which she already hasn't had. That's 23, and loses 5. She's ahead by 10,000 votes in this metric. That is really good right now for Slotkin. And so this is using the New York Times estimated votes remaining function. It's not entirely accurate, so I would take anything with a grain of salt. However, reporting that a candidate like Slotkin might be winning by like 10,000 votes, that's concrete. Reporting that she's winning, that she could win by up to 1,000, that's not. So I'd say I'm going to argue Slotkin is slightly favored right now to win Michigan 7th.
Ian, I'm going to interrupt you really quickly. A key race alert and a projection. That is that the Colorado Senate race has been won by Michael Bennett. That's a big one. That's a very big one. That's Democrats. If they lost the seat, it would have been really just over for them.
I do feel bad because I do like Joe O'Dea quite a lot, but that was kind of expected. And in the 8th district,
Check the chat, boys. By the
yeah.
way.
Yeah, specifically Ian, check the chat because you know how to make the slides.
we'll do.
Thank you.
I want to just mention this right now. So there are in the Wyoming governor race, unsurprisingly, the Republican is winning. Only 157 votes are in, but only 9 of them are for the Democrat. Which Wyoming, I mean.
Yeah. I've made an executive decision on another call, so everyone.
I
Check
also
that
want
out.
I want to mention this. Marjorie Taylor Greene is underperforming in her district, but she's still she's still crushing Marcus Flowers. But like I think right now it's the lowest the closest race in her district's history, which, to be fair, her district is like 10 years old, but still.
Oh, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, Fung
I'm
just
like-
conceded. Ellen Fung just conceded.
Fung is conceded, and I was just looking at a like a screen grab of his concession speech, and someone was also saying like something similar on Twitter. He like looked like actually like shocked. Like I think I mean it makes sense because he had a lot of momentum, but like I think he like genuinely thought he was going to win because he looked. I'll send it to the group chat if I had it, and now my Twitter has gone away. But he looked genuinely stunned. Like he looked kind of confused. Like I don't think he expected to lose.
So yeah, at this point, Elk County is shifted 8 points to the left. It's at 95% of the votes in, and it's shifted 8 points to the left for Fetterman. That is big news. He's doing very well in the rurals.
Love that. Love that.
But Brian, I'm very sad right now because Jennifer Lewis is underperforming Biden.
I think I think you should be sad because Franken is still beating.
He is not
Grassley.
beating Chuck Grassley.
Give another
He-
call.
I mean,
Give another
at
call.
this point. God
What do you
damn it.
say, Ian?
You have another call to make, right?
We have 2 more.
Yep.
One of them, the slide should already exist though. Like I'm 90% sure I made it.
The slide.
Okay.
made the other-
Oh, damn.
Just
While
one.
that's happening, I do have bad news. In House District 17,
Oh,
King
rip.
has taken the lead with 19% reporting. It's 52
Oh, that's
to
19%.
48. It's not early enough to call. Like it's not gonna be early enough to call until like maybe even tomorrow. But I mean, Illinois is not too slow at counting their ballots, but they're not good at it. So
And Kentucky
Uh-oh.
Amendment 2, it's losing by 10 points right now.
yeah, that's not surprising at all. That's the
Um,
I'm a
That-
little
that
bit
is-
surprised by that.
That is surprising.
Wait, is that the abortion one?
Yeah. So no
Wait,
is
isn't
like
that the
Wait,
Isn't
the
that-
no, the no. So the pro-choice side is winning. So like the no is losing. Pro-choice.
No. It's I thought it was a one where it was like the don't ban abortion one.
okay.
It's-
So
no,
if you
it's-
vote,
it's-
if you
No,
vote-
it was a
okay,
ban abortion
okay,
one.
Listen,
It's
listen.
it's
Listen,
to
listen,
add
listen.
it's to add
If-
like a,
If you vote yes on Kentucky Amendment 2, you believe that there is no constitutional right to abortion. If you vote
And
no,
it's
then you
failing.
believe there is.
And it's
yes,
failing.
it's failing.
It's failing.
Wow.
okay. That is
But
Okay,
50%
I am very never
That
mind. I
is
retract
surprising.
my earlier statement. That's very surprising.
Kentucky. Wait, how much percent reporting?
53.
Oh, I
Oh,
don't know, actually, though.
collective bargaining rights is up 30% now. I
It's-
really don't
it's-
see that.
It's a
Ryan.
little. It's surprising that it's failing, but also remember Kentucky. They count early
Yeah.
and mail in first.
Well,
And they do-
Lexington, Fayette County hasn't even like reported yet, so that's not a very good sign. But there's
No,
still
not
a
really.
lot of rules, like
Yeah.
Not a very good sign for which side.
for the pro-life.
the
side.
pro life side.
Okay.
But-
even if they win though, I assume from if Lexington hasn't reported yet, I presume that it's not going to be a very big victory. So that still is surprising in itself, because Kentucky's one of these. It's not Kansas. It's like it's a very conservative and religious. Like it's one of
Well-
those states where it's like, you know.
And part of it is because the Cincinnati suburbs went heavily against it. Not heavily, but it went for by
One
Like hold on. How much? Do you know how much Louisville has reported? It's like that county.
Louisville 89%.
Okay,
Okay.
so it's actually not that bad for the pro life
So
side. then.
it's okay. This
if
that one's also
they've
really close.
reported 89,
That's a good sign.
And Texas 34. I mean, Gonzalez
Yeah.
is still up by 10. So with 58 reporting, so I don't know.
If he wins, like I'm not gonna be upset because I don't want Mario Flores to win, but like he doesn't deserve to win that race.
He does though. Like he's kind of a patriot. Do you not remember? No,
you. I know you're gonna say something racist, but you should probably watch out. Like we're in
Yeah.
we're in a YouTube live.
But-
Caleb, we are not racist people.
But can I just say I respect the self hate from Gonzalez because the fact that he like someone who's a person of
He
color
was like,
is attacking another person of color for being a person of color.
it's
That's
it's hilarious too,
mega
because he's
based.
like, he was like, the explanation he gave was, well, I'm not an immigrant. I'm first generation. I was born here. My parents. He was like saying, oh, my parents were born in Mexico, but I was born here. Myra
So
Flores.
based.
Myra Flores, she was born in Mexico. She came
Wait,
here.
wait, what district are we talking about? Oh,
The
Texas
34th,
35.
34th.
Can I-
34, 35.
Can I get some updates real quick?
Sorry, 34th. Also, real quick,
On what?
Brian Kemp, projected winner, Georgia governor.
Yeah, we all knew
That's
that.
a key race alert.
Yeah.
Just some quick up from House races.
Boy.
Real
Yeah,
women
go-
vote for
go ahead, Ian.
Gonzalez.
Things are looking very good for Tim Ryan right now, and things are also looking good for Mark Molinaro right now. The 22nd is a complete toss-up. It could be the exact same as last time, where the candidate wins by 6 votes. Looking at it, right now, Onondaga County, where Utica is, where I go to school, that is reporting. I think they got all the Utica votes counted first. Because it's normally a county that breaks very heavily for the Republicans, but they got all the Utica votes counted first, so it's currently going to Francis Cano. However, overall, what we got to look out for is the Syracuse margin. But yeah, no, right now, if you take a look at the 19th district, you think, oh, Josh Riley's got this in the bag. He's winning by 16,000 votes. 20% of the vote is in. He's got Assad margins and Tompkins. However, the problem is, all of the places where the vote hasn't come in yet are the election day votes from the very rural counties: Sullivan County, Delaware County, Chenango County. Chenango County hasn't even reported a thing yet. Broome County. All those election day votes still haven't come in yet. So I think as we see throughout the night, Molinaro is going to close it up, and he's going to probably eke out a small win over Riley, in my view. I don't know exactly how much of a win that would be. However, I will check to see my prediction if I called that one or not.
Just a quick note, Franken versus Grassley is narrowing quickly, so
Good.
yeah.
Important news: Maryland voted to legalize marijuana.
Yeah.
Even more important news. Even more important news. All the early votes are in Virginia 7th. 3 precincts outstanding, and Spanberger is up by 1.03. So Spanberger has won re-election.
I'm very confused though on that, because there are these, like, now they're kind of obscure. Well, they're Virginia journalists, I suppose. They're not that obscure. There are these like journalists saying that Vega's going to pull ahead. Then like they're not calling it. Like Spanberger seems to have won, but like why isn't anyone calling it? And why are these obscure journalists saying that Vega's going to pull out a win? I don't
Because
get it.
the mainstream
I
media
don't know.
doesn't know how to look at election maps like ever. This is a consistent.
I mean, the
problem.
thing is, like, Spanberger's up by 5,249 votes. So realistically, there's no path to victory for Yesli Vega at this point. So I don't understand why nobody is calling it. Like, it's a lot more competitive than I thought it would be. In all honesty, I thought Spanberger would get like 51.5.
No.
But the fact that Spanberger still won, that's a good sign. So I just don't know why people are like not calling.
Right, I don't get it. I don't know if they're doing.
Spanberger
That is
ran
kind of
on
weird.
Spanberger ran on par with Joe Biden in the rules, and she outperformed McAuliffe heavily. So she did underperform in Caroline County, Spotsylvania County. No, she underperformed in Caroline, King George, and Stafford. So I get that, but there's 3 precincts remaining, 2 of which are in Prince William County. I don't know where the other one, and then 1 precinct's in Madison County. There's no way for Yesli Vega to eke out a win. Because if I'm correct, the precinct that's remaining in Madison County, that's one of the more competitive precincts. So, I mean, it's still like a R plus
Yep.
30 precinct, but it's more competitive than what that county is. So yeah. Oh wait, actually, sorry. Spanberger won by 2.03%. So
Not terrible.
Quick of Iowa. Things are looking decent for Sidney Axne at this time. It's going to be closer than expected. I think most people expect Zach Nunn to win this one. However,
Yeah,
the
I
margin-
definitely did.
I have
Yeah.
a
This
have-
is
There's some weird
the
stuff happening in Iowa.
southwest of the state
Yeah,
for
the
our
mark
viewers.
looks like it's going to be a lot lower than expected. So right now, Axne's up by about 24,000 votes. She's got about 4,000 net votes that's going to come out of Polk County still, and that would put up to 28,000 net. A 28,000 vote firewall with the rurals is pretty decent. So if Zach Nunn wants to eke out a victory, he's going to have to really eat into Axne's margins in the rurals, and she's
Yeah.
popular. So
Yeah.
I do think he will win, but rather than winning by like 4 or 5 like everyone expected, it might be just by like 2 or 3.
I just saw something that said Fetterman's up in Lackawanna by
Mhm.
16 with 93%
I don't know.
reporting.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think he is as well. I'm checking.
Jesus, that is wow.
That's pretty good. I have
That's
there's
very
some weird
good.
stuff happening in Iowa right now. Number one is the right to bear arms amendment is still at a dead 50-50. The like 170-ish thousand votes, and it's like 100 votes separate yes and no. Also, in the first district, Miller Meeks is still, I believe, down to Christina Bohannon.
Oh, wow, that's
it's
surprising.
It's still very early, but I did not expect. I didn't expect. I expected it to be close. I didn't expect Miller.
Oh wow. She's only at 34.
If you guys really quickly, we do need to do our poll closings.
Oh, it is 10.
Yes, it is 10. So we have Montana, Idaho, Utah, Nevada. We have a call out of Idaho. Mike Crapo reelected. Like, no surprise to the Senate. The Senate race in Utah, that is too early to call. Mike Lee versus Independent, who is backed by the Democrats, Evan McMullen. I'm skeptical this is going to be close, honestly, but you never know, right? We'll see. Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo versus Steve Sisolak. This is going to be a very close race. Too close to call.
I think I was the only one of us who predicted Sisolak would win. So
You are. I predicted Lombardo was going to win.
I could have made a very good call here, and I would be really proud of myself if I did.
Yeah. Oh, if Sisolak does win, then I'll worship Dan. Although not really, because you also had Christ winning.
I think in my earlier one I had it lean, or I had it tilt, which is still an
Okay.
abysmal call. Like I don't know what happened there. I don't know if I thought I read like that it could be close. I don't know.
So someone used the inspect feature and like swapped all the
was
poll
wrong.
numbers.
That's what happened. I was really wrong.
So the Nevada Senate race is also too close to call. This was a very close race back in 2016. The Nevada governor's race was also close in 2018. Adam Laxalt versus Catherine Cortez Masto. Catherine Cortez Masto is the incumbent Democratic senator. She won very narrowly in 2016, basically matching Hillary Clinton, which in Nevada was actually not terrible because Clinton did better than
looks like
Biden.
he's doing pretty good right now. He's at 16 points up with 42% in.
Yeah.
So.
And a quick preview of our next poll closings: California, Washington, Oregon. Those are all big poll closings.
Alaska doesn't
California
get
has
better.
a lot of key House races. Washington has like 1, maybe 2 if you want to push it. Oregon has 3 key House races and a very important and quite possibly very close governor's race, which is a 3-way fight between Republican Christine Drazan, Democrat Tina Kotek, and Betsy Johnson, who is a former Democrat turned independent.
Betsy.
Does anyone have anything pressing they'd like to address at the moment?
I just want to add. Doesn't Alaska close at like midnight?
Alaska closes at midnight, and the Aleutians close at 1 in the morning. Which is we're ending the stream at 1, for the record.
Wonderful. I cannot give you guys anything on Jed Ganser yet. I'll make sure to, but he's gonna win historically, isn't he? Right.
Yeah. Oh my God. Wow.
What?
Wow.
I'm debating. Okay, I'm debating another call. That's not what I was saying. Wow about.
Oh, also to anyone who was doubting the fact that to anyone who thought that it was going to be close in Oklahoma, Stitz ahead by, I think the margin is 16 right now.
16%. I was way.
I
off.
literally just where did that
We
slide
called-
go?
Didn't we call Stitz race already?
No,
No.
because okay, well it was here. That's why. All right.
I
So
sure?
call now. Well, yeah, but not really. We technically called it like an hour ago. I think we just didn't have the slide.
Mhm.
Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt, he has been reelected. So Dan, I'll take this as another victory in our
Yeah.
prediction battle
Yeah.
because I think he's probably going to
I took a
outperform his
huge L.
2018 margin.
There's a county board race where I live that's currently separated by 1 vote. So that's.
Oh wow. Also, everyone, check the group chat. Tell me what your opinions are. And assuming there's no major dissent, Ian, could you make that slide because it does not exist right now?
What's somebody put in the group chat? What's that at? Because I think I support it. I just don't know it.
We
Okay,
all support it.
great.
I do want to know when you announce it, but when you announce it, tell me what.
Last I checked, the Republican was up by 6, and
Yeah,
the
that's
vote
what
gets redder as you count more of it in Texas.
It seems to be quite stagnant at 6%. So yeah, I'm call it.
Oh, Caleb wants to be kicked out of the Zoom.
Okay, that's the Caleb.
Oh, I don't want to type in my email address. What? Oh, well, I don't want to report him either. That's bizarre.
Bizarre. Hey.
Well, how's the house doing? Obviously, Captor's still doing well.
The only thing I actually checked last was that Taylor Green was underperforming, but still up big. So.
Okay, yeah. We have our
Democrats are winning all 3 competitive Iowa House districts.
slide. Go below 10 p.m. poll closings. Check out.
Is the slide there?
It's below Crapo.
Okay. Thanks, Ian. Good work.
Yeah, CNN is going nuts right now. I just checked the TV in the common room.
What are they saying?
Well, they are pointing out how Mandela Barnes, the race is close to, but it's a lot less close for Evers, and they're focusing on Wisconsin a bit right now.
Oh, is Evers like way outperforming?
Yeah, 8. He's
How-
up by 8 right.
Oh, damn. Okay, that's very good for him. Anyway, key race alert. This race was too early to call. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is the projected winner, the Republican,
Dude, the
defeating
difference-
Beto O'Rourke.
The difference in Georgia is 63 votes. It's out of 3
He's
million
also
votes.
doing
It's
rules.
out
So
of 3.1 million votes right now. The difference in Georgia is 63.
But before we clown on Dan and I for thinking Oklahoma governor would be competitive, the fact that Oklahoma's governor race was more competitive than Florida's, it kind of just says something about the Democratic
that is truly like astounding to me.
because we like the fact that we're losing like a governor's race and I would say it's competitive, but a non-super Republican state by more than one of the reddest states in the nation.
Then arguably like the 3rd reddest state in the nation.
Yeah, a state that every single county in both 2016 and 2020
Yeah, no,
both went.
Oklahoma is like if you took all of the Republican parts of Texas and just made it a state.
Literally, and the fact that Democrats are outperforming there, well, not outperforming, but they're doing better there than they are in Florida, should really say something about the state of, state Democratic parties, because the Oklahoma Democratic Party, they're not super great, but if they can do better than Florida's, like that's not good at all.
I did want to.
just.
Okay,
Go back
sorry.
to-
No. Yeah,
I'll
go
just
ahead. Go
quickly-
ahead.
I'll
Then
just
I
quickly
have something.
say. I'll just quickly say. When it comes to Georgia, I think there might be a runoff for the Senate because it's.
It was at just a second. It's Walker's taken a bit of a lead, but it's still
It's-
only
yeah.
4,000 votes at 22% left.
And
Okay.
Steve
it seems
Kornacki
from-
says
from
that
my-
Walker's underperforming where he needs to perform, though.
For my shitty or excuse me, for my like
Silly.
non-professional viewing of where these votes, where the outstanding votes are coming from, it seems like there's kind of an even number of votes, of Republican votes and Democratic votes in Georgia. So I think this very well could go to a runoff.
I think it will, honestly.
Probably.
Put my point of view in real quick. It's
Mm.
so Warnock's got about 50,000 vote lead in Gwinnett County. Only half the votes are in there. Assuming he expands on that, that's an extra 50,000 votes for Warnock. He has got a Assad-sized margin in DeKalb County. About 30% of the vote still has to come in there. Assuming,
That's pretty important. That's pretty important, isn't it?
yeah, that's pretty important.
Yeah. So right now it looks good for
Fulton County, similar. Fulton County is at 69%. He will get a lot of votes from there. Cobb County, he has a 17% lead, 66%, and he will get a lot of votes from there. There's also some of the black rural counties like Muskogee County, where Columbus is located, and he'll get a lot of votes there. And with the remaining counties, Chatham County, he's got a 24-point lead. He'll get a lot of votes there. Now, with the votes left, there's very few counties left that are really going to give a lot of votes to Walker. One of them is Columbia County. That 17% of the votes in, and he's going to get an Assad level margin there. Two are Franklin and Stevens counties, where he'll get a lot of votes from. Those are the only two major like repositories of votes left for him, and Coffee County in the south, but that's like 6,000 votes total.
Would anyone care to explain to me how Amelia Sykes is in the lead by 9 points right now?
I check on that. I haven't checked on that in about.
Because
40 minutes.
Ohio's first is starting to look like a more normal margin. It's Landsman up by
How
6.
much-
I think
how
that's going
much
to
is
tighten
in?
more.
How much is it in the 9?
It's 53, I think.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
she's still gonna lose.
Really?
So
I have bad news,
No,
guys.
she's totally going to lose, but like,
Guys, I have terrible news. Jed Ganser is losing.
no.
But back to Georgia.
Also,
this-
Kaptur is up 13. I'll let you continue in a second. Marcy Kaptur, Ohio's 9th. Again, for our viewers, this is a Trump +2 district. Marcy Kaptur, with 70% of the vote reporting, is up 56 to 44.
Oh,
And another thing, so Warnock is winning Fayette by 2 votes.
I hope Ohio Night tells the Republican Party that that's what you get for. I think it's up the night. That's what you get for running insane people in
Yeah.
marginal states.
We need to give them a lesson on candidate quality, I think. All right, Ian, continue.
Hey,
Warnock is-
Brian, as our resident New Jerseyan, can you give us an update on Tom Malinowski?
Malinowski at the moment. Last time I checked, let me check again just to make sure. Yeah. So he's. Oh, why won't this? Hold on. I'm trying to get to the in-depth results.
Mind if I
just so I can.
Before you find that
Uh,
stuff out.
Hold on. I have it. So right now, Malinowski's up 56 to 43. However, from what I can tell, Union's in. Morris is not in, so that's good. Yeah, I think Kane is probably going to win this. Yeah.
I have
Yeah,
Iowa.
the Democratic parts of the district most of them have come in, and Kane's main source of votes is going to be Morris. That coming? Yeah, Kane is probably going to win.
45% in. O'Halloran is tied with his opponent.
I
Ian,
have some
go ahead.
Ohio news or Ohio.
Wait, let Ian talk.
Fayette County, Warnock is winning by 2 votes. He lost Fayette
Ooh.
County runoff in 2021. He's winning Fayette County today.
Wow.
So that is something to focus on. He's doing extremely well, and Walker is majorly underperforming where he needs to be performing. Trump was overperforming Biden at this level this time. So were Loeffler and so were Perdue. They were overperforming Walker by a substantial margin at this time. Do I think Warnock will avoid a runoff? It's 50-50, but I think he will get the most votes tonight.
That's fair.
not a call, but a race we want to keep an eye on, New Hampshire. Maggie Hassan is currently way
She's doing pretty well.
Yeah, Caleb DM me about that because I don't know what you're talking about, and those messages like obstruct the screen. But yeah, we might be seeing a call before half of the vote is counted if she keeps outperforming at this rate.
As
Just some
as
food for
as
thought.
an honorary Iowan, out
I
of
have
the
Iowan
third
as
district, out of the third district, 61% reporting, and it looks like Acton's still up by 7.4. So that's really not horrible for her.
Weirdly, the two of the Democratic districts seem to be doing fine. The third and I think the second,
Oh,
Hinson is doing well. Hinson just took the lead, but Bohannon is up by like 21% now. Also, Rob Sand is
See,
Kelly is
CNN
leading Masters 56 to
C-
41. I don't know how
CNN
much Hobbs is up by, but she won.
CNN
She's winning Maricopa by a lot. Sorry.
Okay,
continue,
CNN
Brian.
Let Brian
CNN just projected Spamberger wins in the 7th,
W.
and Jan Kiggins wins in the 2nd.
Boo.
Rip.
I
But
love
that's not
our
really a
unbiased
surprise.
analysis.
Like that's not a surprise in all honesty.
Who's doing
No,
well right
but-
now?
This is actually like wait, I need to go look at my predictions now. I want to see who I had winning
Doing
the
well
7th.
right now. He's up by 2.
Oh, I need to check my own lovely congressional district, see how we're doing. 'Cause I don't know.
Yeah, Golden's doing quite well right now. A majority of the votes that still have to come in, like all the large repositories of votes, Bangor, Lewiston, those are breaking for him quite well. Bar Harbor breaking for him quite well. So the places where Polkwin can pick up votes are very small towns across like northern Connecticut, rural areas. And the thing is, Golden is doing quite well in them. Poliquin is not performing at the level he needs to in the rural areas in order to smash Golden. For example, Garland, the town which broke it for Trump with about like 70% of the vote, Poliquin's currently winning 59% of it. So that's some big news. And if Golden is able to keep outperforming this rate, he will win tonight by a very small margin, but he'll win.
That I don't think we'll know the winner tonight because I think it'll probably go to RCV, and I think that's in the end what's going to kill what's his name, Poliquin.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I always thought that Golden, even in like a wave, which is ironic because Golden has like an R plus. I think on 530 it's R plus 8, but I think it's redder than that. I think it's like I think they're I think the what's it called? One of the 2018 statewide races kind of skews that number. I think it's like R. I think in actuality it's like R plus 10, R plus 11. His district's pretty red, and yet I always thought that like even in like a wave where like, and this is gonna sound stupid, but even in like a wave where we'd see like Wexton going down, I thought it was possible that Golden won. Even in that
Yeah, I don't know about Wexton, but like Spanbroker losing, I could have still seen Golden win.
About to be over, or this call is left.
Okay. Whoops. Okay. Again, display capture is going to be off for a little bit while I create a new Zoom meeting and then email it to Ian.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little more disheveled as the night's going on.
You and me both. Let's see. Does my camera even turn on? No.
Oh, my room is turning into a fucking pigsty. Oh, cursing. I got sorry.
Ian. Ian.
Sorry.
You're killing me, man. You're killing me.
Killing you, Smalls. I know. Back
Oh my
to
God.
back to
Yeah.
Fetty. Destroying Oz and Luzerne County. Like
Yeah,
Matt,
that is double Biden's margin. That's like incredible.
he is destroying Oz and Lackawanna and Luzerne counties. He's winning Bucks County right now. Winning Northampton. He's losing Erie by about 2 points. But that's only 50% of the votes in, and that's the stuff that's going to break Democrat later on. Things are looking good for Fetty right now. He's up by 5 with
Boebert is down right now. Just thought Lauren Boebert is down with 71% reporting.
Wait, whoa. How did this happen?
I need to make sure that's true. I do not believe that.
Oh
Oh my God, it is. It is.
Oh my goodness.
It's 64%, according to Politico, and
My
she
goodness.
is down by 6 points.
Yeah, no, but they're still giving it Boebert likely to win, which I understand and I would go for, but still, that's crazy.
Can I be honest? I have no idea why my profile picture is a photo of Gibby from iCarly and an old man.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, she's gonna pick up a solid level margin so far. I mean, Boebert's still likely to win because she's gonna pick up a solid level margins in some of the places. Like she's predicted to get 88% of the remaining vote from Mesa County, 64% of the remaining vote from Pueblo County, and that combined, that's 8,000 net versus 17,000 versus 18,000 net. That puts her over already. Just
Are we
those.
talking about
We have an important pending call. I think
what were we just talking about? Just so I can.
Boebert.
Both,
Eh?
everyone, please check the group chat. Oh, I forgot to turn on the camera feed. Whoops.
You goober.
Yeah, that was my bad. Sorry, y'all.
Come on.
I also need to look.
Yeah, I don't know what the margins are.
I'm willing to go for it.
I'm.
Yeah, the way Fetterman's performing, honestly.
Wait, hold on. Let me see the margins. I'll
Ian,
probably agree.
You have to make the slide again. And just move it to like the top,
That's
like the
not-
very top of the presentation. Like drag it with your computer.
The Keystone Party is doing. I don't know how well. it's-
Yeah,
What?
we can totally call this.
Yeah. Let's call that. That's a big W in my opinion.
I mean,
Slide it up.
53%.
Is the slide been made?
No, you need to make it.
I think
I'm
it's a
not
bit
sh-
early.
I'm not sure if we should call this.
All right,
Yeah,
we'll
it's a bit
wait. We'll
early.
wait then.
Alright, let's
I'm just
wait.
saying that because Decision Desk called it. That's why I brought it up.
Decision desk, we should not be like I would trust like some hobo off the street before I trust decision desk got like 5 major calls wrong in 2020. So I don't know, dude. Or they
I
called
beg
them
to differ.
well, I don't want to say wrong.
Dude,
but
what do you think is gonna happen to Trafalgar's pollster rating?
it's
Speaking of bad forecasters, it's gonna sink to like a D. They've had such a great cycle, and now it's just gonna be like they predicted
Probably
a close
a
Vermont
D.
Senate race.
Oh,
That
okay.
was like a
Um,
that was like a 30-point miss probably.
I have an Iowa Senate update. As an honorary
I
Iowan.
don't know about it.
Yeah, hit
An
us, Caleb.
incumbent Senator Tucker Grassley, known for his love of corn and ice cream from the Windsor Heights DQ. He's at 51.5% of the vote with 43% in, and most of the remaining votes are like
Yeah, I was gonna
rural
mention
red
that.
counties.
I was gonna say a lot. I feel like a lot of the outstanding votes are in like northwest
Mhm.
Iowa, and
Mm.
that's like fucking Assad, as Ian would say, Assad level Republican.
Yeah, well, Polk County's in at 94,
Okay,
and Franken only won it by 12, which is
Ohio's first. Landsman's up 2 with 81% reporting.
that's gonna be close.
Okay, Michigan is Whitmer's up 4.4 with 23% in.
I'm moving some slides up so that we can make these things that we were talking about.
Thank you, Ian. I would contribute, except my iPad like doesn't function anymore, and you just can't really do that
Fair
on your
enough.
phone.
Are we willing to call Iowa Senate though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
let's make the call then.
because if Polk's in it,
Slide on.
For
Nice.
reference, that is a call for Chuck Grassley.
yeah, because
Oh, but put the slide on to make it official.
if
Yeah.
Polk County, which for reference is Des Moines, and it's like the big stronghold for Democrats. If that,
Technically, I'd say Johnson County is the big stronghold for Democrats.
Yeah, no, definitely. Is the
Yeah.
slide on?
Why isn't John Fetterman doing so bad in Center County?
Because he like dies whenever. Actually, wait, no. Is Center County even that college educated?
It's like where
It's where
Penn
Pennsylvania,
State is.
UPenn, it's where
Well, that
yeah.
means college. There's a difference between college graduates and
We're
college
not-
students.
we're
It's
not-
probably because college students like probably
They-
didn't turn
they-
out.
No, it's because they were like stupid. They were like, "Oh, split government's good," so they voted for
Okay.
Shapiro. And
Yeah, but
us.
college students are all like socialists.
and,
so
and
I feel like
I mean,
Can we make the call for Iowa yet though officially? Can we like
yes, we've-
swap-
we've
Yes,
officially made it.
just put it. Tell me when it's there.
New York is
It is there. It's
New
right below
Mexico.
Abbott.
Oh.
Sorry. New
Okay.
Mexico, New
I'm-
Mexico is
Wow, what is
As-
happening?
as a Democrat, I'm a little worried about Pennsylvania. I think Oz is going to win.
Really?
Yeah,
That's-
I'm-
It's really early. I don't think anyone can say for sure.
I
like,
mean,
who's gonna win.
I think
Like-
Fetterman has it's like 48-52 in my opinion with Oz because
I think it's very strange. Because we're seeing a lot of counties where Fetterman is overperforming expectations. Like he's overperforming. Well, for now, because actually, I struggle to say this because we don't know if this is going to be the final result. But for now, in some of these counties, now to be fair, in a lot of these counties, there's like 30%. But he seems to be doing better than expected, and then in some, he seems to be doing the work. I don't know what the deal with Fetterman is. Shapiro
so-
seems to kind of be suffering from the same thing, but in
Barnes is
reverse.
about to fall behind Johnson. By the way, he's up 1 point.
poor homie. Anyways, an update out of Iowa Secretary of State. The incumbent Pat Tay looks like he's definitely going to hold on. But the thing I want to talk about is Polk County. The Democratic nominee only has 50.8% of the vote in Polk County. And keep in mind, this is a Franken plus 11 county as of right now. And so the fact that the incumbent Republicans at 49.1% of the vote is not very good for Democrats
okay.
there.
by the way, Landsman, they're giving likely to win because Warren County is done reporting basically. There's
Oh, I am vindicated yet again. If that's the
we're
case,
vindicated. That is my first. That is my first thing that is wrong in the night. Is that Steve Shabbat is losing to Greg Landsman.
Really?
Another,
I had Lansing
important-
winning.
another important race.
winning.
Iowa's third, which we've mentioned a couple times, the only Democratic congressional seat in Iowa right now. Cindy Axne, the Democratic incumbent, is up by 8 points with 76%.
Oh, wow. So she might hold on.
I
yeah.
think she will. Let's see. Bohannon is doing decent. I
Uh,
think she's 14% up with like.
No way. No wait.
Like-
No way.
I think we're close to a call for Captor, honestly.
Oh, I just saw Lands. Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my
I-
God.
All I'm
God.
saying, I saw this coming.
I wouldn't be too cocky. I wouldn't. be too cocky.
I'm not. It's still.
I'm just telling.
close
that-
to call.
I'm just saying that none of us should be cocky because all of us have suffered major flaws.
Illinois 17 is still 52.
Yeah, all of
Okay,
us have been
um,
hilariously wrong in at least one race tonight. I feel like.
Axne
Yeah.
is okay. No, but the New York Times says that the race is leaning towards none in Axne's case.
Oh, really?
Yes.
They
What-
might have counted early in person or early mail-in first. think.
In Georgia's second district, which is like the heavily African American rural counties, and then some other rural counties, Bishop is now up by 6. He was kind of
Thank God.
tied for most of the night, but he's starting to pull ahead now.
This is kind of funny because Nebraska's first district is the Democrat is doing way better than in the second. Vargas is only up by less. He's up by less than a point.
That's
the
not
second.
surprising because the
And
Uh,
Democrat-
according-
first-
Wait, Caleb, what percent reporting do you have there?
37 for the first and 61
Okay.
for the second. That makes sense.
So
I have 43 for the first, and Pansing Brooks leads Mike Flood, the Republican, by 0.2. And then Tony Vargas is up against Don Bacon, the Republican, by 8, with 62% reporting in Nebraska second for me.
Pence. So no, I mean this. The second will still probably be closer than the first, but I will say though, that's another example of candidate quality. Because in the first they pick a moderate state legislator from Lincoln, who did very well in the special election, and then for the second they picked Vargas, who was like, I think he supported defund the police, and he was like,
Oh,
he
moot.
like said something
but
like,
Vargas is a very strong candidate. That's
no, he's not.
Yes,
No,
he
he's
is.
not. No, he's not.
Okay.
No, he's not.
Yes.
He
let me-
literally.
let me-
He's.
Can I
Hold on,
answer this?
Ian. No, Ian. Stop. I was speaking. He. Vargas. I've heard people say that he's okay. So I will say he's probably stronger than what's her name, the progressive who ran against Bacon twice.
Oh,
But he's
yeah.
people are saying that he's strong just because he serves as a, well, there they call it state senator because they have a unicameral, as a state legislator, and he represents an Omaha seat, but he's not a strong
guys.
candidate.
NBC
Because-
called Pennsylvania for Shapiro. I just want that.
Really?
Yeah.
What did I
NBC?
say? What did I say?
I'm
We
watching
should
NBC now, they
reconsider
did
that
it.
call.
Are you
do it.
are you
But just one more quick thing about Vargas, real quick. So I have a bunch of moderate Republican family members out in Omaha, Nebraska, a whole bunch of cousins that live out there. And I was talking with them about Vargas. And what they said is they really love Don Bacon, but they would vote for Vargas over a more extreme Republican. Now, these are country club Republicans. Obviously, they're going to vote for a moderate Republican. However, this is showing that if it was a actual progressive Democrat, there's no way that Republicans would pick a progressive Democrat over a conservative Republican. However,
Ian, I don't care about this anecdotal story that you're saying. Like, I'm not. Look, I don't have a.
I've been
I really
proven
don't
right
have,
with anecdotes before, though. I've been proven right.
I don't care, Ian. You've been proven wrong many times as well. I don't want to have this discussion with you, and I'm not. I don't really have like a dog in this fight, quite honestly. with
Please
you.
keep it cool, calm,
I-
and collected. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm supporting Pansing Brooks in the first.
Ace.
I'm not sure about the second. I don't really have a dog in that fight either. But I'm just telling you, like from the way that Bacon is from the way that Bacon has painted Vargas, and from the way that they both have served in the state legislature, Vargas is pretty progressive. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, because his seat in the state legislature, it's deep Omaha, it's very progressive. But I wouldn't be surprised. And from what we're seeing tonight, Bacon should be in trouble, and he's not going to be in trouble because he's running against a more progressive opponent, and Vargas has said things that have been controversial. You know, he got caught supporting. Like, all I'm saying is, because Caleb did mention this, and I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying that like Pansing Brooks is somehow going to overperform Vargas, because there's a very big difference between those districts. But I wouldn't be surprised if he comes close. And the way that things are looking right now with these suburban districts, Vargas should be like, honestly, I don't know if I should say this, but he should be almost close to flipping the district.
Yeah.
With the way that
Yeah.
things are going, and he's not going to, because of that. Like,
How do
he's
we
not
think
going
Ken
to.
Calvert is feeling right now?
Oof.
How do we think Mike Garcia is feeling right now? Man, it's sweating.
Okay. I'm sorry to cut y'all off,
Are
but
crapping bricks right now.
do y'all
Go-
see what's
go ahead,
happening-
Caleb.
Do y'all see what's happening in Montana's second district? An independent has 35% of the vote here.
What? That
Yeah,
has
Matt,
got.
Matt Rosendale's done to 37 with 12%. Gary Buchanan, an independent, with 35, and then Ronning, the Democrat, at 25.
I feel like that's a reporting error.
No,
Mm,
it's not. I've been following this race. He's a very strong independent. I think this is just early. This is like from a specific area of the state, but Buchanan is a very good candidate, and he could win had the Democrats pulled a McMullen and endorsed him.
yeah, he's winning Lewis and Clark.
Georgia is
Good lord. What this I'm just gonna say it now. I thought 2020 was confusing. This is easily more confusing than 2020.
Georgia is at Walker is up by 1.4 with 18%.
Also, everyone, please check the chat. Okay, Brian said yes, which is all I need.
Am I the
Ian,
only one
could
who's
you make the
getting
slide in
a
question?
little bit worried about Herschel
Yeah.
Walker winning?
Thanks. No,
made
I'm not,
already
because
made
the
the slide.
outstanding vote, a lot of it's going to be Atlanta.
It's below Grassley. Go right below to your next slide.
Oh, is it? Ah,
Okay,
awesome, thank you.
Axe-
Okay,
mm,
so
I-
very big. Caleb, let me interrupt you really quickly, and we'll go back to you. Very big projection. Key race alert. Pennsylvania governor's race. Josh Shapiro, he is the projected winner.
I think
This
the
is a
first big
very important
call
hold.
that we've made.
Yeah, this is. I'd say this is pretty monumental, especially since we're calling this at 10:30.
That's true.
Remember, Brian, what you said earlier. If we can call Pennsylvania governor tonight, we might be in for like if we can call Shapiro for Pennsylvania governor tonight, Fetterman might have a good time. Remember when you said that?
Letterman might have a good.
No, I
day.
said if we're able to call like Pennsylvania, like if we're able to call Pennsylvania Senate tonight, then
Oh.
like I meant I
Oh,
for a
yeah,
minute,
yeah.
I might have said no, I might have said governor. You might be right. I might have said governor. I don't remember actually.
Yeah, we can go
Letterman
back
will
like
up
5
race
hours.
Senate with
okay, so in Iowa third, 86% reporting. Axion's only up by 1.8. So this might. I mean, there's still 11% reporting in Polk County,
Okay, that could be good because
but most of the counties that need to report are Republican counties.
Oh,
So,
Fetterman. Oh, it's tightening in Pennsylvania. I didn't notice that. I thought it was still like 8 points.
I think Iowa third. It's going to be very competitive. I think Axie's going to outperform what people were expecting because I think some people like thought she was going to win, like lose by like a lot. But before I give it to someone, can we talk about what's happening in Arizona as well?
Yes, please.
Because
Is it good or is it bad? I haven't been watching.
it's amazing.
It's
because,
very good.
like
Katie
what's-
Hobbs might do
Oh no,
okay.
I'm talking about in the House.
Oh wait, what's happening in the? Is Schweikert
Um,
losing?
Schweikert
So
losing?
right now, Tom Holleran, he's only down by 1.5.
Jesus Christ,
with
that is a Trump plus
48%
A district for
reporting.
reference.
Yeah, and then okay,
It's leaning hard
and
though.
and
isn't it?
in Arizona first, the Democrats up by over 13% with 57 reporting.
Wait, Arizona's what district is
The
that?
first district,
Who represents it currently?
Schweikert.
Oh wow, okay, yeah, that's pretty bad.
And
Although
Biggs is
Schweikert
only
was
up
down
by 2.
early in
Yeah,
2020.
Biggs is only up by 2,
They-
so this
they
might not
count-
be horrible.
Yeah,
I-
I mean, in
they-
fairness, that it's going to be disproportionately blue leaning because of how they
Yes.
count votes in Arizona.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Arizona governor. Ooh.
I just found a candidate.
Maricopa drop was very good though for I'm assuming Kelly, definitely Katie Hobbs.
And Pima County's not even reporting yet.
Oh, that's
How
good.
what is anything happening in the 7th? I think that's the open district, right?
Um,
Down by the border.
How's Paul Gosar doing?
Grajova won. Paul Gosar was uncontested.
No, I
Isn't
uh,
the open one? The
Guys,
open
look in,
right
look
now
in,
is
look in DMs, look in the group
Thanks.
chat.
oh yeah, I agree with that statement, Ian. If you could check the group chat.
We probably should have called that a while ago, but yeah.
Also, has the MSM called it? Because if not, then I want to beat them on this.
No, they've
No.
not.
Okay, yeah,
no.
then make that slide quickly.
Oh, Brian, are you
think-
watching Are you watching MSNBC?
I was. Now I'm watching NBC. I don't know how they
Yeah,
switched me. but they switched me.
Also, according to the New York Times, Therese Davids, Kansas's 3rd district, she's not projected to win, but the New York
She's-
Times Needle
yeah.
has her winning by 11 points right now.
Yeah,
Ah,
So
God damn it.
New York
The-
Times
the-
Siena is vindicated. They are vindicated
the-
110%.
what is it with Kansas like Democrats? Like they do.
They have
so
the
well.
second best state party in the country, second to
I
Alaska.
don't even think it's that. They just have amazing candidates.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're very good organizers. You saw what happened with the abortion referendum.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why they're very
Go to your
good
next
with
slide, James.
Okay.
not only are they very good with
Oops.
organizing, but they have all their like they have all their like votes concentrated in like 3 or 4 areas, and the suburbs are super close, and the suburbs are also very democratic. So it's like it's very easy to to get out the vote, kind of.
Can I
From what
make
I've
this
seen.
Why
Or,
is CNN reporting nothing for Vermont?
Wait, we do have a call. Ian, if you
Okay.
go ahead.
So this next call is going to be in the New Hampshire Senate race. We are calling this for Maggie Hassan. I'm very happy about this one. I was able to get my grandmother to go out and vote for Senator Hassan. She has met Senator Shaheen in the past. She used to be the highest ranking woman in the New Hampshire Republican Party back during the 1970s. She was a big Republican, attended the convention in, I think, 92, and walked out of the Republican convention, I think, in 92 or something like that. But she has been reliably voting Democrat ever since 2004 in presidential elections. And I think my grandmother, better than anyone else, represents the shift to the left among New Englanders.
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
Yeah.
NBC just called New Mexico for the Democrats, the governor race.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, then we should
What?
get on that
Really?
also. That is a very early call.
Hold on. How I haven't even touched on that race at all. How
Right?
She's up by 10.
It was
She's
Oh,
up by 10.
Jesus Christ. What is happening?
This is Jesus. This is a
New
sidebar.
Mexico governor's race is like one of 5 races across the country where I'm rooting for the Republican because the
Oh.
Democrat is a like uniquely terrible person.
Yeah,
She's
she
up by
like
12
raped.
with
She like
80.
raped some guy.
She sexually harassed a staffer. Like, you know, that
I mean,
you
that
just
one.
can't tolerate that kind of stuff. It doesn't
See,
matter.
I love how I will say the funny thing about the way she pulled off that scandal is she admitted to it before it like became a big story. So that way she could get ahead of it and like kind of bury it. And like at first, like when I like first saw that, I was like, that's stupid. Why would you admit to something like that if there's no proof? And then I realized, wait, this is smart, and it is smart because she got to keep her job. Like there were like very minimal calls for like resignation and all that. Like,
Oh, okay.
funny.
Which is like kind of shameful, but
It is
that's
shameful, but, like,
that's
it's-
extremely shameful.
it's
But
insane.
that's
how-
politics, you know.
It's insane how she admitted to it, and she like by admitting to it before it became like a big story and before there was any proof, she like just buried it. It's so funny. That's shameful though.
Oh,
I've
okay.
heard-
My apologies. I have my last VA7 update. With just one precinct left, and Lord knows when it's going to come out. Svanberger has won by almost 4%. She's at 51.93 to Yesley Vegas.
Spanberg is up by
48.07.
4.
Yeah, and
That
let's-
is a-
let's be honest.
That
let's
is in
be
line with a
honest.
D+1 environment.
And let's be honest. In my opinion, I think it's because Yesley Vega is Hispanic, and white Republicans were like, oh, but that's just my theory.
That's
As someone from Virginia, so
yeah. I mean, you know
Dude,
Virginia, I
I'm
guess.
gonna have to stay up all night to find out who my next representative is because Illinois is being.
I
pinned.
feel like in this type of environment, we're looking at Sorensen is probably gonna win. I'd be really surprised
Sorensen's
if
gonna win.
King pull. If I'd be shocked if King pulls it off.
Why do you keep
when-
flipping? You said King would win like 20 minutes ago. Not 20. You said
No, I
earlier.
said it when the stream started, but the thing is that I wasn't expecting what we're getting
Oh,
now,
it
which is
narrowed a lot. It
rumblings
narrowed
of
a lot.
a neutral year.
Yeah, it narrowed from like 4,400.
Don't get me wrong; it's going to be close, I suspect, but I think Sorensen is the prohibitive favorite right now.
Wexton
Yeah.
is only outrunning Spanberger by 1 point.
That
That
is
is not
so
good.
pathetic. That is really sad.
Yeah, she lost Prince William County, and she should not have lost it.
How as a Democrat in a less terrible than expected year?
She
do you
lost by
lose Prince William?
112 votes.
Wait,
God.
Wexton?
Yeah, she
Yeah.
lost Prince William County.
I think you're right. I think this is literally just like these like a bunch of these white Republicans just being like racist against like
Honestly,
that's insane,
No,
dude.
no,
Yeah,
because she was running against an Asian.
Yeah, but
Right.
Caleb,
Have-
I live in like one of those types of suburbs, and like I know so many people who would rather vote for an Asian than a Hispanic. I'll just say that.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, Wexton's
So
gonna win.
so part of the reason is
bad.
because Wexton did horrible in Gainesville, which is not very good. But while we're on VA 10, the fact that Jennifer Wexton lost Northern Fauquier County is not good, because there are two precincts in Fauquier County that were like very heavily Biden, and she lost both of them by like 25 points. So it's weird because typically Wexton's an overperformer, but she has heavily underperformed this year. And the little sliver of Fairfax County that's in her district, she's only winning it by 0.5%, with
Wow.
3 out of 8 precincts
How
reporting.
is,
Caleb, can I, or Dan, I guess, Dan, can I
No.
interrupt you really quickly?
oh, yeah, you can go.
Okay. Chris Delujo, I think that's how you say his name. In Pennsylvania 17th, I just saw something saying he was up by, I think, 9 with 80% reporting.
Oh,
He's
That
in a
is
pretty good
amazing.
position, I'd say.
Okay, but Bohannon is now 4% up with 48, so that one's narrowed quickly.
Oh, and,
That's
Bohan
Iowa, correct?
probably
Against
gonna win
Marionette
one.
Miller
Iowa
Meeks.
first.
What did you
Bohan-
I
say,
think
Ian?
Miller Meeks still
Yeah.
wins.
Yeah, Miller Meeks is gonna win that race, but
I'm checking out the Nichols versus Hines race. Nichols is currently up by 10, not by 10%, by 10,000 votes. However, the votes remaining are likely to go about the net 17,000 for Hines. So I think that Bo Hines wins by 5 to 7,000 at this
Okay.
at this point.
Ron Johnson just took the lead 15 seconds ago.
Okay.
Oh,
So I know we
Sounds good.
talked about Arizona previously, but with 49% of the vote reporting in Arizona 6, this is what's her face? Ann Kirkpatrick's old seat. The Democrats up by 15 points right now, or 14.8, with 49 reporting. So I
Yeah,
know,
so
like,
Yeah, but they count their votes. You know.
do they do
Just
early votes? Like
question.
mail-in?
They do. They
Arizona
do.
count
They
mail-ins before?
they do. They do.
Ah,
Okay.
Also, I know this isn't really important anymore. Well, I guess I don't know. Kind of. I hope that it would be important because I hope that it would give us our first indication. But even though they closed at 6, they're still only 87% counted. But it does look like Frank Mervan in
yeah, I
Indiana's
was actually
first.
just about to talk about how
Yeah, he's up 3 right now, I
He's up-
believe,
He's
right?
probably going to win, and
he's up,
um,
according to
Lake County, which is where Gary is the county where the votes are outstanding, and
yeah,
apparently the city of East Chicago, which is also it's not that big of a city, it's like 20K people, but
it's an
it's
exceptionally democratic city.
it's very democratic and it's very black. It has not reported a single vote, so
Oh,
yeah,
God.
Mer-
Wow. Okay, yeah.
Mervan's-
Mervan has got
Mervan-
this.
Mervan's
Brian.
probably gonna win.
why with 75% reporting? Why is Malinowski up by 2.2?
If he wins, I will cry.
He's not going to win. He's not going to win.
Wait,
Morris
Malinowski-
Morris County is only 19% in, and it's clearly only the. I actually didn't know New Jersey did. I didn't know how they did this, but clearly they're only counting mail-ins and early first because he's winning and he's not supposed to be winning that county by that much or winning it.
Also,
in general.
another quick thing that I'd like to say, check the chat.
Oh,
Whoa.
I might
Matt
have just found a magazine that or some New Jersey news source that called it for Malinowski.
He did not call it.
Okay,
one
Ian,
called it.
I give the check mark to that call. So let me know when you're
Alright.
ready.
Hold on.
Yeah, let's pull it
Pennsylvania
up.
8.
Yeah,
Matt
I
Cartwright
hate
I
up
think
by
we're beating the
15.
mainstream media with this call again. I think we're back on track.
Oh,
Although
okay.
Yeah,
whatever
we missed a
happened
few.
in
we missed a
we
few.
missed New Mexico. That was sad.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think
so-
it's because I don't have the
I
New York
did- I
Times
did see
anymore.
it, but I was like, wait, what?
So
We
can
missed-
we talk about Pennsylvania super duper quick before we make
Yes.
our call?
Go right ahead.
Matt Cartwright is up by 14 points right now with 55%, and I think he might win. I mean, it's so
55?
early.
I predicted that he would win. I think.
He's
Yeah.
such a patriot because he supports like Medicare for all. He's like me, yet he represents like a Trump district. He's so base.
It's too early in my opinion if it's 55%.
No, it's
but
still
then
too early, but
and Pennsylvania 10th, the Democrats up by 4.1% with 67%
slide, by the way.
reporting.
Go
I've
below
been
Hassan,
sitting on the
next
floor
slide.
for like 2
Can we make a
hours.
call?
Okay.
All right, we're gonna call the state of Ohio its Senate race for JD Vance. He's
This is a
currently
Republican hold.
points. He's beating Tim Ryan by 8 points. Similar margin to Donald Trump, with
Sad.
85% of the votes reporting. Some interesting things is that Tim Ryan is winning Manhattan County by 2%, which is abysmal. He's losing Trumbull County by 6%, which is better than expected. However, these results are nowhere near enough. While the remaining results are likely going to go for Ryan, as Lucas County, Cuyahoga County, and Hamilton County are still where most of the votes have to come in from. At this point, it's unlikely that enough will come in to narrow it below 5%. So I think the margin is JD Vance
Yeah.
win by 5 to 6% at this point.
By the way, Fetterman has recovered in
Guys,
Center County. He's now
I have
outperforming
I have
Biden.
some
Oh
big,
my
I have
God.
some big boy news.
Oh.
Eric Sorensen has retaken the lead in Illinois 17, and he's actually taken it up to now a 2% lead. He's about 2,200 above, and
Alright.
he's steadily gaining like 4,500
Guys,
votes.
I'll be right back. I just have to use the bathroom. Just keep talking.
Okay.
We're already
Can I be honest? I think Ohio's 13th district is going to go blue. The Democrats
Which
up by
one?
5. The 13th district of Ohio. The
Yeah.
Democrats up by 5.2 and 91% reporting.
yeah.
I
91, it says 72 on mine.
I'm on CNN.
I
I'm on the New York Times.
I don't know. Ohio's kind of the reverse Wisconsin, where there were some races in 2020 where it was like the 95 or more percent reporting, and it was like the Democrat had like a 5-point or 7-point lead, and then Republicans won that race. I don't know. I wouldn't
Whoa.
trust-
Why is Insider New Jersey calling it for Malinowski?
Yeah, that's what I was. I just
Wait,
put that-
where
I-
post this.
So
this.
base.
I put it in the
Post
group
this.
chat. Insider New Jersey called it for Malinowski.
This
No,
is kind of base because like they kind of sacrificed him and he still lives on.
No, there's no way that this is 9:50. They call this an hour.
Yeah,
This is crackpot, dude. This is crackpot. There is no way they
Only
can
in
call
Jersey.
This is dishonest journalism.
That's
Morris County is 14% in. You cannot call that. Most votes outstanding are Republican votes. There's no way. I mean, Malinowski, I guess he can still win, but it's a crackpot. No.
Yeah, this is absurd.
I find it funny that
They
VPAC.
also called it they called it an hour
They
ago
called it
when
an hour ago.
when they called it an hour. They called it an hour ago when 90% of the votes outstanding were like Republican votes.
Okay, here's an update from Kentucky. At this point, I think the abortion referendum might fail because 70% in. Actually, I don't know, but the referendum is only
70%?
down. It's only down by 5.5 points.
What has Lexington reported?
Nope.
Oh,
Not a single vote.
Mm-mm.
guys,
Has
things are looking very good for John Fetterman right now.
Yeah, I was gonna
Gone.
mention. I don't know why Caleb is so like. I'm not gonna say confident, but Caleb, you were being a bit pessimistic about John Fetterman.
Well, I mean,
Good. Like, I don't know.
Pennsylvania voters are very silly
mean,
sometimes. So.
Can I just say right now, if it stands, Republicans or Democrats will have been closer to winning South Carolina than Florida.
Mhm.
This is absolutely absurd. I
Bro,
gotta say,
only in
like,
America.
I know
like-
I said early on in the night that Florida is a weird microcosm and we cannot take it
Yeah.
seriously anymore. But I just didn't expect how unserious Florida is.
It
at
was
this point.
that was insane. That was
Poor Sherry Beasley. She's like an underrated candidate, but she's gonna
Beasley is
lose.
doing pretty good. I mean,
She's
oh,
at
wow.
46.8.
yeah,
Yeah,
Okay.
this
I was-
I will just like to say that this Insider New Jersey, this is a crackpot paper. They like report that like shootings happen in like random cities every day. They reported that like a
base.
shooting happened in a city with like 1,000 people in Warren County yesterday, even though it was not covered anywhere. I think they just lied.
NBC
Where did you,
called up-
Dan? Where did you,
I
Dan? Where did
literally-
you,
I swear to
where
God,
did you
swear to
find
God,
this?
I
bro?
looked it up and it was like the first result.
This is
Yeah,
such
Where
a
did
Dan
you
Obama
find
post.
this, dude? This is like some. Who runs this paper? It's like
No,
some
look up,
crackpot.
look up Tom Malinowski and it will be like the third result.
No, it's not. It's not the first. I looked it up just now. It's not, dude.
Oh my God.
Oh wow,
Where did you
Mandela
find
Barnes
this,
is only up by
Hold on, hold on, let me
544
screen
votes.
share for a second.
Rip.
Oh, it's like the 7th result. Wow.
I'm back.
Damn, Dan.
Bro,
James,
are we
you
willing to make the call for New York governor yet, or no?
I suggested that a while ago. So
hold
yes.
up. Let me check.
What were you
let me
saying,
check,
Brian?
Let me check.
Thing is,
You know that
Melvin
thing
did win
Dan.
Rockland
You,
by 10%.
you know that Dan. You know that thing that Dan posted. The Malinowski wins
Yeah,
thing.
Oh yeah.
It's not only that's super crackpot, dude. It's like this fake paper. They like post like random. They like posted yesterday that like a shooting happened in like some random town with like 1,000 people in like Warren County. I think they just lie about things. How did
Yeah,
you
because
find this, Dan?
Malinowski's
I
not
swear-
winning.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
sorry, he's not winning.
Let me screen share for a second. Let me screen share for a second, just so I can show you.
I don't know. I think it's too early to call New York.
I'm going to override
don't.
that. As
I mean, Suffolk County's not even in.
Suffolk County is
don't
it votes like
don't
20
override
points to the right.
Democracy.
Right.
I am an autocrat. Democracy is
mean-
whatever I want it to
I'm
be.
in Rochester
seriously,
or
seriously though, like I don't know if we should. No, this is it's too early. It's 43%.
Yeah, but I mean, what does it look
No.
like? Yeah, we should be having this conversation in DMs first of all.
My theory is since you guys live in New York, that's kind of why. Because I was the same way with Virginia governor. I'll be honest. I thought it would be safe McAuliffe.
That's
Mm.
true. You did. I remember you like. We should have bet on that because I remember you were like saying you weren't being serious, but you were like saying you actually I don't know if I should say this because the YouTube thing, but you said that
Don't.
you like
If there's any doubt, don't.
yeah, but you said you'd do something to yourself if like McCall.
Oh,
You did not do that thing to yourself.
I
That's
attempted
not
to though.
Ah,
Oh, Jesus Christ, Caleb.
I
This
did
is
it
why I said don't.
I didn't. I did.
Bro, what are you
I
talking
didn't.
about?
Caleb,
I
Go
said
ahead.
I was gonna make myself a good dinner, and I did. So
That's
I know what
true.
you're talking about.
That's so real. Okay. What does the house look like? Because my phone is charging.
Okay, so the
Caleb
House.
bragging.
There's some meh news coming out of the 22nd.
Of
Knoll
where?
is
Oh, New York. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
not surprising.
Knoll is underperforming. It's looking. The New York Times is thinking that Williams wins it by maybe 1 or so, which I don't.
That is
necessarily-
such a fumble on the New York Democrats' part. How do you not win that
No,
district in this
I
environment?
don't
That's
think-
depressing.
And here's the thing, though. There's a lot of votes still to come in. Knoll's been doing very well in Onondaga County. It's just we're still waiting for votes from Oneida County. And I'm worried about Oneida County break. But if he does well there, he'll win. On to the 19th. Riley is slowly getting his lead eaten into by Molinaro. I think we can call this one for Molinaro pretty soon. Yeah,
I want to wait and see because people said the exact same thing about the special with Pat Ryan, and that just straight up did not happen.
okay,
district?
he's got about a net 9,000 votes left. Riley's only up by 3.
Also, I'll remind you, we don't really call house races. We just like report when they get called.
Okay, but I do think that Molinaro will win by about 6,000 votes at this point. Bowman was just called the winner. Sorry, James.
No! What? Are you telling me my write-in candidacy didn't get 90% of the vote?
No.
What's
you
happening in
didn't.
the third
In fact, the
district?
Republican got more votes than you.
Oh, this is devastating.
It is devastating.
Ian, can you explain to me what's happening in the third district? I know nothing about New York politics.
Third district, basically Zimmerman was destroying George Santos on the fundraising front. Santos said some crazy things about abortion, and so a district that Republicans should have been able to pick up almost assuredly is now much.
Oh
more
my
up
god.
there.
I
Zimmerman-
have something huge
What?
once
What?
you're done, Ian. Ohio's
up?
13th, 95% in. Sykes is
Told
up
you.
5.
Told you.
Sykes
Oh
is
my
up 5.
God.
Holy
Also,
Christ.
Ryan, Mikey shows up by like 30 points right now.
Also,
You're
Scott
right.
Perry is losing right
Mikey
now. I think
Sherrill.
that's worth
Mike's
mentioning.
winning.
Oh yeah, I just saw that.
Oh
Okay,
my
but
If-
he's
goodness,
new
Mike's gonna win.
What?
We're gonna have 5 representatives from the state of. We're gonna have 5 Ohio Democrats.
I don't know. I'm still kind
You
of.
should not make that call.
You should not be so. Uh-oh. Whoops. Okay. Sorry, guys. I kind of forgot about all of that. Let me fix that real quick, and we'll be right back with our panel. Long story short, very good news for the Democrats in the House. Ohio's 13th district is one that I was really expecting them to not win. The fact that they're in an advantageous position, honestly, right now, it's astounding. I can't even like profess with words how amazing that is. It's I didn't even like consider it as a possibility. That's how just incredible it is. The and then while we wait for everyone to rejoin this Zoom meeting, what I am going to do is there. The 11 p.m. poll closings. So again, 3 states: California, Washington, Oregon. So first off, Oregon governor's race, too close to call. This again is a 3-way contest between Independent Betsy Johnson, Republican Christine Drazan, and Democrat Tina Kotek. I originally thought Drazan was going to win. Now I'm much less sure. I want to see how this plays out, because candidate equality has been a big one tonight. California Senate, Alex Padilla, he has been reelected. No surprise there. Governor Gavin Newsom, we can also project, has been reelected. Not surprising for a poll closing call. California was never going to be competitive, but really not in this environment. Oregon Senate, Ron Wyden, he is the projected winner. Another Senate seat for the Democrats, no surprise there.
You want some other predictions? The New York Times just called the 9th for Captor.
Captor.
Yeah.
Wow.
New York Times just called it.
Wow, yeah, that's incredible. Also, Washington, too early to call for now. I feel like Washington's not going to be competitive tonight. Something's telling me that.
I want to see how bad the Republicans are doing on Twitter right now. Let me check.
Oh, it's the Cope is aggressive. It's not even Cope. They're just like admitting defeat.
They are.
It's how like I was acting at one point on election night 2020 when it really seemed like Biden was gonna lose. Like that was basically.
My God, yeah.
Biden, Joseph.
I just like gave up.
Ooh, Montana
No,
first. 20%, 21% in, and the Democrats up by 28, something like that.
Why is Matt Rosendale only at 42% of the vote? That is
Because Gary
depressing.
Buchanan.
Okay, so Illinois 17 is looking increasingly like I'm correct. It's at 52-48 with 69%.
Yeah, I think you're vindicated there, Dan.
And the outstanding votes are mostly in Peoria and Rockford, which are especially in Rockford, Democratic. Strong.
Oh, wait, Brian.
Well, especially Rockford.
Yeah.
Because that's actually where Sorensen is from.
Danny K. Davis was uncontested.
As he should be. As he should be. Love Danny K. Davis.
That's who my grandparents.
Bishop now has a roughly 9-point lead with 90% in. I think it's safe to call that race for him.
Yeah,
Which race?
definitely. Let's see the other races going on right now.
I think
Don
Davis.
Davis,
Axne's
it's
done
up 5 with 99%
Could you-
reporting.
Who's up 5?
Don Davis.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Kathy Manning is only up by 9.
Ooh,
Or
that is
question for anyone who has New York Times open. Is anyone able to see Texas 34th in depth? Because I can't see it. I can see that. Oh, I can see that apparently it's a toss up. Like that's what they're rating it, and it's like 54 for Gonzalez, 43 for Flores.
Oh, really?
But yeah, but I can't see. I want to see the counties that are outstanding and all that. I can't see in depth. So
Here
let's-
Also,
I can tell you.
Henry Cuellar is up by 10 right now. That's Texas at 28th.
So
Another
who-
Rio
he,
Grande
he,
Valley.
he
team.
is he is the king
So
of
the
Laredo. He is the king
Yeah.
of Laredo.
Man is gonna
Outstanding
be in that seat
counties
until
right
he
now
dies.
Oh, okay, Ryan. So in the
are
34th. Oh,
Clayburgh, Hidalgo, and Cameron seem to be the three that are still.
So-
Hidalgo
okay.
and Cameron are where the Democrats should be trying to get their
So,
votes from.
okay, so
Hidalgo,
It's okay.
Hidalgo is 22.
Bro,
for-
everyone be
for,
quiet
Cam.
except Caleb. Holy, bro.
So Cameron
ahead,
County,
Caleb.
Cameron County, it has 60% of the vote in. Gonzalez is only up by like 3.6 there.
Okay.
Hidalgo has 66 in.
Hidalgo.
Gonzalez has like a 22
It's
point
like
lead over
25
Right,
Flores.
up or
okay.
something like that.
Kennedy has 95 in. Flores is up by like 50.
Okay.
Clayburgh has 91% in. Flores is only up by like 9. And Welasi is 92, and Gonzalez is only up by 10.
That's good for Gonzalez, but the New York Times is saying differently. I don't know. That seems good for Gonzalez, especially if what's it called? If Hidalgo's not in yet, because that's where McAllen is. That's how they like gerrymandered. That's how they made it into a stink. They just took out half of McAllen. That's like I don't know.
Some important Pennsylvania results. Pennsylvania 7th, Susan Wild. This could be a race that goes down to the wire in a way that New York's 23rd did back in 2020, or Iowa's 2nd did back then.
Yeah,
The
I
New-
remember I was second because I live right next to it. So
Yeah,
Right,
the-
right.
that
this
was
is-
a fun. That was a
the
fun
New York
saga.
Times is predicting that they get the exact same amount of votes, basically.
Oh my
this-
God.
This is gonna be a nuts one.
The
So
seventh?
I can't wait to see if Susan Wild is able to hold on. I don't think she will still, but it will
Oh,
be.
I've got news.
What
Sorry,
what's news?
I've got some news. Iowa Senate officially has been called for Chuck Grassley.
W.
Oh yeah,
Wow.
W.
we called
Chuck
that
is
one.
going back to
ago.
the Senate.
Unsurprisingly, with about 2/3 of the vote.
Oh,
count
and
in,
Loria's
Grassley's up
conceded.
56.
Loria has
Ah,
conceded.
rip.
Rip.
Uh-huh.
That's I can't say that's a surprise like at all though.
It's sad though.
Yeah. She's gonna run in 24 and she might win, honestly.
She
We'll see.
will. She will win.
Apparently, she wants to run for governor.
Oh, really? Maybe she won't run.
Mhm.
I hope she runs for
Well,
governor.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I saw that from like one of these crackpot Virginia like
Oh, right,
reporters,
right.
and like
Which one?
after what
Did
that
you see
after
it
that like
from
atrocious
Insider New
newspaper
Jersey?
that Dan sent, I don't want to trust like local
The
papers ever
Malinowski
again.
call, which was just like
They,
evidence.
you know
I
what's
made
even-
it up. I made it up.
You know what's even more ridiculous? They called it like but
Yeah,
an
they
hour
called it
before
at.
Dan sent
They
it,
called it
which
at
is-
9:56.
which was when the New York Times was like saying, yeah, like Kane is like it's like safe Kane. Like they're still saying Kane is gonna win, but like they were like an hour before what's his name? Dan sent it. They were like saying like
What the
Kane was
fuck?
sure to win, and they were
Dan,
like,
stop
"Yeah,
cursing.
He's got it.
Oh, sorry.
They were like, yeah, he's got it. He's got it.
He's
It's like this random paper that like reports random shootings that never happened.
they like to
Oh,
spread a
it's
little
like-
bit of misinformation every
More
now
on the
and then.
results from Georgia. Warnock is only behind by about 18,000 votes, and he's still got about half of Gwinnett to come in.
Wow.
He's got about 16% of Fulton and 30% of DeKalb.
Do we think he avoids a runoff?
Maybe.
I don't know. He's at 48%
Uh,
right now. It's entirely
How-
possible.
How big is Gwinnett? How big is Gwinnett?
Big.
Very
Okay.
big.
Pretty big.
He's
Like,
got
very suburban.
He's gonna
Okay,
gain
then yes.
net about 50,000 votes from the remaining Gwinnett. If the trend continues, he'll net 50,000. So that immediately skyrockets him to 33,000 above Walker. If the Fulton results holds it, then he'll net about, is it another 50 something? I think it's another 40,000. He'll net 40,000. If the DeKalb results hold, he'll net another, like I said, 40,000. So I think he's going to
Jesus.
net another 100,000, 120,000 votes tonight. And that'll put him at an 80,000 vote lead, which could have him avoid a runoff.
I think. Let me make a. I'm gonna make a call on that in 1 second.
However, there's still rural counties that have to report, so that puts Walker in another net 20,000.
I
Overall, he nets 80K.
overall, if he nets 80K, I think he avoids a runoff.
Bruh, did the New York Times for real call Marjorie Taylor Greene's race? Did they wait until 9:30? That's abysmal
They
reporting.
do
Dude,
that. They do that.
Here-
They do
On
that. They
hand-
like to wait. They like to
on
leave us
one
in,
hand,
in suspense.
Yeah, on one hand, like Green did like underperform by like 9%, but like yeah, no, she
That
could
doesn't
never-
mean much when your
Yeah,
district's like R.
It
plus
doesn't mean
50.
much when your
I always
district
found
is
it funny.
R plus 28.
It's not R plus 28. It's like R
That
plus
is-
50.
No,
You're looking at Cook PDI. She like
Yeah, you're
Marjorie
right.
Taylor Greene. I remember during redistricting because her district got like bluer so that they could gerrymander the other districts. And she went from like R plus 52 to R plus like 45. And she was like, oh my God. She like urged like the state legislators to like vote against it because like they were saying she was saying that they were trying to like gerrymander her. I'm like, bro, you have the second safe. She's like, I went from the first safest seat to the second. How could they do this to me?
She's based sometimes.
She's-
Bad
She,
news
do-
for
she does that, dude. She's
She
like,
does a
bad
little
news
for
trolling.
Jackson.
That's called she does a little
okay, sorry to cut y'all off, but bad news for Florida Democrats. They're only
What else is new?
they're
bro,
only
I
up
said-
by
bro
4.
said bad news.
Semi.
Let me
good
guess. There's bad news for DC Republicans as well.
news. Real. No, but Democrats
up
are only
by
up
what?
by they're only up by 4.4% in the 23rd district.
Oh
Is
my
that Darren
God.
Soto?
No, that's Mouskowitz.
That's
Oh
That's-
God,
that's-
that's even worse.
Dude, no,
That's
Soto is only up by 7.
That is
97.
so
Is that-
bad.
Wait, that's
Oh
Darren
my
Soto?
goodness.
That's Darren Soto?
No, that's not the 23rd's
That's-
not Darren Soto. The
it's,
23rd's
it's Jared
Ted
Moskowitz.
Dutch's.
Yeah,
That's,
it's Ted
that's
Deutsch's
Deutsch's
old
old
seat.
seat.
Deutsch, whatever his name
That's
is.
Deutsch's old
Deutsch's
seat?
old
Oh
seat.
Yeah.
my God.
And
Dude,
and
that
the Republicans
district-
winning
that
the Palm
district-
Beach area.
That district has Parkland, like where the shooting happened. And
Really?
oh
Yeah.
my God.
Lindsey Graham on NBC. Definitely not a Republican
Oh my
wave.
God,
That's
I
for
saw
darn
that. That
sure.
was funny as hell.
I saw that live. He was like,
Dude,
I think that man was like doing coke. He was like
Wait,
sweating
are
during
we
the
talking?
interview.
Wait, what are we talking? What district are we talking about?
Oh my
Florida's
wait,
23rd.
DeSantis flipped Palm Beach. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Why are we
were
getting a
talking
Florida
about
red
he
wave
flipped
and
Palm
literally
Beach.
nowhere else?
He had over 11% lead in Miami-Dade. Oh my God.
Oh,
What are we doing?
Florida's a red state now. Like
And
I'm
the
sorry. This
Hillsborough?
is
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. What?
The only-
what?
the
How
only-
could
the
they have
only
fumbled
county-
the
the
ball that bad?
The only county that they won by like over 60%, the Democrats did, was like Gadsden, which is like majority black, and where Tallahassee is. Like that's insane, dude.
Democrats
just saw
only won
a-
Orange County by 6%. Oh my God.
I just saw a
What?
tweet from
Exactly.
Reagan Republican on Twitter saying, "This is bad. This is very, very bad."
This is good for us, Dems.
Really, it is bad. Oh,
Really?
I didn't know that.
I didn't realize. Sorry.
I thought it was
forgot
good, to be honest, but you know.
Personally,
good
I
for
thought
Republicans.
this was actually a really good result for.
I know you hate Decision Desk, Brian, but they just called it for Sykes.
And the 13th?
Oh no, I'm not. Well, I'm not surprised. Sykes is
Oh,
probably gonna win,
wait,
but like,
that's Ohio 13.
Yeah.
Can I just
do you
point
Oh,
know?
out-
let's
Do you know?
go.
Do you want to know what I'm pissed off about? I was looking through Decision Desk. You know how we called Nevada? Like
Yeah.
they not Nevada. What did we call? We called something before. Oh, New Hampshire. They called it like 5 minutes before we did. I only
Mhm.
noticed that after we. Dude, I hate them so much. Bro. They just like call shit randomly. They don't care.
Brian,
Can we go
can
on
I,
to some other races?
they
I
call
think
stuff
it's
randomly.
Can
Is
I-
this-
can I make a
sorry.
quick
I
Caleb?
wanna,
Can I quick
I want to
make?
mention one thing real quick. Deutsch won his seat last time by 17%,
Oof.
and like
Have
I might
we
also be wrong about
applied
that.
for this yet?
And okay, and this time it was
Haven't.
rated solid Democrat or likely by like everybody, like Inside Elections.
Yeah,
and
it's-
Sabah
Oh,
and-
By the
it's time.
way,
It's
safe to
it's
call
time for
North
another
Carolina
call.
Time.
Can we call
Oh,
North Carolina?
let's call.
No,
What-
we
what's
have
called-
another one
what's
that's
called-
much more pressing. Check the group chat.
Can I,
because
can I
it
make a
was-
quick
yeah.
lob?
You're lying.
Brian knows what's up.
No,
Oh,
I'm gonna make a
they,
quick.
they beat us, Caleb. They beat us. We can't do this. Hold on.
I'm gonna make a quick Caleb call. Iowa third's gonna go red.
Yeah, that's
Well,
fair.
yeah.
I agree. I
That-
I
that had
honestly
been
think-
known.
I think I'm gonna also say that Iowa's first district will also stay in the hands of Republicans.
Ian, if you
That-
could
that's
check
a
the
hot
group
take.
chat and update accordingly, that would be
Wow.
awesome.
That's a
Uh,
very hot take, Dan. I don't know if
I-
I can agree with you.
We already have this slide for her.
Oh,
So-
okay.
Wow.
Is it
okay.
there?
It's right below wide.
Kelly, Mark is up by like 20, by like 18% right now.
So
Which is,
we
like,
do have a
very good.
call. Kathy Hochul has been reelected New York governor.
What a
Yeah.
shock.
I know. Please contain your surprise.
These are Kevin Stitt margins here. These are more than Kevin Stitt margins, basically.
It's also a
Wow.
Kevin Stitt underperformance, most likely, but we're not
Yeah.
going to talk about that.
Yeah,
How is that election looking?
I
You
remember
never
I
called
said to
it.
someone in my school, I think like 2 days ago, like 9 times out of 10, there's always some during when a party thinks they're gonna have a good year. There's some seat that shouldn't be competitive that is, and they think they're gonna flip it, and then they lose that seat by like 10 points. That is New York tonight, and I'd say it's Montana last year, and then the Tennessee Senate race in 2018. You
Yeah.
always
Okay,
have that one
so
seat.
I hate to say it, but you were like I think I think it was James. I think you're exactly right because right now it's Stitt by 13.
Yeah, I called
Or
it.
almost actually it's almost 14. So
That's,
me
that was
saying
my
that
exact margin. My
Stitt
exact margin.
Stitt actually gained, and I'm disappointed in myself
That is
for
depressing.
thinking that there was a chance.
It's okay, Dan
Okay.
Obama. I was the same way.
We are
Yeah,
waiting for
well-
results out of California's first. There's been no drops yet, but I want to see how the first drops go for Ken Calvert.
I'm gonna make another.
Yes.
Oh
Sorry.
wait, never mind. I can't do this. I can't do this. I'm not allowed to.
My state
It's a-
senate district went how I wanted it to.
Okay, but Tony Evers is up by almost 3% right now, which is very
Yeah,
good.
he is the clear favorite, I'd say at this point.
I
Not
wouldn't
enough
say
for a
clear.
call.
I
How
wouldn't
is-
say
how
clear,
is
but he's
Barn-
doing
is-
pretty well.
Is Johnson still up?
Yeah.
Do we think that David Valadao is panicking a little bit right now
Probably.
in California's 22nd in his Biden plus
I had
13
some-
district after Steve Shabbat just lost his Biden plus 12 district?
Wait, Steve Shabbat lost?
Yes.
I don't
Um,
think
I didn't know they
he's
called it.
lost. He's probably going to lose though.
A lot of people were saying that he had lost.
I'm gonna.
Oh,
I'm not.
He's
Of course, this
They,
race.
yeah, they've
isn't-
called it. New York Times is about to call it. Yeah, it's over.
About
Hold
to
on,
is
hold on,
not
I'm about to
called
get
it.
I'm about to get
I don't
some-
know because 86% is still reporting out of the district.
Well, yeah, but like look at the majority of the votes that are going to come in are from Hamilton County.
That's true.
Like if Shabbat was leading, I'd say he could like get, but like there's no way that
So-
he's like Shabbat's behind. Like I don't know how would he make this up unless
That's true.
Unless Warren pulls like Prince Edward County in VA7 and they have like 5% of like votes they just haven't counted for some reason.
mean
They're not
Prince William?
reporting.
I think
Prince
we should
Prince William,
buy
yeah, not
the-
Prince Edward.
the-
That's the
I'd
actual
like
Prince.
to briefly say, technically speak, according to what Wikipedia counts as calls, which I think they use the Associated Press, Republicans have picked up 5 seats so far because they've gained
Like
6 and they've
net?
lost
Net?
1. Yeah, they've netted
Oh.
5 seats right now because
So
they won. Florida's 4th, Florida's
Okay, that
15th,
explains it.
Georgia's
So
6th,
so
Texas 38, Florida 7, Florida 13, and they lost Texas 35.
Okay. So I was.
So these are all
wait,
safe
little bit-
seats.
Wait, you keep saying Texas 35th? That was a Democratic seat, bro. That's
No,
like awesome.
Lloyd Doggett's seat was a Democratic seat. They created a new PAC district in Austin.
Oh, they did, didn't they?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
So that
I'm-
was
I'm gonna
technically
make-
a flip.
I'm gonna make another K Love projection.
Hold on. They beat us again. They called North Carolina Senate.
Oh.
They beat
Oh
us
no,
again.
they didn't beat us. I just forgot to move the
Yeah,
slide.
we did just forget.
Oh,
to-
Yeah,
we won.
And
Do I
they
get to
still
do it?
beat us.
No, go down, switch to the next slide.
Yeah, no, it's
still
there. It's
beat
there.
us.
Ian had it there like 20 minutes ago. I just kind of
Yeah,
forgot
but
about
they
it.
still beat us. They still beat us.
Yeah, they
I
still
do
beat
want
him.
to mention I was
North
gonna
Carolina
say-
Senate is gone for Ted Budd.
I thought I was gonna do it, man.
Oh,
Oh,
my bad.
sorry.
I forgot.
They're
Sorry, Caleb.
I
racism.
was
Oh, and Abrams has conceded. by
Let's
the
let's
way.
be honest. Let's be honest. It's because I'm half Bolivian, and I'd like to call this a racist fact out.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I'm gonna
okay.
I'm gonna try and speak now. I
Alright,
was a little bit worried about Illinois governor race, not because I thought we were gonna lose, but because it was like 13% just a minute ago. But I looked it up right now, and Cook County is still 2/3, or it still has a third left to report. So that'll give Democrats probably like 405,000, 500,000 more votes. So Bailey is not having a good night. That's what
Oh
I'm
my God.
saying.
Big news out of Pennsylvania 7th. Sorry, the 17th, which is Chris DeLujo
Oh yeah.
versus whoever his opponent is. His opponent just conceded.
Oh.
Yeah.
How
This-
is
So
this is-
I-
this is gonna be
I
a
got
good
into a
night.
Twitter fight with someone over that, and now I'm
Oh my
wrong,
God.
and I feel
Wait,
stupid.
Also, oh
What-
my
what
God,
happened
Sean
in the-
Patrick Maloney's losing.
Oh, thank God.
Really?
Eh,
He deserves it. What happened in the 12th district? Summer Lee only won by like 12%.
Mike
Oh, no,
Doyle,
he's a
trust
Mike
the plan.
Doyle.
Trust the
Mike
plan.
Doyle.
What's going on with Sean Patrick Maloney?
He deserves it, bro. Like,
I have a 4-letter word that I can use to describe it. However, I could get kicked off.
Never
Okay. To
mind.
be
Oh,
serious,
never mind. Here's the thing: Westchester still has to report a bunch of votes, and
Oh, okay, then Sean Maloney's fine. If
Yeah,
it's just
no,
Rockland,
I was
he's
gonna
not.
I
mention,
hope
he
he
looks-
loses.
You-
Like, he
It's
deserves
still-
it.
Why
I
does-
mean, he's down
Yeah.
by 10% though.
Thank God.
Yeah,
He
but
does-
Westchester's
he-
very
he
blue.
does-
Yeah, that's a good point.
but
That's
it's
a good point.
northern Westchester. That's the thing. It's like towns like Yorktown.
Northern Westchester's still pretty blue. It's not as blue as the county at large because it's not like
Why?
Yonkers.
Why
Okay,
is
I-
the
I
gem
will
high?
say-
It includes
Like,
Briarcliff. It includes most of White Plains.
Oh,
A decent. It includes Ossining, which is very blue. So
Oh,
will say-
it's time. It's time for another call that we're going to do early.
mhm.
Which one?
which one?
Which one?
Oh, can I do
Oh.
this one?
Yes.
Yeah, we
She's
could.
up like 18 right now. There's no reason this
Yeah,
race should be
yeah.
too early.
Is
to
it
call.
in there? Is it in there?
yes.
No.
We have called the Ohio Senate.
No,
We're not-
is it-
Where
the
is
other one.
that? I feel stupid.
I'll
right
make
now,
the
but
slide, I'll
where-
make the
where is
slide.
that?
I'm making the slide.
Oh, it's wait. I'm getting sent. We can't let
Oh yeah.
we can't let the mainstream media steal our.
Can't let the main
Steeler call.
media.
Okay,
Steeler
I
call.
slide is almost done.
That one
Don't
that
worry.
one,
I don't think they'll probably call in like 3 hours.
How's Max
Seeing how
Frost
seeing how
doing?
they've. I'm actually surprised that they've I'm actually quite surprised that they've even like that the media's actually like they've gotten more than like one race off of us because like they've been so slow with calling
Oh.
every race.
Okay, go
Cindy,
below
Cindy
10.
actually has
Go-
officially like
go below
not
10.
in the lead.
Is
Also,
it is it Indian?
another thing?
That's in. It's in.
Okay.
Another thing. Oh, do you want to go or?
Let me just call this and then I'll let you continue.
Yeah.
So Washington Senate, we beat the MSM. Let's go. Patty Murray projected winner. No surprise here. She's up by a lot. She defeats Republican Tiffany Smiley. Okay, back to you, Brian.
I have
Ryan.
something to
Thank
mention
you.
whenever
So-
he's done.
There's two things I have to say. First of all, Maine second, close race, and New York Times. I haven't looked into it in depth. They're saying toss up, so probably RCB. What's it called? Nevada, despite the fact their polls closed an hour and 23 minutes ago, they've
wonderful.
not reported a single vote.
Have they really?
Yeah, they've not
Oh.
reported a single vote.
Oh, I forgot how
dude,
slow
why?
Nevada was though.
They're
Ryan.
so
Remember
lazy.
during 2020 when it was like so bad?
Yes.
It took
everybody
them
was
like a
using
week to
Nevada,
count the
and it
votes.
took
That
us,
was
like, yeah.
pathetic.
Because they went home. Like they refused to like let their workers do more than like an 8 hour. It might have been less than 8 hours. 'Cause it was ridiculous, dude. They like just like went home. Like on election night, they were like, okay, we'll go home now at like 1 a.m. or something.
Lauren,
kinda
oh,
ridiculous.
never mind. No more votes have been counted, but Lauren Boebert's opponent is leading. For
Oh,
those who...
Yeah, but she's gonna win because they're counting Maryland's first and yeah.
Well, you know, at least we can clown her for a bit.
Oh,
So I have
bro-
some interesting. I think it's Florida's 25th. Max Frost wins, which I think makes him the first Gen Z member. of
yeah,
It does.
Congress.
Yeah.
Except there is also the lady who's running in New Hampshire, Catherine
Mm.
Leavitt, I believe is her name.
Oh,
But
yeah.
but
She's not going
she's
to win.
losing, but she's
No.
losing. Yeah, she's
No,
losing right now.
Democrats in New Hampshire are doing very well right now, and
Yeah.
Annie Custer is gonna probably win by double digits.
And Chris Papa seems pretty
Probably.
cool.
Oh, Brian,
He seems-
Brian, you're gonna be happy by this, but Tina Kotek is up by 3.8 in Oregon right now.
Nice.
Oh,
Johnson's
that's
at
good.
9.1.
Oh no, that means I'm losing like $20 to Ian. This is
She's
so
at-
sad.
Yeah.
She's at-
Yeah.
Wait, you
and you're
betted
also
on
at this point
Oregon?
Losing 5 to me.
Yeah,
It's a
Dude,
I was
I'm
very
sorry,
confident
after-
Drazen was gonna win.
After Kotek wins, she needs to have a military tribunal on Johnson, bro. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say that.
As
She's
as it
insane. That
stands-
woman literally just did. She was like, "Yeah, I'm taking votes solely off of Democrats. What are you gonna do about it?"
Who
She
wins?
definitely got paid to run.
Oh, okay. Okay. So,
No, she was mad that she got drawn out during redistricting. I'm 100% sure that's
oh,
why.
definitely.
Kotek, because she was thinking about running before redistricting. Kotek redistricted her out to punish her for that, and then she was like, and then, and then she ran,
Bro, what? Okay, this is like okay. So
Republicans are losing New Mexico second.
in
Are they
Montana,
really?
What?
and Montana, there's a legislative referendum that requires medical care for infants born alive, and it's losing by 30 points right now.
What does
Jesus
that
Oh,
Christ.
that's a
mean? What does that
Montana
actually
post.
mean,
They
though?
don't
That-
care, dude. That's a
That's
Montana
oh my,
post.
that's
What does
disgusting.
that actually mean, though?
That means like if you're like, I don't even know.
It's Montana, dude. They're a very libertarian state.
Oh
They
my
don't.
God,
They're
yeah.
like that.
Like if I try to abort my child and then it comes out alive, like this means that no medical care would be required, bro.
That's wild.
People are disgusting.
Yeah, that's pretty
Oh, but in Nebraska, and it's an initiative for Nebraska. Increase the minimum wage to 15 per hour. It's winning by
nice.
25.
Quick thing,
Yes.
though,
See,
Wow.
Santos has taken the lead in the third. He's beating Zip
third of what?
New York.
Oh, I see.
This is a
Something
weird
else.
makeup.
There's something else.
It's a weird election.
Yeah, so many races that
Very
should have gone
confused.
one way.
Look
Can
at
we talk
Sean
about New
Maloney.
Mexico second? Can we talk about New Mexico
Malo-
second? What is
Hold on,
happening
Malo-
there?
Hold on. Sean Patrick Maloney, New York Times saying it's leaning R, his race.
Thank God.
Yeah, I know. It's stupid. I don't think that they're
They're
getting
wrong. They're just
predictions right for
wrong.
Northern West.
I hope he loses.
I hope he
He-
doesn't.
He deserves
He
it.
totally. No, he does deserve it. Like if you're looking at it from a Democratic point of view, he caught. If he's probably going to cost Democrats at least 2 seats tonight. Like right off the bat, he forced all the incumbents in that area to move around. He's a pussy, dude. Like I'm sorry. Like he's a massive pussy. Like if he probably
Ryan,
okay,
I
maybe not
agree.
2 seats, but he's definitely going to cost Democrats at least 1 seat. And he's a D-triple-C chair, dude. Like the justification he used was, oh, my home, which wasn't even true because he like moved the day that the maps came out. He was like, oh, my new home that I just bought is in the new district,
Okay.
and also I'm the D-triple-C chair, so it would be embarrassing if I won. Bro.
Okay.
We-
I'm sorry to cut you off, Brian. I'm gonna make a call. North Carolina's 13th district, Nickel wins by 7.
Really?
Nick Cole.
Yeah, 99%.
That's a dub.
Wait.
99% in, and it's the Democrats up at like 2.6.
Let me see
3.6,
this.
something like that.
Mm.
D+3, more than 95% in, votes remaining. Yeah, no, I disagree with that. I'm not making that call yet.
Why? 99%.
It's too early.
40.
It's too early.
There's still,
Kathy Hochul's losing Rochester right now. Just thought I'd share.
Yeah.
yeah, whatever. We already called that race. Wake County, Bo Hines is still gonna net 6,000 votes. He's only 7,000 behind. So
Watch
like,
him win. That'd be
with
kind
how-
of funny.
yeah, this is gonna be a close one. But I did say earlier in the evening that might win by 1,000. I just don't think we should
Can
call
I
it.
can I make a call? You guys might disagree with this. I'm not sure, but I don't see any other way this could go. Maybe a call that maybe it's too early, but I don't know. I'll do this.
Is it a house call?
Not the general house call, but I'm calling this just in. I think this is what's going to happen, not like an official call from us, because like that we don't do this for house races. But since this is in my state, New Jersey's 7th, I think Kane is going to win it. And my reasoning is almost all of the Morris County ballots that still have not been counted.
I think
Well,
Tom
no, that's
Malinowski's
actually a lie.
already won.
No, no,
Also,
I think
Can we get some more news
Kane's
on
going to win.
Pennsylvania real
Kane's gonna
quick?
win.
Can I put some more news in from Pennsylvania?
Uh-huh.
New York Times now has Fetterman at likely to win by 4.5 points.
Wow.
Oh, thank God.
Wow, that's incredible.
I am
So-
in
Called
love
it.
right now.
Called it.
Can I
Okay.
also point out, dude, I know we mentioned this, but what the fuck is happening in New Mexico?
Dan, stop.
Sorry. What the heck is happening in New Mexico too?
Yeah, again, this
Harrell's
is a
down by
Trump.
17 and a half. And that's
I almost said there's a
like
Trump plus
10
8 district. It's not a Trump plus 10 district. It's a
It's a
Biden
Trump
plus
plus-
6 district.
Is it really? Oh, I
Yeah, it
don't
got
know.
redrawn to be very Democratic
Either
favored.
way, I mean, Vasquez is way overperforming.
I
Way overperforming.
I will say, I think something that's clear from this night, if you guys want to disagree with me, you can. I think something that's very clear from this night, from looking at like a lot of these results in these suburban districts, is that I think if Trump like runs in 24, like
Oh God.
Republicans are screwed, dude. Like he might
Yeah.
even like I see a scenario, and I said this a few months ago, where he could feasibly win the election, because I mean presidential elections, it's very close in a few states. So that
And
he could
Biden's very
he-
unpopular. We do have to remember,
could re-
despite this,
he could re-
Biden's still very
Yeah,
unpopular.
he could feasibly
Yeah.
win. He
If-
could
if
feasibly win, but he'll
Democrats-
drag it. I see a scenario where he wins in 24, but like he literally like has heavy losses in like the House, and like I see that because like look at like these look at DeSantis' race, for example, where Trump had no, and I'm not like promoting DeSantis or anything. I'm just saying like he, clearly like his race, he had no Trump involvement. He, Trump even like kind of like, talk trash about him and all that. And he's doing well. And then these races that like Trump invested all his energy in to get the candidates that he liked. Virginia 7th one. And there's a few others. And he just like he's fumbling in all of them.
I just saw someone on Twitter say that Trump not announcing that he was running for re-election is why Republicans are doing so poorly.
That's so stupid. That's so
That's-
stupid.
That's the biggest cope I think I've
Can I-
seen in
wait,
any
Tom,
election like
Tom,
ever.
James, I think I know who sent that. Was that
It was-
Insider New Jersey? Tom.
No, it was Minnesota populist.
Oh, bro.
They like to have the worst takes imaginable.
I think decision
Ben
does.
Shapiro
Yes,
just
I
tweeted,
just-
quote, candidate quality matters. We were right. Candidate quality matters.
I think,
Yep.
I think I called it before Decision Desk. Yes, I think Decision Desk just predicted the 7th in New Jersey. Wow. Yes, I did it before them. Yes.
Okay. Bad news, Brian. Out of Oregon Gov, Kotek's only up by 0.3% right now.
Oh, and
No, that's fine. Don't worry.
Rollins is up by 13% over Calvert right now.
Oop.
How's Johnson doing in Oregon, Caleb?
9.1.
9.1. Okay, that's good actually. It's not that bad. If she breaks 10%, that's concerning.
I would vote for. I'm
How's
gonna be
that
honest.
one independent guy in Montana?
I'm gonna
doing?
be like completely honest. She should be put in front of a military tribunal. But
I
that's
mean,
just me.
that's also fair. That's also fair. Like, I think as a person, she's chill. Like, I like her politics, but I don't like that she kind of almost costs us to go.
I do not like her politics. Her politics are the worst, dude.
I agree with that.
Okay, so out of Montana second, Rosendale's at 47. Buchanan's at 29. So this is gonna be like a race where an independent outruns a Democrat for
That's
second
I
place.
think
surprising.
Rosendale's going to win though.
I mean,
Rosendale's gonna
obviously.
win.
Yeah, he's close. He's close enough to 50%.
I don't think anyone else is doing this, but Fox just called a very key race.
Which one?
Michigan Gov.
Really?
For who?
For
Whitmer.
Dixon or for Whitmer?
Oh yeah, okay.
Whitmer.
Thanks,
What are the
Kyle.
numbers there? Because we should think about that also. I feel like.
Whitmer's
we
up by
should.
like, she's up by like 5, something like that. But it's only
What
39%.
percent reporting?
39.
Oh no, that's too early.
Oh yeah.
Why are they calling it? Why have they called it? I don't get it.
Because Fox
Ooh.
News likes to jump the gun, unless you just saw something that
Valadeo
changes.
is doing very well right now, though. Just
Kane
wanted to
just
point
took
that
the
out.
lead.
Valadeo is currently doing quite well.
Oh, I forgot that the polls were closed. Oh, let's see how much
Yeah.
Mike Garcia is currently losing by 8 points.
Have they released results in California but not Nevada? That's funny.
That is
yeah.
incredible, but also Calvert is down. Calvert is down 13.
I literally just said this. No,
Okay.
I literally just said that Calvert was down by a lot.
will
Gray is only
say
up by
there-
6.
I wouldn't be surprised if Calvert wins. Or, I mean, if Calvert loses and then like Garcia and Valadeo win, just because like Calvert.
That
I
would
don't
be
know-
so
I don't know-
goofy, but I would also understand it.
I don't know if you guys have.
Ted
followed
Core just tweeted
Cali-
that McMullen
I
has a chance. What's going on in Utah?
No, he doesn't. I don't know if you guys have followed the California races, but like Calvert, he's like
Oh my
he's
god.
he's active like he's not in a competitive race. He's
Charlie
like not
Purvis
campaigned
just
at all.
fell
Guys,
below
though, there
40%.
hasn't been a single vote reported from Salt Lake City or Summit County.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah.
Lee's only up by 10. That is
What are you
that's
talking about?
something.
He's up by like
20.
24.
He's up by 20. But
Oh really?
He's up.
Can I not
He's
read?
up by.
Okay.
He's up. by
Politico
26.
says.
Yeah,
Wait, what percent reporting do you guys have?
34.
35.
Okay,
49. Well, Just reported.
I have
Fifth, he
46
just reported.
with
He
Lee
just
plus
reported.
10.
Salt Lake City just reported Lee plus 10. Yeah, 49.
Oh my god, bro. What is going on?
I don't think Lee's not in trouble.
I don't think
he's
Lee's in
good.
trouble, but like this is nuts if he can hold.
No, this is like really bad. The fact that there's even like discussion.
Okay,
Also, another call we want to consider because we actually have like results. I'm not saying we should do it, but check the chat.
I will say while we're discussing this in chat, you gotta feel bad for like Charlie Crist and Val Demings, dude. Like
Dude,
everywhere
Charlie
else,
Crist, I do
like
think
Everywhere else,
Charlie-
Democrats are doing so well, and they just got like destroyed.
Charlie
That's got to be
Crist
tough.
Is below 40%.
he's
we
below
willing to
Fort.
call-
That's
Oh
my God.
insanity.
Are we willing to call
39.8.
that one race the are we willing to call that Senate race though from that state?
Which
I
one?
No.
No.
Yeah. okay.
No.
Oh,
Wait for who? For
Check the
the
chat.
Republican or the Democrat?
Republican.
I'd assume the Republican.
No,
Guys,
no.
okay.
Even that. No. Because no. The. never
Oh my
mind.
god. Yo, Jim Michaels is expected to concede.
Hmm?
Really?
Fire.
Really?
Jim Michaels is gonna concede.
What did I say?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
Hold on.
Vindicated yet again.
I thought we were talking about Senate.
Hold on.
Y'all need to stop with this vindication, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Okay.
It's
God. This is okay.
Warnock is now
Wow,
at
this is
44
beating my
with
wildest
12
Oh,
dreams.
he's
left.
expected to.
Yeah.
He's expected to. Wow.
So okay.
Mm.
I'm gonna repropose that call now.
Let me speak. Let me
No,
speak,
I still
boys.
want to wait, but
Yeah.
I still want to wait.
yeah, I want to wait until after a concession.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay. Pennsylvania is at
Can we
1.1%.
call the
but
state of
it did-
Hawaii before it closes?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Let's.
For who?
State of Hawaii for Joshua Green.
Oh, yeah, we should.
I mean, it's
Okay.
not gonna go any other way.
We're gonna call the state of Hawaii for Joshua Green. He's running for governor to replace the incumbent who is term limited. I forget who the incumbent is. Quite
David
frankly.
Ige.
David Ige. Yeah, thank you. So Joshua Green will win the Hawaii governor's race. this was never really a question. That's why we're calling it 20 minutes before the polls close, so that we can get back to more normal stuff.
TBH,
Dude,
I don't think we should
just-
call
just
a
a
race
quick-
before the polls close. I mean, it's
I
clear which
agree.
way it's going to go, but we shouldn't call it.
I
We
second
should
that.
wait until the polls close. We should
Oh,
wait until
Brian,
the polls
Brian,
close.
the Dom
but
5
then-
Hold on.
issue.
The decision desk will beat us.
Hold
I
on.
was gonna mention that.
Hold on. Hold on. This isn't very important, but in the Georgia governor, Shane Hazel, Libertarian, has 0.7%. In the Senate race, the Libertarian has
He's got
2%.
3%.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Dude. No, I think
Chase Oliver's doing good.
it-
I
dude,
mean,
like there are I think there are a lot of Republicans that like just refuse to vote for like Herschel
Warnock.
Walker.
why do
No,
we keep mixing them?
Walker.
For Walker. Yeah, I know. That's what I meant. I'm an idiot though.
They don't look that much alike, Dan. Come on, man.
But their names are similar. Warnock and Walker both start.
Yeah, I guess.
And I have a bit of a stutter. All right, I want to
Right.
Being
It's
racist.
kind of it. I mean,
Okay.
we'll see what happens.
So
I think
y'all are. Sorry, you can go.
No. I was gonna say something stupid, and I don't want to
Oh,
do
right.
that. So like,
Right,
you should
right.
go.
So okay, it's way too early, but Henry Cuellar is going to hold on because there's 30% remaining in Behar. Let's see, there's 22 remaining in Star. There's 41 remaining in Webb and 100% remaining in Zapata. So, and
There's 100% Zapata.
yeah, it hasn't
Oh,
nothing.
he's gonna win. He's gonna win.
Thank
He's gonna
God.
win.
Yeah,
That's it.
Cuellar wins. Just wanted a quick update on Pennsylvania before the Zoom link ends in less than a minute.
30 seconds.
Fetterman is ahead still. Pennsylvania is only at 70. Philadelphia is only at 70% reported.
He also just gained a bit too. I should mention.
Yeah.
He gained from like 0.9 to 1.1.
All right, we're gonna have to go back to one more new Zoom call, I think, before we call it for the night.
Maybe yeah. You
Really?
I'm staying up all
Are we going?
night.
Are we?
I'm
are we
I'm
going- are we
ending the
going that
stream
early?
at 1.
That's too
I need
much.
to take a
Alright.
shower, and my roommate's gonna get back soon. So
I need to sleep sort of well because I do have to go to school tomorrow.
Brian and
Alrighty.
Caleb, we can stay.
Whoops.
okay, we're back.
Yeah. It's just you and me right now though.
Yeah, I'm putting the link in the chat. It's in the chat. Okay,
Okay.
so Fetterman, we can't call it for him yet, but it's looking very good for him. Deluzio, it's looking very good for.
His opponent already conceded. He won.
Yeah, Cartwright, it's also looking great. Who else?
You were right. Mark Molinaro is about to win.
So I was right about Molinaro. I need to see though, because I'm nervous about Knoll.
Andy Biggs' district is only at very likely Republican right now. Just thought I would share.
That's unusual, but okay.
Yes.
And Knoll, wow, he's still up by a lot. Except there's still 0 stuff reporting.
And Tim Ryan lost Mahoning.
What now?
Tim Ryan lost Mahoning County.
Ah, damn.
Yeah.
I thought he'd have some more crossover appeal.
Yeah, I that's a huge disappointment, honestly, considering how well Democrats are doing.
Yeah, it really is. But I'm still really looking towards the 22nd because 74% of the vote is in. Most of Onondaga County is in. There's like maybe 7,000 votes left. Is going to give an extra 1,000 to Knoll. I really don't know. This is going to be a close one, and I am nervous. Maybe I should have switched my registration and voted for Knoll up here.
I mean, yeah, you probably should have.
But I wanted to write you in, so
Oh, that's so real. And you can switch your registration before 2024.
yeah, definitely. But this is gonna be a tight one because Knoll is up by about 16,000, and Williams could net maybe 18,000 from Oneida. So
How do
I'm
you think
nervous.
Pennsylvania Republicans feel about their choices of candidates?
They are crying themselves to sleep tonight.
Yeah, I'm checking that actually.
I think that if we look back on the primary.
Oh, you have to send the link again. It says it's invalid, by the way.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, but I think they kind of fumbled by not nominating. I mean, I don't know how much better
McCormick.
McCormick would have been.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
McCormick-
think because Fetterman's doing like weirdly well in the rurals. And I don't know that McCormick would have really been that much better because he's kind of like the same elitist type of-
McCormick would have done worse in the rurals, but better in the suburbs. Also, Mennett just took the lead in Luzerne County, but not like that's going to matter since they still have to count most of the mail-ins.
I have to send the link to Caleb because it's not.
Okay,
working.
that's odd. But let's
Yes.
see who else. John Hoovens won re-election. John Thunes won re-election. They just called it for Mike Crapo. Although David Roth is doing shockingly well. Patty Murray is up by obscene margins. Evan McMullen has it with an 8%. No clue how he's done that.
Yeah.
I think he'll.
That's-
keep it
that's-
in 7. That's
Really?
absurd. Yeah, no, because Salt Lake City is really below the rest of the reporting so far.
Yeah.
It's at 44%, while all the Mike Lee Assad counties are at in like the 60s, 70s, 90s. Like there's still a few Assad counties for Mike Lee that haven't reported any votes yet. San Pete is one of them that I'm looking at, but Summit County is going to go for McMullen by an absurd margin, probably. And Morgan's going to be very
Jesus.
close.
Oh yeah, no, Summit definitely.
So, I mean, at this point, McMullen has done better than anyone expected. Back to
Yeah.
Arizona, nothing has changed. Back to let's see where else we can look at results from. They have called every single race in Virginia, so Loria is officially lost, although we knew that was happening. Although Loria only lost by 4 in the end.
That's kind of in line with what I expected, to be
Yeah,
quite
no,
honest.
that's what I expected as well, but early on in the night, it didn't look that way. So let's see who else they've called races for. Damn.
Also, we're gonna be joining a new Zoom link soon
Oh, okay.
because ours is funky. So we're
Got it.
joining one with Caleb.
Got it. Send me the email.
I haven't gotten it yet, but
So just a few more while I actually have the floor for once.
yeah, go ahead.
Connecticut's District 5 is leaning deep. Looks like Johanna Hayes is going to win. That's good news for the Democrats there. Although they haven't called any races yet, at this point, there's very few paths to victory for Republicans in the 5th. Back to Maine 2nd. That is still a toss-up, but Golden is expanding his lead. And with RCV, it's probably going to give it to him. We can't call
Yeah.
it yet, but I think what we can do is we can call New Hampshire 2nd for Annie Custer.
Oh, definitely. She's winning by double digits.
Yeah.
I just saw someone, no one reputable, but I'm seeing more people calling North Carolina's 13th for what's his face, the Democrat. I forgot his
Billy
name.
Nickel.
Yeah.
Wow, that's nuts. Ann Wagner's gonna win. Caston's gonna win. Darren LaHood, obviously, he got a packed district there. It looks like Budzinski's gonna win the 13th, going down to the 17th there, and it looks like Sorensen's also going to win. So Dan was vindicated. Moving through now, some more results out in California. I want to find Mike Garcia. Jim Costa is going to do well, much better than his 2010 shocking result. Valadeo's up by 12 right now. It's looking good for Valadeo, but not good enough for him to relax yet.
Okay.
How is Mike Garcia doing at this point?
Ian, I'm moving into the other Zoom meeting. The
Okay.
link is in the chat.
Got it.
Then I'm gonna. Yeah.
Stand holds on. I really like that guy.
Oh no, that's the auditor. It's Tom Miller.
I know it's the auditor, but
I'd say Tom Miller's probably gonna win
I
tonight,
don't
right?
know because Tom Miller needs to gain like 30,000 votes. I mean, actually, yeah, it's possible.
I'm also gonna say.
How is Rob Sand doing?
The Tom Miller coalition
I
is so
think that-
weird because he's like winning
Hold on, check.
Windshike and then like Black Hawk. Actually, that's not shocking, but he's winning like Lynn County, Powishike. Like, bro,
I don't know. Iowa auditor election. Is Ian still not here?
No, Ian is here.
I am here.
Okay, he is here.
So,
Karen Bass is leading
so-
Rick Caruso right now, by the way.
Oh,
Are we
base.
all here? Are we live?
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
we're live.
All right.
Go for it.
Can we go? Can we find Mark Garcia? I want to see how he's doing. Has anyone found it?
Garcia's trailing with 27% of the vote in by like 4 points. No, 6 points. No, 8 points.
Oh wow,
Well, could be making
it gets
a lot
worse
more.
every single time you say it.
right? Oh yeah, Brian. Quayar expanded his lead to 13.8 points.
Sweet Jesus.
77% is in.
Like seriously, can we just call it for Quayar?
Oh, I
And-
forgot-
We don't
and-
do
it's-
calls.
And
It's funny-
Zapata is not in yet.
I forgot.
I
to
will
point-
say, I will like to say how funny it is that the Kansas gerrymander flopped so hard. They went, they could have packed the seat. They could have packed like the third and like probably like, I mean, Laturner's not going to lose in the second, but like they could have shored him up even more because I think Laturner did want to be shored up. He didn't like the map. But
I can understand
They-
why.
no, they flopped
yo.
so badly.
Okay. There's some bad news for Sean Patrick Maloney.
Thank God.
Westchester results are not breaking the way he needs them to.
Yeah, he's probably gonna lose.
Yeah,
New
I
York,
think
New
he
York,
will.
New York is like after Florida. New York is like the second state that like seems to be immune from this election because like Hochul, she's gonna win, but like Zeldin's actually doing quite well. Like he's it's like what 11 points right now. Like
Didn't Schumer?
I don't know.
I mean, I'd like to just say something real quick. The Orthodox Jewish community in Spring Valley really
yeah,
is
That's-
is pulling some numbers for Sean Patrick.
that's why.
Mike Lawler.
That's why when I said earlier, there's a four-letter word that is the reason Sean Patrick Maloney's gonna lose. And I didn't want to say it because like I don't know if YouTube's gonna think I'm like that type of
yes,
person, but
they're
like
going to
yeah,
think you're the
that's
type of
why.
person.
Yeah, but that's why. A ton of Orthodox Jewish organizations endorsed his opponent. Like they like that. I thought Maloney was gonna hang on. Like I thought Sean Patrick Maloney was gonna hang on, but I thought like after they did that, I was like, yeah, he's probably gonna have a close race just because of this.
Wait,
They're a big influence.
Brian, Coop ran in the 6th district. I thought he ran in the 5th.
Who?
Cooper.
Jim Cooper. He didn't run. He retired.
Oh, he did. Rip.
The last I checked, the Democrat wasn't doing like that terribly in his district.
In the 5th district, only down by 14. That's not bad.
Oh, when I checked, it was 7.
That's
14
that's
is
actually-
pretty
that's
bad.
actually- no, that's actually pretty bad because it was only like an
That's a
R plus,
5-point
like,
shift, right? I think, right?
Oh, did
It
we
was
ever
only
call-
it was only an R plus 12. So actually, they're actually doing worse.
Did we ever? Okay, first off, I think NBC called it, but did we ever call Maine governor?
No, we never did.
No, they just called it. They just called it, didn't they?
called it, like,
I just saw
just?
that.
I saw it like 10 minutes ago. Maybe not
Yeah,
10
yeah,
minutes.
that's what I meant by just.
I must say, this is the most atrocious night for election forecasters in probably since 2016.
Oh
Ron,
yeah, no,
why-
seriously. This has been. I
You-
still don't
I
know
think-
what.
You mean since 2020? Every 2 years it gets worse.
Oh yeah, I forgot how bad 2020 was.
Actually,
I
2018
forgot
wasn't
the-
that bad, but
No, 2018 was actually pretty good because like the polls were mostly right.
Going on?
no, they were pretty wrong, but they were mostly right in predicting that like Democrats would like take back the House and like the governorship, but like Senate, they were so off.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh wait, base. CNN called Ohio ninth for captain.
Really?
Oh yeah, that's old news. Yeah, captors like captors like. I was about to say something. No, let me not say that.
She's a
Captain's like-
juggernaut. Like
Also, there's not a single vote that's been counted in the state of Nevada yet. What are they doing?
Dude, why are they like? They probably went home already. Why are they
David
like
Crone
this?
is losing with 68% of the vote in. Oof.
I love how
No,
Florida
you
is
probably gotta
always
make that up.
counting.
Can I say
Ohio is
Oh yeah,
basically-
Montgomery County is only at 50, Brian.
Because
I will say Florida's like I respect like the enormous strip of Florida because they had one issue in 2000 and then the next year they fixed it. They fixed it and they've had like their elections run so smoothly after that. They literally they closed their polls at 7 in the Panhandle. They closed at 8, and we had all the results by 9. That is insane. It's insane how in Indiana's first, which was 6 p.m., they're not done counting. Like, I'm
Oh.
sorry, that's insane.
Legal weed is passing in Missouri right now.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Oh
Wow.
wow.
How's it doing in
why are you guys surprised? Yeah, that I think Parsons even conceded on that. Like he said that was going to happen.
But legal
Wow,
weed is
that's
failing
nuts.
in South Dakota. That's a shocker. There was like a
That's
big movement.
That's weird.
There was
that's
a big
weird.
movement for legal weed there, from like farmers to like.
Oh, North Carolina 13 is 100% in. Nickel wins.
Told y'all.
Yeah.
Ron,
You called it.
However
Wow.
you say
I can't believe
Bro,
it.
Caleb, you were just criticizing people on the
I
told
know.
y'all.
I know.
Now
I know.
you're such a hypocrite.
I am. Like, that's kind of the Caleb precedent. Like what would the Caleb
Mm.
precedent be if I wasn't a hypocrite? Like,
Also,
Wow,
Mervan
I
looks
would-
set.
Yeah, Mervan looks set. That's good
Yeah,
for him.
He's up 6,
Oh,
91% in.
that with 80.
Can I
It
be
is over.
honest? Let's be honest. The real reason why Frank Mervan won was because of the race of his opponent. I mean,
He-
she was
he-
a black
he-
indigenous person of color, Latinx
Running
plus.
he's running in a district of Gary, Indiana.
Yeah, and yet they're the reason he won. Exactly. That's it's because the drip, dude. Like, yes, a white Democrat is better than a black Republican. It's the drip, dude. I'm sorry. That is the drip. Face
Kim was
Gary,
losing
Indiana.
right now. Young Kim is
Oh,
up.
they're on. Oh yeah, Mervan's on Indie. Oh wow, they knew we were talking about him. He's on NBC right now.
Oh,
Cool.
babe.
Yeah, you're behind me, Brian. 'Cause I
Oh yeah,
saw-
mine's a little behind because I put it behind like an hour ago to look at the Shapiro call, and I never put it forward. It's like behind like 3 minutes.
Mike Garcia is currently ahead by 3,000 votes at this point. He's up
If
by
he wins, I'm going to have a
Mike,
He's probably
moment.
going to win.
Who?
I'm
He's-
gonna have an
Ma-
end.
Garcia.
I still don't understand what is going on. These races, like, first off, we look at Ohio with somehow in
Oh.
God's name Sykes winning, Nichols winning, and Patrick Maloney.
I think.
winning.
I will
Like,
say
I
what's
think-
going
I
on?
think.
reporting, so.
Wow, NBC's only calling Wexton the winner now after they called Stamberg 3 hours ago.
That's so lazy. Oh my god.
Dude, I can't believe like I mean not I can't believe, but like I guess the thing about the selection is like clearly like
What is
like,
God's name?
Republicans are like they fumble the ball so badly on like
Yeah.
suburban districts. It's not
Speaking
even
of
funny.
suburban districts, David Crone is losing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I-
Frederick County, or not Frederick, the really blue county. Is only
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
It's
fact-
not reporting.
And I will say because this is
What
actually
is
starting to
going
sink
on?
into me. This is actually starting to hit me now. The fact that Tom Kane won shows how badly like Malinowski is, because like this environment, dude. If
He's winning by
Sandberg-
5 too. That's not like a tiny margin.
He's going to win by more. He's going to win by more. Morris County, most of Morris County is still outstanding. He's going to win by more. Like that dude. Like Malinowski is such a terrible. Oh my god, that's so funny, dude.
I would have voted for him. I'll be honest.
I think, can we at least say at this
Dude,
point
he's
the House
terrible.
will flip, but the number of seats is going to be hellish for McCarthy.
It's gonna be low. It's gonna be low.
But
It's
remember,
gonna
we,
be
we
that,
have
like,
we have
hellish McCarthy
American.
margin that we were predicting. Like,
Ian, did you already note that Knoll's back in the lead?
Knoll's back in the lead? I have
Yeah,
not.
he's up by
Jack
8
Knoll.
with 73% in.
Against the
Oh,
Democrats.
I've noted. Yeah, I noted that a while ago. But the race is still leading R.
Also, I'd say New York's 18th is very interesting right now. Ryan's up by 0.2, 90% reporting.
Oof.
Oh
Ryan
my
Braga.
God.
Good lord.
What's going
That's
on in
true.
New York right now? Like,
Joe Morrell is losing.
Morelli?
No,
Morelli?
it's because
Yeah.
there's like nothing reporting in Rochester.
Oh,
76% is
Oh
reported.
yeah,
in
that's
Rochester.
true.
is it?
That's a
I think
bit
it's
big.
6?
76 for Chuck Schumer at least.
Mhm.
Yeah, but not for Morelli.
Yeah, Morel homie. It's like,
76% of the votes in. That's all I'm saying.
Also, Tom Conco's only winning by 9 right now.
Oh
What?
my god, dude!
Yeah,
What?
I think-
What?
I think
What is
Dude,
happening in New York?
we
Only winning 60 to 40. I love it.
Florida-
District.
Florida had the wave, and then like New York has like the splash. You guys are having like a little splash.
That's a good
You know when like
Yeah,
when you're like on the beach and you're like 3 years old, and like that little splash that like to an adult is like a tiny bit of water going on the feet, and then to the kid it's like you're getting. That's New York right now.
I think we can all admit that Hochul has dragged down half the Democratic Party of New York tonight.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Montana's being won by the Democrat.
Are you
No,
serious?
it's no. It's
I
not.
That's like it is.
I mean, right now it is.
Oh yeah, no,
actually,
she's up by 10. She's up by
she's up by
15.
15.
I remember someone saying that that's it. They said etc. I'm not entirely disappointed with the Democrats. No.
Oh my God, what is going on right now?
I would
What-
trade Jerry Connolly for Democrat in Montana.
8.5.
Also, Susan
Oh,
Wild is
yeah.
down by a point right now.
Who?
Susan-
Wild,
or-
yeah.
Oh
Wild
hey,
is down.
oh hey, do you guys want to know something?
What?
Apparently there's the reason. Well, this is actually no, this is a lie. This is only part of the reason, because they this only affects Clark County. It doesn't affect the rest of the state. But apparently the reason why, well, this might be the reason. I'm not sure. But like Clark County, they're not counting because apparently Democrats sued to extend voting to what is
Oh,
it?
Wild.
Oh my God.
Because they ran out of
What-
paper ballots.
No, this is different.
Because that's what happened in Philadelphia.
That happened in a county in Pennsylvania, but in Nevada, they're suing to allow the vote to stay open until 9, which is midnight, which was just 2 minutes ago. They lost that decision like 5 minutes ago. Now they're appealing, so I don't know what they're doing.
Zach
They-
Ryan is not the lead, and Iowa's third.
We all expected that one.
Oh yeah, we know. Poor Axie.
Why? Why are they doing that?
Also, Ben Oregon is only up by 5 too.
Susan Wild. To me, it says she's leading.
Yeah, no. To me, she's a loser.
Landsman has expanded his lead by like 0.4%. Oh
Bro.
my god.
Dude, Shaq
Yeah,
is
Shaq is
done.
losing,
Shaq
dude.
is done.
Yeah, but,
Oh, yeah,
Probably-
It's kind of insane that we couldn't knock him out in 2018 or 2020, but we knock him out in 2022.
That's so rare.
Well, mate,
No, his district
mate,
got like
it
12
makes
points.
sense.
His district did get like 12 points.
His district was like, now to be fair, they like put all the black parts of Cincinnati in his district, which is why he was so close. But like his like Cincinnati was split like 3 ways. That's why. Like Cincinnati's whole. because like Cincinnati, dude, they like hate him because like he's notorious for like never like because
Michigan's right
he had
I shouldn't interrupt,
he
but
he literally like he
by
he
10.
he did this in the previous 10 years, and he did this like this campaign cycle. He only goes to Warren County. He doesn't go to Cincinnati. Like he like literally treats them like shit, or excuse me, like like a pile like a pile of like McDonald's spaghetti. I don't know. I don't even know.
Okay.
NBC battle for U.S. House control now a toss up.
Oh my god.
But,
This is
just a quick thing.
goofy.
A quick thing.
What about the needle? How's the needle going?
The needle's
York Times-
broken at this point.
Yeah, the needle is broken. I don't
Is
know
it?
anymore.
No,
what's
it's not.
going on.
I know you're a little behind, so make sure you're watching when they're doing the polls on abortion.
Okay, yeah, NBC
I
called.
want to
Okay.
die right now. This is absurd. However, a quick thing: Whitmer's almost guaranteed to win at this point, considering that there's only 8% in from Detroit. Most of the rural counties
Only
have
Detroit.
like 75% in or more, and Whitmer is up by 4.
Oh my
So-
god. Oh, Proposal 3, the right to abortion in Michigan's passed 55-45.
10%. California's is 38, and I'm
Oh,
serious.
that makes sense.
Vermont
That makes sense.
is 52.
Yeah, Vermont's like that. Yeah.
I'm
I-
checking
I-
out
what-
last time.
Wait, what
Ohio.
about Caleb? What about? Can you check that?
Hello?
The Caleb. Can you check the Montana one, the one that was like to like legalize
It's 60
infanticide or
no,
whatever?
It's
Sure.
62% no. It's 62% no. Kentucky
Okay.
That's
is 50%
insane,
no.
dude. Montana should be like, they should be
Kentucky
killed,
is
dude.
52% no.
Yeah, it's 60 to
That's
40.
insane.
But it's also
Wow.
only 19% in. So
Okay, so here's an update for
there's
Kentucky.
still plenty.
No is still leading with Lexington not out. I
52.
honestly think it might be a narrow no or a narrow loss.
Wow, dude. The New York Times. Wait, did the New York Times? Remind me. Did the New York Times call New York governor? I thought they did.
Yeah, they did.
I thought they called it for.
They might
No,
have retracted their call. They might
They
have
did-
retracted
they
their
never
call.
called it.
not. I refused. To
They
call it.
they
Never called
called it, didn't they?
No, it was CNN or MSNBC that called it, but not the
Yeah,
New York Times.
MSNBC called it.
Right, but I remember looking. I was looking at it like an hour ago when we called it, or well, I guess when like everyone called it, and I thought they did call it, or
Politico.
I don't know,
called it.
maybe they didn't.
Shapiro won Erie County
Look
60 to
all the-
38. Just thought I'd
Wow.
share. That is
Laura-
disgusting.
Laura Kelly's margin is narrowly like it's getting narrower. She's up by like 2.9 with 85% of the vote in.
Okay.
I think she has it. In all honesty.
Pennsylvania, I haven't checked Penn or Georgia in a minute.
Oh my God, what is going
This is
on
going to
right
be
now?
the best midterm since 2002.
Oh,
for the
yeah,
incumbent party.
Apparently, Laura Kelly is winning some like random county in like the absolute middle of Kansas with 100% of the vote right now.
Oh, and one more thing about the 10th district of Pennsylvania. This Trump plus 7 district is being won by Scott Perry by 4 points.
Oh my god.
Well, Perry's always had close races because like he's very right wing, dude.
He's kind of
yeah.
insane.
Like he's over 11% over. You know what?
I actually
it kind of makes
saw Scott Perry once in New York.
Oh, you told me about this.
Fetterman is winning.
Yeah,
Erie
he was
County.
just chilling. Like he was probably gonna like meet a lobbyist or something, or like have an extramarital affair. But like I was in New York City. I was in Manhattan, I think, and like
Where?
he was like I was like going on a subway and he was just leaving it. He was like on a call. I knew it was him. Yeah, he even has like the little flag pin and like the
Oh,
Congress
right.
pin that like, they always have.
That's
So
cool.
new house call. Texas is 34th for Gonzalez.
What?
Ah,
Oh,
wow.
yes.
Oh, for Gonzalez, I completely blanked. I thought you said 35. Yeah, that makes sense.
Poor
What's his
I
margin right
don't-
now? What's his margin right now?
Oh, I didn't look. I can go on Politico.
He's up by 6.4.
That is depressing. He should be winning by like
I don't
a lot.
understand. So 538 had Texas 15th. Like Michelle or Vallejo was like favored to win, but right now De La Cruz has a 54.4% of the vote to Vallejo's 43.8.
Could you guys imagine? Could you guys imagine if? Could you guys imagine if? Also, I will say, I'm not. We shouldn't call this, but Hobbs, I think, is looking very good right now.
Oh yeah, I
But
agree.
I,
God.
Kelly's looking
Um,
really
and Carrie Lake apparently is already like preparing to like call for say that like there's been irregularities. But so that's fun. But oh, now I forgot what I was going to say originally. Could you guys imagine if I'm not saying Democrats will, I don't think they will. But could you guys imagine if Democrats keep control of the House and like
That'd be so big.
Sean Patrick Maloney, the DCCC chair, like it like doesn't survive.
That would be hilarious.
That's kinda nice.
I do think though, depending on what happens in New York, like Hochul, it's Hochul. Sorry, Buffalo residents. Hochul and
Captain name.
what's her name? Hochul and Sean Patrick Maloney probably are. They're probably going to single-handedly cost Democrats the House.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ian, can you check what counties are still outstanding in Georgia?
Georgia, no counties are outstanding. All have reported some of the vote. I'm
Okay.
going into full race results right now. It is
What-
tied. Walker's up by about 900 votes.
Yeah, I was
The-
gonna mention.
Sean
And
Caston
there's
just
no
won,
complaining.
by the way. The AP called it for Sean Caston.
Oh,
Who?
based.
Sean Caston.
Yeah.
Nice.
Who is okay? Where is this? Where is this?
Illinois something.
Yeah,
Illinois.
Illinois.
No. Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so Warnock is gonna get the
Illinois 6.
runoff. Warnock's gonna get the runoff. It looks like he's gonna
Sorry.
net-
Bless you.
Warnock's gonna net about 30,000 votes and like okay 68% in. If Warnock keeps doing this well in Gwinnett with 61% with 68% in with 61% of the vote, something quick math in my head, he's up okay. He'll net about 25,000 in Gwinnett. And he's still able to net about 21,000 in DeKalb, a few thousand in Fulton, and then around the board in some of the rural counties,
That could be
like
enough.
Columbia, Walker can net a bit, but Warnock is going to run off.
Ian, I saw something you might find interesting about New Hampshire.
What?
I don't know who this was from, but someone just said that Democrats might pick up the state house in New Hampshire.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
Well,
Well, because here's the
also-
thing. Sununu obviously won, but Hassan is drubbing Bulldog right now. Both the House Democrats are doing very well.
I'm
New Hampshire
sorry,
Democrats are having a good night.
God.
It looks like Johanna Hayes might
Holy
lose.
shit, you're right.
She
Holy
might what?
shit.
Lose?
Ian,
yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm looking at this now. The Democrats got a 50-50 shot at taking the state house.
I
Well,
don't mean crap.
yeah, I think most people predicted they would before.
Oh
No,
no one
no.
New Hampshire?
one-
No.
No one predicted
What?
this.
Yes,
Gotta-
they did.
Are you crazy?
Yeah. no,
I
think-
did. I
Brian.
thought Republicans were going to retain their majority, but
Joe Kent is down.
Really?
I saw.
Joe Kent is down?
Really?
He's down 6 points with 65%
Thank
reporting.
God.
Oh
I
my
hate the dude.
god.
Yeah, for real.
disgusting.
That would be so funny if he lost. I would
No,
like
no,
tackle.
no,
It-
because
it's
because
likely are.
I'm like kind of friends with like one of his like campaign workers, and he's like, oh, he's a populist. I'm like, bro, he literally signed a right to work petition. Like he is not
Yeah.
no populist.
He is
He
not a
supports the right to
populist.
work.
Uh,
He's just like one of those stupid people. Like in all
Val
honesty.
Hoyle is up 10 right now.
Who?
Okay. Let's go
Val
to
Hoyle.
and John
Oregon's
White
fourth.
lost. John
Really?
White has lost. That's a sad one. Bruce
Oh,
lost.
Brian.
No, boo.
Lafayette is losing in the Wisconsin Secretary of State race.
Wow.
Oh, kidding me. Angie Craig is probably
Surprising.
gonna win.
No, I don't think she's gonna win.
I
Yeah,
think
Angie-
she's going to win. Last I checked. Last
She's
I
down by
checked. The
5,
suburbs.
6.
Yeah, but the sub.
Oh,
the
that's
su-
true.
Who are we talking
Yeah.
about?
Angie Craig.
Angie Craig, Minnesota second.
That would be another house race I called wrong if she did win.
I think New Mexico second's gonna flip.
Oh my, that would be
I do
huge.
too.
It's
I-
although
I don't think so.
no, Harold's in the lead right now. Harrell, however you say it.
Harold's down by like 3.5.
Harold's-
Politico
Harold's in
has
the lead.
her in the lead by
New York
0.2
Times
with
has her in
85%
the lead.
reporting.
Yeah, New York Times has
New-
yeah.
Harold in the lead by almost 1%.
Engel is up in
Wait, what?
Arizona 6th right now. Thought I'd mention that.
Wait, what?
Wow.
Oh my God, you're right. What is going on tonight?
See, she's
You're on
okay.
CNN, bro.
Can I
Wow.
make
That's
it?
like
Yeah, can I just
Wait,
say
wait, but
some-
that's a higher vote share, so maybe that's like real.
oh.
Can I just
hold
say
on.
some stuff real quick?
101.
I trust my dog to give me election opinions before I trust CNN.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that one, but this has been
Oh my god.
I am more confused now. Like I remember going to sleep on on early morning November 4th, 2020. When I was going to sleep, I went to sleep relatively confident of the results in every single state except for Pennsylvania. That was the only state I wasn't confident in the results in. And I went to sleep thinking, okay, Firewall will hold in Nevada. We're going to get this. We're going to win Georgia by a slim margin. And I went to sleep thinking every single thing except for Pennsylvania. And I got my predictions correct. Here, I am so clueless. At the exact same time of night, I have no clue what is going to happen.
They're Caleb, this is on
Oh, and
Kentucky,
New
the
York Times has
abortion
called
one.
up for Cuellar.
yes.
And,
Yeah,
The
that's expected.
this is the abortion one. Local media, I don't know how accurate this is because that the Malinowski thing, but local media are calling the no for the Kentucky.
I no, they're still 23% out.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think
But-
we got another insider New Jersey here.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Insider Kentucky.
Bobert is down with 93% reporting.
Oh,
Are you
I
serious?
just saw a screenshot.
Oh,
Yeah.
please,
but
please,
Lexington
please,
hasn't reported yet.
please.
Oh my god.
The Bobert thing, it's saying likely are.
Really?
yeah,
Oh,
it is.
yeah.
It is. Although it's only says
It's
75% reporting on here.
okay. Yeah, I'm looking at it, and mine says 77% reporting, and it's like.
Did I just
it's
access
3%.
online misinformation?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey,
You might have.
Probably.
This is so sad.
Where'd you get it from?
Oh, I just saw a screenshot like on Twitter. And it looked like the New York Times map.
Oh. Yeah, no, you just
It's-
clicked misinformation, thug.
Damn.
So
I just
messed
realized.
up.
I just realized.
Humble
Steve Shabbat's.
still.
I just realized Steve Shabbat's probably gonna pull a what he did in 2008 and 2010 because like I just realized they flipped the Ohio Supreme Court, so like they're just gonna redraw the
will.
maps.
Well, that's probably
Yeah.
that
I mean, I
one
would-
guy running for was it?
I mean that was expected. Oh, and they also flipped the North Carolina Supreme Court, so there's gonna be new maps with those two.
Guys, we have less than 10 minutes on this call.
okay, so Brian,
All right, when this ends, I might just end the stream.
it's no +4 in Kentucky, with Lexington not reporting. Why is QGIS opening?
When
If
this stream
Lexington's not
ends-
reporting, then that's good for the that's good
James,
for
is
the no.
anybody even watching right now?
That's a good question.
Has anyone
Solid
even been
question.
watching?
Yeah,
no,
we had viewers.
We do have.
We
viewers.
maxed like 12 viewers at one point.
Oh yeah, we have
Bad.
6.
Yeah.
Oh,
thank you to the 6
base.
people still here.
$10
I wanna, like,
Taco
pay
says
these.
this election has made me want to jump off a
Oh,
hedge. Ledge.
Ladies,
$10
CBS News
taco.
estimates the governor race in Arizona is from toss-up to leans Democrat.
I
Jesus
just read this.
Christ.
Oh, I'm reading the exact same thing as you said that.
Wait, what?
CBS estimates the governor race in Arizona moves from toss-up to lean Democrat.
Lean D. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's expected. Katie Hobbs is doing very well.
Katie Hobbs is way outperforming what I thought she would. I'm pretty
This
sure.
is
I
this is gonna be
had,
so funny. Like seeing people on Twitter just like be
I'm
so
pretty
mad.
sure I actually had like.
I know we're not. I know we shouldn't say this because he might actually watch the stream. But how do you guys think that a foreign child who is interested. Who's
Oh
How
my.
do you think he's
Romanian.
gonna react?
The one guy who's quite a big fan of an Alabama senator, a former football coach.
Hey,
From a
no,
certain
no,
Eastern
don't-
European country, perhaps.
Hey. Yeah, maybe from Ukraine. We can't mention which country though he's from.
Mhm.
Maybe Bulgaria, maybe
He could be
The
from
one that's
Latvia.
famous
Poland.
for stealing
I
everything.
Moldova. That's my guess.
I think he
I-
might
I
be
think-
from
I think-
Estonia.
The one
I
that's
think
famous
Greece.
for stealing everything.
Oh no, Ian.
Okay, so
maybe.
so,
Yeah.
in other news, in other news, in other news,
other news.
in other news,
In other news,
And other.
mind you too. In
other
other news, how's Elisa Slotkin looking?
She's looking
She's
good.
looking.
Her race is
She
leaning.
looking
towards- race is
fine,
leaning towards
bro.
Slotkin.
She hot.
Okay, Dan.
Dan,
She's down by like 7%.
you're getting
bro.
muted for that one. What? Oh, I can't mute
She's
you.
Fat Dan.
Yeah, no, but the race is leaning D according to the
I'm
times. The
joking.
same
I'm
thing
joking.
with
I'm
Michigan
silly.
State.
I'm being a silly.
Does American Patriot
I
Dan
know.
Kildee have a chance?
Yes, he's favored.
Oh, thank God.
Based.
Kildee was also one of those like people that like I kind of expected to like win, even if it was like a big wave, because like Kildee like he's one of those people that like he like runs up and down his district, like he's good with that. Good
Oof.
guy.
Okay. So Pennsylvania
Guys, I
8
cannot-
is like
I still-
Pennsylvania 8. Yeah, don't interrupt me, Dan. I'm joking.
I'm so
But
sorry,
but
bro.
Pennsylvania 8, it's narrowing, but 96% of the vote in Matt Cartwright. I can never pronounce his name.
Cartwright.
Matt
Cartwright.
Shut up. Matt Cartwright. He has 51.
Why are you saying it like that? Just say Matt Cartwright.
Right,
Matt
but
Cartwright.
when I say it, I say Matt Cartwright.
Okay, that's better than saying Cartwright.
Okay,
Cartwright.
Matt. See, because it's the way I talk. I don't like say the T's. Matt.
I don't either.
Cartwright. Anyways,
Cartwright.
so
It's Cartwright. Okay, listen. Can I just go something? Cartwright. I'm gonna say what you were gonna say. Cartwright is up by 4 with 91% of the vote in. He's probably gonna win. Susan Wild. It's
I
400
think
vote
Wild's
difference.
gonna lose, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree, but it's a 400 vote difference. Deluzio is up by the exact same margin as Cartwright. Summerlee race, she's winning. Houlihan winning. Mary Gay Scanlon 100% winning. Fitzpatrick winning. There's Tom Keene wins. We can call that one now. New York Times just called Nickel and Don Davis winning their races respectively.
Look,
So
What's
who else
the?
do we have? Like who else?
look
do we
at look at this tweet from Henry Cuellar. He's so godlike. He said, "Look," in response to a tweet saying that he's won. Looks like you'll have plenty of free time to audition for the Nauticus in near future. And he tagged his opponent. Nice try, Casty. It may require you learning Spanish. Rosetta Stone is on standby. Bro, he's a menace. I love him.
he's such a like.
Bro,
Well, I don't know how to say.
bro
it.
said-
He grew up in
Bro
Discord
said-
calls. He grew up in COD lobbies.
bro said audition for the Narcos.
Stone is on standby.
Nah, but Henry
He
Cuellar-
does not care, bro.
He is
He
such
does
a
not
baller.
care.
I love that man.
He's the Giga Chad. I can't with him.
Let's see what he recently just tweeted. Looks like you'll have plenty. Oh my god. This man is
Such a
Bro,
He
look,
grew up
look
in a
at this
cop
tweet.
lobby.
Look at this tweet. Look at this tweet. Look at this tweet. He just posted another one. Hold on. Look at this one. Wait, let me send it. Ah, it's not sending. Send. Come on. He like posted a GIF.
I got
He,
it.
like-
Yeah, a GIF. Cuellar wins re-election. Really? It's the Will Ferrell thing. By the way, we have 3 minutes left, so I think we're probably gonna. Are we gonna end the stream after?
We are gonna end the stream
Okay.
because I'm
So can
tired.
I say some final words before
You
we end?
you may say some final words. I will allow
It's
you.
been the most confusing election of my lifetime. I sincerely
agree.
don't know how it's going to end, but it's been very entertaining. I'm gonna go take a shower and then probably stay up till 1:30 finalizing all the results. But this has been fun. It's been
Mhm.
a pleasure being on the stream for another year. These past 8 hours have been great, and hopefully when
Jesus,
we
we've
wake
been
up,
here for
we'll
8
actually
hours.
know.
7.5. But
Yeah.
yes.
And hopefully when we wake up, we'll actually know some results from Nevada.
Me next.
Oh my! I
I'll go
can't with
quickly.
that state. I can't with them.
All right, let me say some closing words. This has been crazy, bonkers, and really crazy. And
Bonkers.
the
And really
Florida man,
crazy.
it's been bonkers. I'm gonna. By the way, I'm calling Charlie Chris is gonna win Florida. Thanks, guys.
Real.
Real.
A little late for that, my guy.
Update on Nevada. I guess they're going. So apparently their appeal was rejected, so they're going to start counting at 1 a.m. Yes,
Oh my
sir.
fucking god.
Yo.
Kill me.
I don't. Why can't they count immediately? The poll workers are there. I don't get this.
Okay, right now, what it's honestly looking like in Georgia is that they're gonna have to do a recount to see if they need a runoff because it's just that close.
Why?
It's because it's just so close.
I thought
It's
if it was
so
under,
close.
Head by
I-
2,000. That's why.
I thought if it was under 50%, it automatically goes.
But they
Yeah,
might,
but
they're
they
gonna,
still need a recount.
but they still. Okay, but what it looks like right now is it's gonna come close enough that they can. By the way, Ron Johnson's winning. Like,
Even if it's under a recount, they could still act like
Yeah,
what's
they
his
can-
name? David Perdue, when he fell under 50%, he was
asked
at
for a
49.
recount.
He
He's at
no, he
49.7.
could have asked for a recount. He was eligible, but he
didn't.
didn't.
The
which
needle is
probably
very
cost
likely
him-
We
Fetterman.
have so little time.
Guys, it's been a pleasure. This has been a great
Yes,
stream.
this is great. We should do this again in 24,
It was
in
a
my
great
opinion.
stream.
Agree.
We should.
Agree.
Here, we can
should.
do it again
Yeah,
on.
24.
We should do it again on local elections next.
Oh yeah, but
um,
23 is kind of boring. No one's
Oh,
gonna watch that
um,
stream.
The Virginia
goodbye,
elections
everyone.
hosted by K-Law.
Goodbye. Thank you so much for tuning
Yeah.
in. Have a great evening.
Good job,
yeah,
guys.
Bye, y'all. It's been wonderful.
Bye.
Caleb and Brian, y'all want to get on call later?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Where
Okay, so that just about wraps up the stream. Thank you all for watching. Definitely was an interesting election. So yeah, thanks so much for tuning in, and I'll see you next time in November of 2023.